Let's all rise to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am to be seated on the dais. I request Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, President CPSI, to be seated on the dais. I request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, Conference Chairperson, to be seated on the dais. I request Dr. N. Suresh, General Secretary, CPSI, to be seated on the dais. I request Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Senior Director and Vice President and Advisor at Founder President's Office, to be seated on the dais. Thank you, everyone. I request everybody to be seated, please. Thank you. Now that the illustrious days is filled with eminent dignitaries, the golden rays of the sun also tell us something that we need to begin with a very prestigious good morning to everyone who's watching us live through different portals of Amity and also from this auditorium. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences and Clinical Psychology Society of India, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to the third CPSI Con International Annual Conference. Let us all give ourselves a hearty welcome with a roaring applause. This is a conference where science meets empathy and intellect embraces humanity. The main concept of this conference is integrating diversity in comprehensive clinical psychology practice, perspectives, and challenges. It aims to foster a dialogue among professionals on creating more inclusive and effective mental health care practices. With that, I will now request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed to light the ceremonial lamp. This is followed by an invocation to the goddess of learning. I'll request Chief Guest Ma'am and all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed to light the ceremonial lamp. With that, we symbolize the light of wisdom. Thank you. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. With that, we try to dispel the darkness and ignorance. Thank you. Wow, what a beautiful day. As Carl Rogers once said, that the curious paradox is that when I accept myself just the way I am, and that alone I can change. And in that spirit of growth, reflection, and transformation, we begin with this beautiful journey of minds and hearts at this third CPSI Con 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla Ma'am, to felicitate and welcome and honor our chief guest, Surgeon Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen, AVSM, VSM Director General, Armed Forces Medical Services. We request Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am to do the honors. This is a token of a love, warmth, and gratitude from the portals of this conference, 3rd CPSICon 2025, hosted by Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences, together with Clinical Psychology Society of India. This is a token of a warmth from Amity University, and it's a token of a gratitude from all the portals of Amity University. Thank you so much. I'll request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am to welcome Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, President, CPSI, with a token of our gratitude and warmth from the portals of this conference. I'll request. Thank you, ma'am. The shawl showcases our warmth from the portals of Amity, and this is a small token of gratitude from the conference. I'll request Dr. Selvamurthy sir to present this token of gratitude to Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran. I'll now request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am together with Professor Dr. S.K. Srivastav sir to present a token of our gratitude to Dr. N. Suresh, General Secretary, CPSI. Welcome, Dr. N. Suresh. At Amity, modernity blends with tradition, and Tulsi sapling showcases how close we are to the nature. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am and also Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am to present a Tulsi sapling to our chief guest, Surgeon Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen, AVSM, VSM Director General Armed Forces Medical Services. I'll request Dr. W. Selvamurthy sir also to join in the felicitations. I'll now request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am to present a sapling to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We are so proud of our Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am. Ma'am has been the pillar of Amity University. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am to also present Tulsi sapling to Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, President CPSI. Okay, thank you. I think we are done with the felicitations. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am, Conference Chairperson, to present a planter to Professor Dr. W. Selvamurthy sir, Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, and President, ASTIF and AFS TIA. Sir is a leading scientist in India, and sir has served for 40 years in DRDO at different capacities, higher positions, and now sir is President ASTIF at Amity University and also Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh. I'll request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am to present a Tulsi sapling to a very respected Dr. S.K. Srivastav sir, Senior Director and VP and Advisor at FPO. Sir has helped us throughout the conference, and thank you, sir. At Amity, we are all a family, and yes, this mutual respect and cooperation goes a long way. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am, for doing the honors. As it is said, once said by someone so great, that the mind, once stretched by a new idea, never returns to its original dimensions. That very expansion of mind defines this prestigious conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to begin this conference with a welcome address by a distinguished scholar, researcher, and leader, Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am. Dr. Srivastav's contribution spans over decades of service to the armed forces. Her leadership as director Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences, and her dedication to promoting psychology of well-being, resilience, and organizational effectiveness is totally marvelous. Ma'am's intellectual brilliance and human touch has inspired hundreds of people like us and also countless scholars across the country. May I now invite Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav, Director IBAS, Scientist G, retired from FMC Pune, and also Vice President CPSI to present the welcome address. Professor Kalpana Srivastav.
Thank you, Smith. It's really an honor and a privilege to welcome all the distinguished luminaries on the dais of the dais. It is really, we welcome you to the international and third annual conference of the Clinical Psychology Society of India in association with Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences. The event marks the beginning of 3 days of reflection, dialogue, and collaboration. 3 days that surely reaffirm that our collective commitment to advancing mental health in the nation, across the borders, in the globe. Before we begin, I extend our deepest gratitude to the visionaries whose leadership and blessings make every initiative possible at Amity Universe. Our revered Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, whose dream of nation building through education continues to guide every step we take. Our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir's dynamism inspires us to innovate and excel the field we undertake. On this landmark occasion, I now take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome and a hearty welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest for this inaugural ceremony, Surgeon Vice Admiral R.P. Serene, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, Director General Armed Forces Medical Services. Ma'am, it is an honor to have you with us today. You made history as the first lady officer to rise to this prestigious position as Director General Armed Forces Medical Services. Your 4 decades of distinguished career is a testament of excellence, leadership, and compassion in service of the nation. An alumni of the Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and a specialist in radio diagnosis and radiation oncology, you have combined clinical excellence with compassion and with a lot of achievements and humility and visionary leadership. I must add with pride that I had the opportunity to work directly under your dynamic leadership when you were the Director and Commandant of Armed Forces Medical College, Pune. Ma'am has a very soft and a very attitude in terms of the positive attitude, and she really believes to deliver the good service to the nation. So this is a very, I would say, unique combination of softness, of positive attitude, of a dynamic leadership, and a strength and resilience which she really instills in all those she leads under her leadership. So with this, I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, ma'am, whose unwavering support, guidance, and encouragement at every step strengthens our academic mission and vision. If we go with any problem, there's a one-stop solution. That is what defines our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Professor Balvinder Shukla. Your presence today is highly motivating for all of us. I'm grateful to our distinguished scientist, Dr. Salvamurthy, sir. Again, he has been the mentor and a guide at the helm of affairs as a DRDO, Director General of Life Sciences, and at Amity University, he's leading the Innovative Science and Technology Institute, and he's a president and an advisor, in fact, and Chancellor of Chhattisgarh University. He wears many hats. Some of them I might forget to mention here. Then, at the same breath, I have the opportunity, rather, I was really blessed to introduce or rather welcome our Dr. S.K. Srivastava, who's the advisor to FPO, who's been supporting us actively for this conference. If there was anything, he was like a pillar of support throughout in the journey of preparation of the conference. Now, it is my pleasant duty to welcome Dr. Jamana Rajeshwaran, Professor and Head Department of Clinical Psychology, NIMHANS, who can be justifiably credited with the formation of CPSI. Her initiative has given a significant boost to the growth of clinical psychology discipline in India. She is vociferous, dynamic, speaks her heart out, and leads the fraternity from the front by standing very big, I would say, the leadership in the field of clinical psychology. I extend welcome to Dr. N. Suresh Kumar, well-known clinical psychologist, Honorary Secretary of CPSI. CPSI Con 25 is not just a conference. It is a meeting of minds, a celebration of the human spirit that drives our field. Over 3 days of clinicians, academicians, researchers across the India and beyond have gathered here to deliberate on the theme, which is integrating diversity in comprehensive clinical psychology practice, perspective, and challenges. In today's world, diversity is not just about representation, it is about recognition, recognizing that every individual brings a unique story shaped by culture, language, identity, and lived experience. The conference is an invitation to pause, to question, and to learn how we can weave inclusivity into the very fabric of the clinical work we do. I'm very proudly I welcome all the distinguished national and international speakers who have been a part of this journey of excellence in this academic deliberations or during this conference, including Dr. Victoria. She's traveled, she's the chair of research and from Canada. She's traveled all the way to be with us. Dr. Victoria, we welcome you. Dr. Debbie Ellis, despite her busy schedule, she has consented to take the session on the current situation and the emotive therapies. Dr. Salman Akhtar, a very renowned psychoanalyst, who has also participated and deliberated on the very specific aspect of romantic love and psychoanalysis perspective. Dr. Renuka Jana, an NHS consultant who has also been a part of this association. Dr. Vinay Kumar, who is a World Psychiatry Association, the secretary of the Field 16 formation, has also consented to be here. Dr. Manas Mandal, distinguished scientist, distinguished professor emeritus, with having so many accolades, very renowned in the field of psychology in the country and abroad, is going to be part of our deliberations. Dr. Nishi Mishra, Dr. Anand Kumar, who is there with us in the audience, and few others, and Dr. Nagpal I can see sitting here, Dr. Dubey, Dr. S.P.K. and so many of the luminaries of the field are here. I welcome each one of you. If I don't take the name, please, everybody is a part of this journey, and I really welcome from a very grateful and from the bottom of my heart. At IBAS, we've always believed that education in behavioral sciences must combine knowledge and empathy and research with responsibility. As we host this conference, we reaffirm that belief that mental health is not only a discipline, but a human commitment. In closing, I would like to thank Clinical Psychology Society of India for their continued trust and collaboration with our organizing committee for their tireless efforts. I welcome all delegates who have traveled all over the country to be a part of this journey and learning. May these 3 days inspire new connections, critical thinking, and compassionate collaborative actions for the benefit of the humankind. Thank you once again and a very warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, ma'am. Your words have literally and beautifully lit the path ahead. देवी और सज्जनों बताती चलूं आज मंच की बाईं तरफ रिया साइन लैंग्वेज इंटरप्रेटर दिल्ली एनसीआर की भी मेरा सहयोग कर रही हैं मंच के संचालन में. थैंक यू. Because communication is not only through words, signs and gestures, they mean a lot. As Viktor Frankl once said, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. This and much more will be deliberated in this conference. For psychology gives humanity the wisdom to find meaning, even amidst adversity, and few embody this philosophy as gracefully as our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and delight to invite Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, President of the Clinical Psychology Society of India, Professor and Head, Department of Clinical Psychology at NIMHANS, Bangalore, to present her address.
A very good morning to each one of you. I really would like to thank the organizers for accepting to host this very prestigious conference at the Amity University. Respected luminary dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, distinguished colleagues, dear students and friends. It gives me a great honor and pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you as we inaugurate the third International Annual Conference of Clinical Psychology Society of India And this year, our theme being integrating diversity in comprehensive clinical psychology practice, perspectives, and challenges. I think it is both the timely and urgent, and I'm deeply grateful to the organizing committee of Amity University, especially the organizing chair, Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, for taking up this mammoth task of organizing a conference of this magnitude. And also people who have supported her and labored to bring this gathering to completion. Some reflections. Please bear with me. I may be speaking for a little longer time than the others because I need to put some things in perspective. So, some reflections. Why this theme and why now? In our rapidly changing world, the complexity and multiplicity of human experience demand that clinical psychology be not only scientifically rigorous, but also responsive to diversity in its many forms. We live in a society fractured by social inequalities, intersecting identities, migration, plural belief system, and evolving conception of gender, neurodiversity, and culture. Against this backdrop, we must ask, how can clinical psychology truly serve all, not only those who fit in the narrow normative model? We must move beyond one size fits all to integrate approach that respects values and works with diversity rather than pathologizing differences. That is the challenge and opportunity that this conference aims to address. What do we mean by diversity? By diversity, I refer to not only to the familiar dimensions of culture, race, language, religion, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, etc., but I also would like to bring in the concepts of neurodiversity, linguistic and dialectical diversity, religious, spiritual, and belief systems, disability, both physical and mental disabilities, intersecting identities, and historically marginalized groups, especially the LGBTQIA. With clinical psychologists when a clinical psychologist adopts an integrate stance towards diversity, it means that diversity is not an add-on, but is woven in every phase of our work, that is assessment, formulation, intervention, consultation, supervision, research, training, and policy advocacy. So, some perspectives of integrating diversity. Let me share a few principles and frameworks that I propose as a foundational. First is cultural humility and reflexivity, intersectionality, contextual and ecological models, strength based and resilience oriented perspective, integrating modalities and pluralism. Some domains of clinical psychology where diversity and integration matters, as I told you, it is assessment and diagnosis. Psychological instruments and norms are often developed on homogeneous population. We must question their cross-cultural validity, adapt them, and interpret scores in the light of cultural meaning systems, linguistic nuances, and context. Therapeutic alliance and language. Language is more than communication in psychology. It encodes culture. It is a metaphor. It is an identity. Therapy conducted in the client's language proves to be more useful than when a person who does not understand a client's language. Multilingual therapy and code switching. Many clients operate on multiple languages. therapists must be flexible to code switch and use metaphors drawn from the client's linguistic and cultural framework. LGBTQ, which is the most important thing in the current scenario. In Indian cultural context, with diverse value systems, providing affirmative care requires clinicians to navigate stigma, internalized prejudice, and family dynamic sensitivity. Clinical psychology must ensure safe, non judgmental, and client led work. Working with neurodivergent population, it is a challenging. It also focuses on different models. Clinician must appreciate these differences beyond deficits to support strength, self advocacy, and inclusion. Trauma and marginalized communities. Yes, today we see so much of violence in the community. This has to be dealt with inequality and discrimination. Digital telepsychology, as the IT has made inroads into several sectors, so it has in clinical psychology too. So, how do we adapt this? When we decide to adapt this, there must be linguistically, it must be inclusive, and we should not exacerbate inequalities of digital literacy and infrastructure. Community and public health. It, today, after the post pandemic, mental health issues are upsurging. So, now what we need to do, how do we address these? It is through the community. Some challenges and barriers that I would like to bring it to your notice. Adopting divergent integrity practice was not at all easy. We must confront and address the challenges head on. The first one is lack of training and capacity. Today, psychology is at crossroads. There are several bodies which is monitoring psychology in the country. It is unlike the Western countries where there is one association for or one council for clinical psychology. But in India, there are several organizations which take control of psychology. Now, how do we overcome these inequalities? Because both bodies speak similar language. And what is the confusion it is going to cause for our students? These are some things which need to be addressed, and we are working through the Clinical Psychology Society of India to a great extent to see if we can address these issues. So, instrument and evidence gap. There is a dearth of culturally validated assessment tools in India. We follow the Western pattern, which is not suitable for our Indian culture. In fact, in our own country, from border to border, it varies in terms of culture, in terms of language, in terms of food habits, etc. So, how do we adapt as a clinical psychologist to address these issues? And we also do have resource constraints and iniquities. So, how rural, tribal, and remote setting, there are lack of infrastructures, there are lack of trained professionals, and even basic mental health facility is not offered in these sectors. So, how do we assess this and make it in par with the urban community? Language and communication barriers, which you know as psychologists how important it is, and how do we overcome these kind of problems? Cultural stigma, beliefs, and explanatory model. Though pandemic has been kind enough post pandemic by bringing down our stigma for for mental health issues, but we need to work much harder to see if things can fall in place. And power dynamics and positionality. Uh, the clinician's own cultural background, caste, social class, urban, rural origin, education, and privilege may influence influence therapeutic management. Now, as a clinician, when we step into this profession, I think we should see that this does not come in between our therapeutic alliance. Ethical dilemmas. Today, we know there are very many people claiming to be psychologists and practicing in the community. How do we address this issue? Because that becomes a in fact, I would say that has brought in a lot of disadvantage to our profession, because many people who practice are not trained clinical psychologists. And they do what everybody thinks psychology is a doable subject. Reading a book and seeing a client is two different things. Theory may say some things, but when you are addressing a client, there are many issues the client talks to you about. And as a clinical psychologist, we take charge of that situation and address what is important, which is not so when you're not trained. Some strategies and directions and recommendations. To move from aspiration to action, I propose several strategic dimensions. One is curriculum reform and capacity building. And I think I request our seniors and all these young scholars to put in a little thought than just addressing the patient and look at treating the patient, to reform our subject. Clinical psychology, as I told you, is in the crossroads today. So, where do we address these issues and how do we bring it to our policymakers? And how do we get into these bodies to make a difference? All this we need to work together. Research investment and culturally valid tools, even if it is a small scale as a dissertation or as a project, as students, if you take up and get some norms for those scales, I think it plays a very important role. And I urge all the young scholars to take up these kind of research so that we are equipped with all kinds of psychological interventions, psychological scales, assessment, which is culture free. Interdisciplinary and community partnership. We should just get out of our comfort zone, get into the community and make a difference, get all the community head to get involved in these kind of ventures, which will be more applicable than them coming to the clinical setup. Supervision and mentoring. Please understand, supervision and mentoring is very, very important. What you do may be theoretically very right, but when you address a patient, it is not so, because there are many factors that play a role, and I think we should address those issues. Creating inclusive clinical practice setting. We not only have to work with our own fraternity, but also include the allied faculties or subjects which play an important role in the journey of treating an individual. Community-based scalable intervention models, which I know there is lack of funds which is available, but I think as a body of clinical psychology, we must make the policymakers understand how important it is to carry out research in the community and see what is the implication of these research in the community. Ongoing reflective practice and evaluation. Every time, feedback is very important. What I do, I may say it is the best thing that I'm doing, but when you sit with me, you realize that it is not the best thing. So, taking the feedback should be always positive and see how we can implement it in the next setting or in the next individual. All these things, feedback is very, very important. Role of CPSI and the conference as a national body representing Clinical Psychology Society of India is today well positioned and to lead this transformation. In fact, we've been working for last 3 years. We're bringing in a lot of academic programs in the society, what is called as the Tuesday learning, and we address many issues and we bring professionals to address those issues. And periodically, we've been having meetings to see how we can make an inroad with the ministry. And we are in the position to facilitate training programs, webinars, special interest groups, and in diverse topics. We are also in a position to make statements and guidelines to the culturally responsive Clinical Psychology Society of India. We also we are also planning to fund some research grants provided we are financially stable, so that young scholars can apply for it and take up the research study from the Clinical Psychology Society of India. We also periodically want to conduct conferences in various zones and various states, various districts, and I welcome each one of you to think over and contact us in case you want to do these kind of activities in your own places. Let us commit to making CPSI 2025 a catalyst, not just for knowledge exchange, but for actual change of how psychological services are delivered, taught, and governed in India. A call for action, last but not the least, to all of you here, my senior researchers, senior colleagues, early career professionals, students. I urge you to bring to this conference your courage to challenge assumptions, your curiosity to learn from difference, and your humility to be corrected. Engage actively in sessions that push you out of the comfort zones. Seek collaboration across regions, languages, communities, etc. Use your clinical work as site of innovation. Every small adaptation, when rigorously documented, can contribute to an accumulated change. Serve as an ambassador, carry lessons from this conference into your own institution, teaching program, clinics, and communities. Let our vision be the clinical psychology of India becomes a discipline that heals differences, that amplifies voices, and advances equity. Integrating diversity is not optional, it is essential for fulfilling the promise of mental health care to all. In closing, I once again thank the organizing team, the scientific committee, our institutional partners, sponsors, and each participant for making this gathering possible. I look forward for a rich dialogue, challenging debates, new connections, and emerging pathways. May our time together strengthen our community to inclusive, compassionate, and context sensitive clinical psychology. Thank you. I now have the pleasure of declaring CPSICon 2025 open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajeswaran. Your address has contributed immensely to neuropsychological aspects, rehabilitation aspects, and cognitive aspects of this conference. And indeed, your message reminds us that empowerment totally begins with awareness. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge the presence of our additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Chandradeep Tandon, sir. I'll request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, Conference Chairperson, to welcome sir with a Tulsi sapling. Thank you so much, sir. You always help us and support us in all our endeavors at Amity University. Thank you so much. Well, everyone, Maslow once observed what is necessary to change a person is to change his or her awareness itself, because awareness, the essence of psychology, is what drives human evolution. Having said that, it's a privilege to invite Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Senior Director and Vice President, AFDD, and advisor at our Founder President's Office at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Sir has been instrumental in shaping the academic, administrative, and research excellence that defines Amity University. Dr. S.K. Srivastava.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Are you not attentive? Good morning. Yes. For this conference, your attention is the basic thing. So, respected dignitaries on the dais, my friends and dignitaries of the dais, dear representatives, my dear students, let me very proudly apprise all of you that this particular field, clinical psychology, and in particular again, the health of mind, is very, very close to our uh, living legend, Dr. Ashok Chauhan sir, who is the founder of MIT Universe. And for that reason, we get so easy access with honorable founder that is unimaginable. We get very, very easy access because this particular field, this area is very, very close to his heart. And he gives very much priority to this field. So, including Honorable Dynamic Vice Chancellor Madam, very dynamic our Chancellor Sir, Atul Chauhan Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, and a full team of additional Vice Chancellors. We get very great cooperation for this field, and probably this is incentive to Dr. Kalpana ji that she is coming up with such a great conference, which is formally open now. I can recognize few faces while during my regime in RCI, so that gives me a comfort zone to speak in front of you. I may be odd man out because I am not a clinical psychologist, sir. But sometimes I feel the intervention of clinical psychology has immensely increased these days. Why? Because the problem has been increased. I remember again and again, I say in many conferences, whenever I'm getting opportunity to address, I remember that always I call upon to think how to reduce the problem from the grassroots. If not eradicate, can we develop something? Can we develop a model? Can we call on the socialist to lodge a campaign to reduce the issues? Why these problems occur so much today, so much nowadays? Is it isolation? Is it more involvement of mind? Is it your loneliness or whatsoever? I don't know. But the problem has immensely increased. Well, you are treating as a clinical psychologist, you are treating a particular patient. But always think upon there is a huge crowd who is not accessible to you, who cannot afford to your treatment, but they need something that is very much important. So in general, can we think of creating some tool that in corporate sector, in some institutions, can we have some time to interact each other? Sometimes I feel there is a lack of cross coordination within and across the department, within the same department coordination and talking each other. There's a lack of. But when we feel sick in the mind, when we feel disturbed from the mind, and when we deliver ourselves to our beloved ones, dear ones, to whom I like, to whom we like, we feel quite relaxed. This is my perception that when we deliver, when we express ourselves, when we express our concern, express our feelings, express our sadness, then we are quite relaxed. So, along with the clinically treating the patient, that will be told to you how to integrate the diversity, because this is a nation, democratic nation, where the philosophy of this nation is integration in diversity, unity in diversity, and without integration, unity is not possible. So this is the philosophy of the nation that you learn very fast. But along with that, while treating a particular patient, kindly think that if this problem is persisting in very huge number of patients, what are the measures to reduce this problem? We are going back to the millets. We are going back to the previous system of medication and so on and so forth. So can we think of going back to the system of family, to the system of talking each other, to system of making friends, to system of smiling each other? So can we think of reducing our mental stress and mental problem in that way? That was my appeal for the day. I know if I try to speak on the expert topic, I'll be I'll not be able to express my rich thoughts, because many luminaries are here, many experts are here. They will be telling you, teaching you for the day long, another 2 days. So my appeal to my dear students and the representatives and joinees to attend this workshop very sincerely and simultaneously take away and interact. As much as you interact, the workshop and the seminar, the conference becomes very rich and very useful. So my one appeal, single appeal to all of you to think upon how to reduce this mental stress and mental health increment. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. S.K. Srivastava, sir. So many things to learn from you. So many things. Your insightful words resonate with our collective purpose in this conference. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge the presence of Dr. Nishi Mishra, Director, Defense Institute of Psychological Research. We welcome you, ma'am. I'll request Dr. Rashmi Pandey and Dr. Chaya Chordia to welcome Dr. Nishi Mishra, ma'am. This Tulsi sapling is a token of our gratitude from Amity. Thank you so much. Such a grand conference, and people across different states of our country and also from abroad. Hundreds and thousands are watching us online as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Amity University today is 12 universities in India with 16 global campuses. We all follow the ideals of our honorable founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, sir, who believes that every Amitian has to be a nation builder. Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am is one such pillars of Amity University. As Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, ma'am has spearheaded so many projects, many innovations, many other projects which are ongoing and much more. She is a distinguished academician and has led Amity's global academic mission with an unmatched vision. Under her leadership, Amity University has flourished as a hub of excellence, innovation, and inclusivity, embodying the essence of transformative education. Please welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, to present her address.
Very good morning to all of you. Good morning, our most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, Honorable Chancellor, sir, a very esteemed Chief Guest, Surgeon Vice Admiral Aarti Sareenji, and Director General Armed Forces Medical Services, our partner, Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwan, President CPSI, because of whom we are having this conference here at Amity University, my esteemed colleagues on the dais, in the audience, and I can see many of the speakers are already here in the audience. I, on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, Additional Pro Vice Chancellors, Dean, Head of Institution, and Organizing Committee, extend very warm welcome to all of you here at the third International Annual Conference of the Clinical Psychology Society of India on the theme Integrating Diversity in Comprehensive Clinical Psychology, Practice, Perspective, and Challenges. Professor Jamuna has given a wonderful address covering all the very important aspects. Again, I am not a clinical psychologist or psychologist otherwise, but I have very keen interest in this. Our Honorable Founder President, I remember almost around 25 years back, when we started the psychology department, he used to say the time will come when not only the Indian citizens but the people from across the globe will be coming to India for help, for support, because by that time there will be so much stress, challenges, because of one side being the nuclear families, other side the professional challenges, then the technology challenges, so many things, and they will be needing the guidance. And the guidance will be the psychological guidance. And now we see that what Honorable Founder President about 25 years back envisioned and saw that the importance of this discipline. We see that also the kind of the student choice they're making psychology as the preferred discipline for studying. And we see the clinical psychology, even which is approved by the RCI, administered by the RCI, there's so much demand. And when it comes to the progression, the student don't want to go and work in the companies or somewhere. Everybody wants to start their own practice. So that could show that how much the demand is there. But again, that in other countries, when we say that how the psychology of clinical psychology programs are administered or regulated, in our country we have the multiple agencies who are looking into that. And again, when we see the whole value chain in the mental health, when they or to supporting the, we do not have the complete value chain even exist in our country. We have the counseling, we have the organizational psychology, we have the clinical psychology, but when we look at that, the kind of the challenges or issues the people have, because something you can handle by the psychological approach, but everything cannot be handled by the psychological approach. You know, something is that you can, counsel and, fit in and, but then there's certain things which are the root cause are many other regions. And how to tackle that root cause and make a person to live a normal life, that becomes the further to clinical psychology or psychology. That's the way the psychoanalysis comes into place. And finally the psychotherapy. And I think the way the Amity University, the vision of our Honorable Chancellor, that how we can take it further to the next level of helping the people to live and lead the normal life. And this conference or international annual conference of the Clinical Psychology Society of India, I think it is going to pave the way to many new disciplines, to new areas of dealing with the human issues, and come with the strategies. I could see that Dr. Manas Mandar, Dr. Jiten, Nagpalji, and many other experts that who are present, who are going to be present during this conference. The outcome, which Honorable Founder President always say, the outcome is extremely important. What outcome we have defined for this conference? And I know Dr. Kalma Shrivastava ji, for last so many months, the weeks has been working very hard, trying to bring the best of the expert in this conference. And I could see that our today's Honorable Chief Guest, Surgeon Vice Admiral R.T. Sarenji, your presence, thank you so very much. I know that you're so kind to Amity that whenever we invite you, every time you come. So thank you so very much. And I know you're very hard pressed for the time, but you have said it show that how much you like this discipline. It's very important. I'm extremely thankful to Professor Jamuna Rajeshwaran, President of CPSA, for sparing your time and choosing Amity as a host. I know our Dr. Murthy ji is extensively traveling but has come for this, and he always focuses on that psychology is so important and the mental health and otherwise, and therefore his presence is very, very important for us. And I'm sure during this conference, many new things will come. And as Dr. Jamnanji was during her address was saying how much profession is important, research must be done by the student, projects must be taken, and also the supervision is very important. And when you become the supervisor, you also need a mentor for yourself because there's so much comes in. How do you deal with that you can also be a normal human being? Because whatever you see the cases and everything, you need somebody to guide you, mentor you. So, and I think this conference is going to be very important. I look forward interacting with the speakers during the 3 days conferences whenever I get time. Otherwise, I will go through the recording. So, many, many congratulations to Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, and the entire organizing team, the faculty member I can see in the first and second row sitting here, and all the students. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I remember Eleanor Roosevelt, who said that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams, and the vision of Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, continues to nurture those dreams into reality at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. बताती चलूं कि अब मंच की बाईं तरफ शिल्पा साइन लैंग्वेज इंटरप्रेटर मेरे साथ सहयोग करिए मंच के संचालन में. धन्यवाद शिल्पा. It is now a momentous occasion to now launch the launch issue of the Amity Journal of Mental Health. This is an initiative taken by Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava ma'am. I'll request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava ma'am, together with Chief Guest ma'am and Vice Chancellor ma'am, together with all the dignitaries on the days, to release the souvenir and also the Amity Journal of Mental Health and Clinical Psychology. This is the official journal of Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences, IBHAS, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. The souvenir includes the deliberations of the entire conference together with messages of all the eminent people today, unraveled by our chief guest, Surgeon Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen, AVSM, VSM, Director General Armed Forces Medical Services, together with Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am. Let's have a roaring applause as we unravel the souvenir as well as Amity Journal of Mental Health and Clinical Psychology. One more spirit of amity is seen. All eyes at the center of the stage towards this projection, Amity Journal of Mental Health and Clinical Psychology. This is the launch issue initiated by Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, Conference Chairperson. Time stands still at this momentous occasion. Thank you so much. All the dignitaries on the dais, let's get clicked with a group picture. As time stands still, we all will remember that on this beautiful day we unraveled two such releases. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor ma'am and our Chief Guest ma'am. An initiative by Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, Conference Chairperson, who believes that everyone should contribute towards the mental health, because as the United Nations, WHO also says, mental health is as important as physical health. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of the inaugural ceremony, we are honored to now invite Professor Dr. W. Selvamurthy, a name which is synonymous with scientific innovation, national service, and educational leadership. Honored with several awards, including Lifetime Achievement Award from APJ Abdul Kalam, President of India, ICMR National Award. Professor Dr. W. Selvamurthy has served as a distinguished defense scientist with DRDO for 40 years and now leads as President ASTIF and Chancellor of Amity University, Chhattisgarh. Sir's life works beautifully unites science, spirituality, and social transformation. Sir, may I now invite you to grace this gathering with your insights? Professor Dr. W. Sarvamurthy.
So, very good morning to every one of you. Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, who has joined us online and seeing the program from the very beginning, and the man with the Midas touch, the man who has created this whole Amity universe with 12 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools, 250,000 students, 10,000 faculties, 5,000 PhD scholars. So he is a real psychologist, because to win, you need to know the minds of the people. So he has been, if you meet him once, he will be able to win over your heart and mind and soul. So that is psychology. And then he has brought many people, faculties, their families from the deathbed, from the terminal illness, by only the psychological motivation, inspiration, counseling. And so he doesn't have a degree in psychology, but then he has practiced these psychological principles in the way he leads this organization. So welcome, Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan. Let's give a big clap to him for this great leader. We're also governed by Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Chancellor, and he is a product of University College of London and also London School of Economics, both for engineering as well as the management degrees. He is the president of our foundation, which gives cover to all our educational institutions. He says, together, his birthday is celebrated as Day of Belongingness. That affiliation, the Maslow's concept of hierarchy of needs, the affiliation comes as a very important part. So that is why his birthday is celebrated as a day of affiliation, day of belongingness. So that is how, once you are an Amitian, you are always an Amitian. So that philosophy, Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Chancellor, has brought to this. The Chancellor, welcome, and I'm sure that you will be watching it sometime. I'm so delighted to welcome our honorable chief guest, the Surgeon Vice Admiral R.T. Sareen, the Director General Armed Forces Medical Services, the apex body in the Army Medical Corps, AMC, and which gives the medical services as well as medical research, the whole governance of the medical fraternity to look after the 1.5 million of our strong Army, Navy, Air Force, the whole force, and their families and their veterans who are surviving. So see the massiveness of this great leader. Let's give a big clap to R.T. Sareen, who is the first Lady DGAFMS. This is yet another important achievement of her. Let's give another clap for her. Because, it was always occupied by men. But today she changed that paradigm, and I wish her that her tenure as the DGAFMS in the Ministry of Defense and will be a glorious golden era for the AMC as well as the DGAFMS. And we wish you all the best. We are with you, the RTG, in all your endeavors, because we have a very strong psychology, physiology, biotechnology, biosciences. So all that what we have also molecular medicine, stem cell research, and also we have a radiation, Amity Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology, which is your field, the radiation oncology. So we have everything what you want here, including public health. So I'm sure we'll have opportunity to collaborate with you, and we wish you all the best in this chair. And she has already been there for 1 year. She has brought a new paradigm. I could feel the new vibrance in the chair of DGAFMS. Wish you all the best. Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, she is the head and also the chief of the apex medical institution dealing with psychology. That is National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS. And this is the topmost institution in the country who makes the policies, frameworks, practices, best practices, new paradigm of medical management for the mental health. So all this is she is the chief of this NIMHANS, and we wish you all the best. We like to work with you, and we must express our gratitude to you that you entrusted this responsibility of hosting this very important annual conference of the Clinical Psychology Society of India, who is the main the sponsor of this conference. And I wish you all the best for the society, your society, as well as for all the your endeavors in NIMHANS. And again, we have a very strong psychology group. We would like to work with you in those dimensions of the mental health challenges which we can address together. And we also were very happy to have Dr. Suresh, and he is from my place, Tirunelveli. He is from my place. I belong to a small village there near Ettayapuram, Keelagiral. That's the place. So he hails from there, and he's the secretary of this CPSI, that is the Clinical Psychology Society of India. And also our Jamunaji belongs to my wife's place, Madurai. So we are closely related topographically as well. So thank you so much for being with us. We are very fortunate to have Dr. Nishi Mishra. Nishi Mishra, she is the director of Defense Institute of Psychological Research. The whole military psychology is being dealt by her. She has to look after the whole psychology in terms of recruitment, placement, trade allocation, organizational behavior, leadership, and motivation, military motivation, and psychological operations, psyops, and all those challenges which she is handling in the military in a very, very professional way. I have seen her growing from a junior scientist to this level. I am so happy that she just took over a month ago. And we wish you all the best, Nishi, and we will work with you as well with the DIPR. Because this is a lab which is very close to my heart, because I served this institute as director for 11 years, and almost from 2002 to 2013, and no, even earlier than that, 1998 onwards. And so I'm so happy that you have taken over this position, very important position. I'm sure you will bring a new paradigm to this chair as well. And so we are very happy to welcome all the very distinguished delegates from abroad, from India, and all my own colleagues from Amity Educational Group, and my own students. Let's give a big clap to our students. You are the future of the world, 7 billion people. You have to take care of 7 billion people, not 1.42 billion people. As was mentioned, the people will be looking towards India, because India had that psychological resilience, because we had the joint family system. We were very close to spirituality. We used to, have religion, spirituality, land of spirituality. So that kept us our resilience to face challenges. But today, with the nuclear family, psychosocial changes which have occurred, psychological challenges have also increased. So the responsibility for all psychologists have grown multifold. So that is why this theme, rightly chosen by the Clinical Psychology Society of India with Amity University, that we have chosen this psychological and mental health challenges, that what we are looking at, how do we integrate diversity in comprehensive clinical psychology practice? What are the perspectives and challenges? Rightly, the president of this society brought out as a keynote that she brought all dimensions. What do we mean by diversity? And what are those challenges which will come into the clinical practice of psychology? So she brought it so well. Jamunaji, you have already given the keynote, the whole deliberation. But I like to look at certain issues like stress is one of the major the causes of psychological challenges. Stress in every kind of life, whether you are a soldier on guarding a border on the snow-clad mountain, or underwater in a submarine, or a chief executive working in a corporate, looking into those challenges there, or a faculty in Amit University, or from other faculties elsewhere. You have your own challenges, or even a student preparing for an examination. So stress is one of those. How you handle stress, how do you cope up, becomes one of the important challenge. Similarly, the fear and anxiety, we never live in present. We either live in the past, worry about the past, or we imagine problems of the future. So the main problem today is we never live in the present. We are so happy that we are alive. You should be happy, grateful to the God So this is what is the major problem today is fear, anxiety, and also worries of the past. So this is yet another psychological challenge. Addiction to gadgets. Now you see everybody's glued up to the gadgets, mobiles, TVs, iPads, and computers. So the gadget addiction is yet another challenge for the mental health, which we are not aware today. But then it is a very big challenge of addiction to gadgets, which also isolates you from the society. You have no time to, you virtually interact with so many people, but in reality, you don't work with your own, you don't even spend time with your family. So, this is another yet challenge of mental health, which we should worry about the next generation and the present generation. The isolation. Everybody gets isolated. You know, if it is solitude, it's okay, but it is isolation, then it becomes a problem, psychological challenge. Then the relationships. So these are some of the challenges which are mental health challenges, which one has to address. I'm sure the integrating the diversity, which she has brought very clearly. Diversity, when you say there are many, many diversity, which she has said. So even in diversity, when you approach the psychological practice of counseling, each individual is unique because we have gone through our sanskars, values, all that through janmas, which the Atma comes with those experiences. So it is just not only diversity, which she mentioned. I want to add one more dimension. Each individual is psychologically unique, physically unique, mentally, intellectually unique, and also psychologically unique. So you should have a personalized approach to every patient because the diversity is that 7.2 billion people, each one is unique. So diversity, when you talk about the psychological practice, you should look at it in that way. Coping strategies are different. So this is very important. Now coming to military psychology, which Nishi as well as our Admiral Aarti is dealing with, because it poses, our soldiers operate in extremes of environments like high altitudes, cold, high altitude, 22,000 feet altitude, and minus 60 degrees or minus 50 degrees. Isolation, monotony, separation from family, fear of the unknown. Imagine a soldier sitting there or sitting in the submarine for months together or a long period. Imagine the kind of stress, the kind of mental health challenges they will undergo. But we keep our soldiers fit, even though there could be occasional suicides and fratricides being reported. But that is, when you compare to the civilian societies, much less in the armed forces. Because when you select the people, we look at those profiles, the recruitment takes place with those frames. So this is, military psychology has its own challenges, which our DRDO and the DGAFMS is addressing together. Now, finally, we need to build resilience. That is important. See, resilience comes from the family, your parents. When you are parenting, build the resilience to the children. You don't get panic. You set an example yourself. You be the example, not just only preach, be the example. So build resilience at home, resilience in education in schools, primary, secondary, and also in the university educations. So we have to build the resilience. That's why Amity University has got a center of happiness. We have established a center of happiness here. So we want our happiness quotient of our children, faculties to go up, which is actually functioning very effectively. So we have 24/7 mental health support available. Anytime children have an examination fear, they can always approach. So we have created in Amity also that happy quotient to go up for our students and faculties. We make students to practice yoga. We have a yoga center here. Yoga builds resilience. I have been practicing yoga for 45 years. Now I am 76. At the age of 76, I am vibrant, cool, composed because of yoga. Yoga, meditation, as well as the way you lead the life is enjoy every moment of your life. I sing, I dance. So this is how the life is to be lived. Then you are mentally healthy. So enjoy your life, enjoy your living. And God has blessed you with so many things to be happy about. So look at those. Don't lock on to what you have not been able to achieve, where you have failed. We are locked on to that. Once you know that there are millions and billions of reasons to be happy, so realize that mental health is not a big challenge. Then come closer to spirituality, because we are moving away to materialism rather than spirituality, which was the root of our Indian culture. Bring it back. Bring it back the root. Be with the spirituality, which is you. Atma is spirit. So if you realize you are Atma, all your problem is solved. Atma is pure, blissful, powerful, happy, and also peaceful. So let us realize this. Once you realize, once you come to the role consciousness, you have problem. But if you have soul consciousness, there's no problem. Soul is eternal. No fear of death. No fear of death also. So this is what is the message I want to give. I want to once again thank CPSI for this opportunity to be with us. Now the final carry home message is takeaway. Honorable Prime Minister has given the vision for our country, Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat is not only in economic terms. Our GDP has to be more than $30 trillion, or our military has to be the most powerful in the world, or our educational institution has to be the knowledge superpower. So that is part of it. But then we have to be healthy, happy, peaceful, prosperous. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. So that is Viksit Bharat, rather than only in economic terms, Viksit Bharat. This is what Shri Narendra Modi ji and the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, has given to this vision for our country by 2047. So let's all work towards this goal of creating a happy, healthy, peaceful, harmonious, prosperous India and the world. Thank you so much. My best wishes.
Thank you so much, Dr. W. Selvamurthy, Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, and President ASTE. Sir, you have, with your words, filled us with lot of inspiration. And all this inspiration in Amity University comes from our founder, President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. So much to do, so much to do. चलिए मिलके बनाते हैं अपने सपनों का भारत, विकसित भारत. Well, all the esteemed delegates, there is an announcement. I'm sure you all have got this conference ID with you. Can you please see this QR code here? Once you scan the QR code, you will find the e-souvenir and the program schedule. Can I request, sir, to kindly project as you scan the QR code, you will get the entire program schedule as well as the e-souvenir. Thank you. Well, everyone, and now comes the momentous occasion. I remember Freud, who once said that out of your vulnerabilities will come your strength. Strength born out of compassion and discipline. That defines our chief guest, Surgeon Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen, AVSM, VSM, Director General Armed Forces Medical Services, the first lady officer in the entire country to achieve and reach such a position. It's not possible for a normal girl in India to reach such a position. Allow me, respected ma'am, to read a small profile of yours. We all should know. We are so proud of you. निश्चित रूप से देश की बेटियां देश की शान हैं. Surgeon Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen has been an alumnus of Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and was commissioned on 26th of December 1985. She is an experienced and reputed radiologist, radiation oncologist, and hospital administrator in the Armed Forces Medical Services, trained in gamma knife surgery at the University of Pittsburgh, USA. Numerous professional appointments during her career, spanning 39 years. She has held several prestigious academic and administrative appointments, including Professor and Head of the Department Radiation Oncology at AHRNR, INHS Ashwini, and Consultant, Radiology and Radiation Oncologist at CHSC, Pune. Her important appointments includes PMO, Naval Dockyard, Mumbai, Command Medical Officer, Southern Naval Command, Commanding Officer, INHS Ashwini, Mumbai, Command Medical Officer, Western Naval Command, Director and Commandant, Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, DGMS Air, DGMSN. The flag officer assumes the role of DGAFMS with effect from 2024 and makes a history as the first women officer. Ladies and gentlemen, Madam has been awarded several medals, including Chief of the Naval Staff Commendation in 2001, GUCNC Commendation 2013, Chief of the Army Staff Commendation 2017, Visisht Seva Medal 2021, Ati Visisht Seva Medal, AVSM in 2024, conferred with honoris causa by B.T. Sharma, University of Health Science, Rohtak, Haryana, in November 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a roaring applause Surgeon Vice Admiral R.P. Sareen, AVSM, VSM, Director General, Armed Forces, Medical Services.
Good morning, everybody. Just like everybody said here, like to get a nice good morning back from all of you. Good morning. So to start on a formal note, I address Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder, president of the Amity Education Group, Dr. Atul Chauhan, the Chancellor, Amity University, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, who apologized to me. She had a very important meeting to attend. Dr. Srivastav, Senior Director and Vice President of AFDD, Dr. Selvamurthy, Chancellor, Amity, Chhattisgarh, and a previous colleague, I would say, Professor Chandradeep Tandon, Director DIPR, Dr. Nishi, Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, the President of the Clinical Society of India of Psychology. It's been a pleasure to hear you and to be here with you, and to have met you at NIMHANS, whom we are collaborating a lot with. Dr. Kalpana Srivastav, who's the director of the Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences. One of the reasons I'm here today, my previous colleague over the last so many years, Dr. Suresh, distinguished international and national speakers, esteemed faculty, delegates, and dear students. I bring warm greetings from the Armed Forces Medical Services. It's truly an honor for me to join you all at this remarkable congregation of minds at the 3rd International Annual Conference of the Clinical Psychology Society of India. On the inspiring theme, I think it's fantastic, integrating diversity in comprehensive clinical psychology practice, perspectives and challenges. There's a lot to discuss on this. This conference represents much more than just an academic event. It is a forum uniting the scientific rigor of psychology with the humanitarian ethos that defines healthcare, celebrating the confluence of science and service. Amity University and ABAS have created a milieu and a platform of deliberations that are going to happen on issues that shape not only the clinic, but also the conscience of our society, mental health, inclusivity, and resilience, which is the need of the hour. The presence of experts here from NIMHANS, DIPR, various IITs, and international stalwarts from Columbia, McGill, and Jefferson universities underscores the ethos of this conference. It is an excellent platform for dialogue, for collaboration, with a word that has been stressed repeatedly by all my previous speakers, and reflection, and also collaborating and sharing good practices and jointness, which the armed forces is working on so much. I think we should use this word in everything that we do, in the roles that we play that Dr. Selvamurthy spoke about, and also get it into our souls, right? And that what makes intellectual leadership, and it is really required in behavioral sciences. We all are very well aware of the mental health problem in India. I do not have to talk about percentages, but we all know that we have a very high percentage of it. NIMHANS says that 10.6% adults in India suffer from mental health disorders. And the important part here is not statistics, but the fact that there is a treatment gap. 70 to 90% do not receive treatment due to lack of awareness, stigma, and you all know all the reasons for that. But I think the biggest reason that we have to talk about here today is the shortage of professionals. With a population of more than 1.4 billion, the need for accessible, affordable, and effective mental health care has never been greater for our nation. And psychologists who form 40 to 50% of the mental health workforce, and I would say clinical psychologists, are critical to mental health program in any country. And psychological sciences have been working on that relationship between different aspects of the human being, the neurological aspects, cognitive, affective, motivational, interpersonal, organizational, social responses and processes. And these are issues that confront individuals, groups of individuals, and communities, and the country at large. In this very fast changing world, you know how geopolitics are going. We don't know what is going to happen the next moment, what's going to happen tomorrow or day after. In this vast country, psychologists are entrusted with understanding and supporting individuals from a wide array of backgrounds, that is diversity to start with, identities and lived experiences, which profoundly shapes the way people experience mental health and healing. I quote Dr. Jamuna in her talk previously. I've heard her. I thought this was a very nice thing that you said. And in this journey, clinical psychology forms the invisible backbone of preventive and promotive health. Clinical assessment and intervention require a very sensitive, empathetic, and inclusive approach. I don't have to repeat that. And the need of the hour is we need a robust mental health ecosystem. We have a lot of regulatory bodies that has been mentioned. If we have to have them, then we have to collaborate with each other and make it smooth and robust. We need this mental health system to be robust and which focuses upon closing this treatment gap that I have mentioned. And you have to have various measures can be adopted. To start with, that people have spoken a little less about. So I will talk about that innovation and technology, which is ubiquitous to our life, and we are using it in every which way. So its power can be harnessed by adapting to increase human efficiency here and the quality of life in mental health too. So, as we just said, the shortage of psychologists is a lot. So, we are woefully short. So, we have to find new ways to meet the high demands of these. And through these innovations that diverge from the traditional therapy models, we can do so. And in this rapidly evolving ecosystem of modern healthcare for mental health sciences, these medical innovations will not merely be tools, but they will be catalysts for reimagining how mental well being is assessed, monitored, and restored in high stress environments. We must adopt the growing integration of AI tools like chatbots, mental health apps, screening techniques with speech analytics for initial assessments and support. And predictive algorithms and wearable psychological sensors, which we are all looking forward to in the armed forces, combined with natural language processing, will allow for early detection, mood tracking, stress signatures, and thereby timely interventions and reducing psychological attrition in many settings in the armed forces perspective and operational settings. I think mobile apps for in-between session support are very good. Online therapy platforms for improved accessibility are also should be taken out and should be encouraged. And digital tools should be also propagated for mindful practice, for mindfulness practice. And in all this, there should be integration again, like Dr. Jamuna said, of traditional as well as, the modern care that we are all looking forward to. And the adoption of innovation, again, technology, as well as what Dr. Selvamurthy said, humans, you have to adapt to different kinds of people because they are all different. There is diversity there again. So across this digital, behavioral, and organizational domain, all of that will mark a very transformative paradigm, I believe. And it will be a shift from reactive to proactive and from treatment to prevention. And it will empower the nation's entire healthcare system to integrate this cutting edge technology, expand access, and enhance the services, thereby creating a very resilient, adaptive, and emotionally agented human capital that we all look forward to. Behavioral interventions are being talked about. They're equally transformative and they're augmented by technology once again. We must look at that, virtual reality exposure therapy, etc. And these digital tools will bridge the gap between clinical psychology and field application, enhancing individual recovery. The importance of research cannot be overemphasized. You are all here to talk technique and to enhance research. The convergence of all sciences, behavioral sciences, cognitive neuroscience, and informatics is enabling multidisciplinary studies into how environmental stressors, social media influences, and operational fatigue, work fatigue impact cognitive performance and decision making. The discipline of cyber psychology, which examines human behavior in digital and virtual spaces, has gained immense relevance. The psychology of social media has been discussed already, and research is shedding light on how online interactions affect attention spans. I think that's there with all of us. We cannot listen to a speech without looking down at our phones. All of us are involved in that. Emotional well being and interpersonal empathy. These insights should be integrated into wellness and education systems to mitigate the disturbing impact of social isolation, cyberbullying, in fact, peer pressure. Peer pressure is a word which I find extremely difficult, to have any solution to, but that seems to be one of the problems that is troubling everybody. And of course, digital overload on everybody in this world. We have to promote diversity and inclusion. A lot of it has been talked about. It is the ethos of this conference. And, diversity at workplace and performance management is really something that is troubling everybody. It's a concept that adds another dimension to innovation. And we need to, have diversity in gender, culture, thought process, or professional backgrounds. And this all has been empirically shown. If we cultivate this kind of have an approach towards diversity, we will enhance creativity, we will enhance the accuracy of decision making, and we will enhance EQ in all healthcare teams. So it's very important in the role of psychologists in addressing the issues of gender diversity and health equity. Health equity is very important in healthcare management. You will make a lot of difference, and you will also look at personalized treatment, like Dr. Selvamurthy said. Dr. Jamuna also mentioned that, and I think it is definitely a thought process which should be adopted by everybody. In oncology, I'm an oncologist. We also are now looking at personalized treatment protocols for each and every patient, because each person is different. A very important thing that continues from my oncological background is psychologists and inpatient care. The availability of consistent psychological therapy within acute inpatient psychiatric units and the integration of psychologists into multidisciplinary teams is a newly evolving development in mental health care. Psychologists in oncology and psychologists in pain clinics are game changers, I feel. They have to be present throughout the treatment of a person, because we as doctors, as oncologists, might be treating their pain, but there is a lot that goes with constant and chronic pain and suffering, which I think a clinical psychologist can approach best. We have to advance scientific knowledge. That's what we are doing right now. And contribution to research is being done. Your university at your institute at Amity is also contributing a lot to mental health and research, along with NIMHANS. And we are looking forward to collaborating with you in many fields. We must address professional practice. We must time and again renew our commitment to patient well-being, patient safety, and patient satisfaction. And these are parameters which are used to actually talk and to standardize healthcare institutions. So we must follow the same in mental health practice too. And the ultimate goal should be to promote patient and ultimately public health. Multilinguals, dialects, and language barriers in therapy must be addressed, and the challenges faced by practitioners and the importance of self-care within ourselves. We must look after ourselves before we can look after anybody else. That also should be realized and encouraged. I like this word mentoring that Dr. Jamuna used. It's very important. I say that in all my speeches. We have to mentor our juniors and we have to respect our seniors' experience. Ethical considerations I don't have to emphasize that with you. All clinical psychologists have that inbuilt in them, and it's just that we have to look at evolving practice models and stay abreast with the times. And we have to encourage collaborations, working across silos, networking, research, and collaborating. Define the future of psychology, which will work best with teamwork. Teamwork is what's most important. What we do in the armed forces. And teamwork helps in creating a world, in your world, in this environment where mental health is truly understood. We must advocate for your profession. Promoting the profession's value and the impact to the public and other healthcare workers is very important. Many people are unaware of the contributions that you can make to the field of healthcare. Expansion of the mental health course is very important. We have to do it through training programs, and it is a responsibility that each one of you sitting here should undertake in some way or the other. We must make it accessible. Like I just said, you can use online methodologies, you can have blogs, you can do multiple things that can spread the word. You can have flexible service deliveries, which would be a force multiplier. Cultural competency is very important. A community outreach is definitely what the nation is also thinking at the moment. We must increase focus on preventive mental health strategies and early interventions, particularly through school-based mental health programs, which may be a cost-effective way to improve well-being of the young. We must inspire and we must empower. It is not who I am, but it's how I operate. There is a need to engage more. The concern for building a resilient and responsible world is amplified as human societies across the world are confronted by various issues, pandemics, conflict, and climate change would have economic, social, and psychological consequences that challenge the SDGs set by the United Nations. These challenges require profound behavioral changes in society for adaptation and mitigation, and this is where we need all of you. The Armed Forces Medical Services perspective, already introduced to you by Dr. Salvemurthy. He has already told you I serve a clientele of almost more than 1.6 crore people, and mental health and resilience in uniform of the Armed Forces Medical Services here is very important. The Director DIPR is seated here, and the significance of clinical psychology extends far beyond therapy rooms here. For us, mental resilience is a force multiplier, as vital as physical resilience and physical fitness or tactical proficiency. In the extreme operational environments, from the icy heights of Siachen to the heat of counterinsurgency zones, it is the mind that sustains the body. From managing the stress of high-risk missions to supporting veterans coping with war memories and injuries, from counseling families who are separated from their husbands and breadwinners during deployments, to assisting in the rehabilitation of battle casualties, psychological care ensures operational readiness, emotional stability, and long-term well-being. It's a lot of work, and DIPR is handling that. Over the decades, the Armed Forces Medical Services has evolved robust systems for psychological selection, stress management, combat psychiatry, and rehabilitation. The DRDO Defense Institute of Psychological Research has led cutting-edge studies on performance under stress, leadership psychology, moral dynamics, and neurobehavioral profiling. However, we are also acutely aware of emerging challenges like the post-traumatic stress disorder, which has so far been protected and less thanks to spiritualism, joint families, but I feel now that it may increase because even the soldier is a reflection of what society he comes from. Moral injury, family strain, cyber fatigue, and loneliness in a digital age. Clinical psychologists have been indispensable allies to us in this. Clinical psychology's relevance is most visible in the aftermath of trauma, whether it is a soldier returning from a combat, a first responder at a disaster site, or a civilian who is affected by conflict. The journey from survival to recovery begins in the mind. Research from our field hospitals and command hospitals reveals that timely cognitive and behavioral interventions significantly improve post-traumatic adjustment and reduce psychosomatic morbidity. So in recent years, we have the Bachav protocol introduced within the Armed Forces Medical Services, which lays emphasis upon rapid psychological triage, peer-led support. We have a buddy system. We have a system down the ranks that looks after people and look for signs, and family resilience circles. Integrating psychology into frontline care at borders and at family wellness centers in peace stations. And this aligns with the National Mental Health Policy and the WHO's Mental Health Gap Action Program, promoting integration of mental health care into the primary healthcare system for early access, destigmatization, and early intervention. The frontiers of psychological care are expanding. As our nation transitions towards Viksit Bharat 2047, health and well-being are not just peripheral goals. They are central pillars of national development. And the road to Viksit Bharat 24/7 demands a shift from illness-centric to well-being-centric systems. And a healthy nation will be a progressive nation. Just as diversity strengthens a nation, diversity in psychological practice will strengthen our therapeutic landscape. It will definitely encompass all that comes under diversity. And we must therefore move from mere awareness to integration, embedding mental health sciences into primary care at the primary health centers as well as the Ayushman Bharat Wellness Centers. 1.7 lakh of them have just been started. Community outreach through the district mental health program and training general physicians and various healthcare workers to manage common mental illnesses, I think is the way forward. This is also being supported by the IGOT Diksha Collaboration for Mental Health Training, which is a digital initiative. And this will also aid in capacity building at grassroots level. In the armed forces, we envision a resilient warrior program, an InSmart program, and some others that integrate clinical psychology, neurocognitive training, monitoring by seniors and buddies, and a family-based interventions through counselors. We have NGOs, the Army Wives Welfare Association, the Naval and the Air Force, and they are of a great help to us in actually implementing these programs. We in the armed forces envision a future with some secure AI-enabled mental health monitoring systems for troops in isolated deployments. We encourage and educate about cross-cultural counseling frameworks for peacekeeping and humanitarian operations. We are the most diverse set of 1.4 million people. We also advocate telepsychology and virtual cognitive rehabilitation, extending care to remote locations where our soldiers are. The National Mental Health Program done by NIMHANS has a great outreach, and we also at the Armed Forces Medical College have a node, and that is proving to be extremely helpful. And of course, now the new Telemanis mobile app and video consultation was launched, I think, in Karnataka, J&K, and Tamil Nadu. And we all need to take this forward, and we need to collectively offer our commitment to this and to take it forward. The role of clinical psychology in nation building is very, very important, as we know. And when practiced with cultural empathy and ethical integrity, it definitely becomes a nation building discipline. It nurtures emotionally intelligent citizens and resilient communities and compassionate leaders and national progress. Here, I would like to also say, maybe in your counseling sessions, we have forgotten in our loneliness, in our fondness for gadgets, and in our nuclear families, we have forgotten the importance of physical fitness alongside. I think if we encourage each and every child at school level and in every level to be physically fit, to exercise, we will get our dose of hormones of happiness. And we will also encourage when we play games, when we play, team games, we will learn team spirit. We learn how to work with each other. And I think that will be an answer to many of the problems that are there today. So please encourage, when you counsel your patients, please encourage them to indulge in physical fitness in any form, whatever they find convenient to where they live and what they do. And as we stride towards 2047, India must ensure that every citizen, every soldier or civilian has the access to psychological support without stigma or hierarchy. And let's therefore integrate mental health education into schools, workplaces, ensuring a continuum from mind awareness to mind preparedness. And India must expand these awareness campaigns, expand workforce training, and invest in digital mental health solutions. And you have to be a very, very committed and important part of it. In conclusion, this conference is a timely reminder that the mind is our most powerful weapon and also our most fragile organ. A mentally healthy India is very vital. And in the armed forces, we often say, victory begins in the mind before it manifests on the battlefield. The recent Women's World Cup victory also seemed to have used the same philosophy. That's what the girls are saying. And this philosophy also applies to our collective national journey towards a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn well, impact productivity positively towards a good state of social and emotional well-being, and contribute to their community. For sustainability of this and future success, we need a whole of society approach, a multi-pronged approach involving the government, healthcare providers, policymakers, and the public to ensure mental health care, again, I state again, mental health care is accessible, inclusive, and stigma-free. The Armed Forces Medical Services salutes the vision of the Clinical Psychology Society of India and the leadership of Amity University and ABAS for this conference that celebrates both scientific excellence and human empathy. Your institute is recognized for its strong commitment to pioneering work in psychology, clinical mental health, and rehabilitation, and of course, training to nurture compassionate and highly professional people to the ever evolving field of behavioral sciences, both nationally and internationally. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Professor Balvinder Shukla, Dr. Srivastav, Dr. Kalpana Srivastav, Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, and the entire coordination and the organizing committee for orchestrating such a comprehensive, inclusive, and meaningful CME and inviting me to be a part of this educational venture. Together, let us reaffirm our pledge to build a resilient, compassionate, and mentally strong India, a Viksit Bharat where every mind matters and everyone has a high level of self esteem. Life does not require that we be the best, only that we tried the best. And I conclude with the motto of the Armed Forces Medical Services, which is Sarve Santu Niramaya. May all be free from disease. But before that, what Dr. Selvamurthy said, Sarve Santu Sukhana, because we all have to be happy before we are healthy. So it is Sarve Santu Sukhina and Sarve Santu Niramaya. Thank you very much and Jai Hind.
What a fantastic lecture it was. Let's give a big clap to our chief guest. This is one of the best oration I have listened to. Thank you, Dr. Aarti ji. And let's also clap for Dr. Kalpana Srivastava for getting this such a great speaker today as chief guest and also organizing this almost 4 days event, which is a massive, and also to our Dr. Jamuna ji for this, bringing this conference over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our Chief Guest Surgeon, Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen, AVSM, VSM Director General Armed Forces Medical Services. And thank you, Dr. Selvamurthy, sir, for always inspiring all of us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, ma'am's message is tremendous. It aligns with Honorable Prime Minister's message, Jaan bhi chahiye aur jahan bhi chahiye. From mind awareness to mind preparedness, be happy and healthy is the big takeaway from ma'am's address. Thank you so much, ma'am. Your vision continues to make countless lives better and brighter. We salute from the portals of this conference, a salute to our chief guest, Ms. Aarti Sareen. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. We are so much in sync with the conference, we don't want to move. Still, as Cicero said, it's not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all the others. To express our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who made today's inaugural ceremony possible, I now invite Dr. Rashmi Pandey, Organizing Secretary of the 3rd CPSI Con and Assistant Director, IBHAS Amity University, to present the vote of thanks. Dr. Rashmi Pandey.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a moment of immense pride and joy for me to stand before you and extend, on behalf of the organizing committee of the International Annual Conference of the Clinical Psychology Society of India, 3rd CPSI Con 2025, hosted in association with the Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have made this inaugural ceremony truly memorable. At the very outset, we express our deepest appreciation to our chief guest, Surgeon Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen, AVSM, VSM, Director General Armed Forces Medical Services, for her inspiring address and her distinguished presence today. Ma'am, your words have truly set the tone for this conference, motivating us to continue striving for excellence in research, practice, and service to humanity. Our sincere gratitude also goes to Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Sir, Honorable Founder President, Amity Group of Institutions. Sir, your visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to the cause of nation building through education continues to inspire us all. We are equally grateful to Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for his dynamic guidance and continuous encouragement in nurturing a world class academic and research environment. Our heartfelt thanks are also due to our esteemed leaders, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla Ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Dr. Salvamurthy, President ASTIF, Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, Professor Chandradeep Tandon Sir, Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Faculty of Biosciences and Biotechnology, Dr. S.K. Srivastav, Senior Director, Vice President, AFDD and Advisor to FPO, Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran Ma'am, President, Clinical Psychology Society of India and Professor and Head, Department of Clinical Psychology, NIMHANS, and Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav, Conference Chairperson, Director IBHAS and President, Association of Industrial Psychiatry of India, and Dr. N. Suresh, General Secretary, Central Clinical Psychology Society of India. Your words of wisdom, encouragement, and leadership have been a constant source of motivation, guiding us in this academic endeavor. A special note of appreciation goes to our keynote speakers, distinguished guests, dignitaries, and delegates who have traveled from across India and abroad to be part of this academic celebration. Your presence enriches this forum and reinforces our shared commitment to advancing the discipline of clinical psychology at both national and global levels. Behind every successful event lies a team that works tirelessly and selflessly. I would therefore like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee members, faculty coordinators, student volunteers, technical staff, and the administrative staff for their meticulous planning, dedication, and teamwork that have made this event possible. Lastly, a very special thanks to all the participants whose curiosity, enthusiasm, and passion for learning brings this conference to life. We hope the next 3 days will be filled with meaningful discussions, innovative ideas, and valuable collaborations that contribute to the growth of our field and the well being of society. Once again, thank you all for your gracious presence and for making this inaugural session truly special. Wishing everyone a fruitful, engaging, and inspiring conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rashmi Pandey. Your words perfectly close this morning on a note of warmth and positivity. With this, we conclude the inaugural ceremony of the third CPS ICON International Conference. And ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on 3 days of learning, sharing, and introspection, let us all remember everything is in the mind. And the mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. May this fire of inquiry and empathy continue to glow in our hearts. Let us all rise for the national anthem. Please wait for 1 minute. We will all sing along with the track.
Let us sing. Jana Gana Mana Adinayaka Jaya He.
Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladhi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Mange Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha Jaya Gana Mangala Dayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidhata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He.
Thank you all for gracing the inaugural ceremony. We will now break for high tea, which is laid in F2 foyer. Thank you so much. And after the high tea, I'll request everybody to be present here in the same auditorium for the keynote address, and other presentations will follow in other venues. Thank you all. May this conference unfold in brilliance, reflection, and discovery. On behalf of our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, goodbye and God bless everybody. Thank you so much. We can now close the online session. Thank you. Namaskar.
Guys, a big round of applause for ma'am. I'll just introduce. We thank Dr. Nishi Mishra ma'am for joining us today as keynote speech. To just introduce everybody, though ma'am doesn't need an introduction and everybody pretty much here knows ma'am well, but still to kind of, do the formality and honors here. Dr. Nishi Mishra ma'am is a scientist G and director, Defense Institute of Psychological Research, DIPR, Delhi. Ma'am has a strong background in clinical psychology with her PhD and MPhil in medical and social psychology from CIP Ranchi, with areas of interest related with suicide, fratricides, job stress, and post-traumatic stress disorder, stress in armed forces, just to name a few. And ma'am's work goes beyond much more than this. And she has been recipient of a whole lot of awards. Just to name few, ma'am has received Popular Science Communication Award, Technology Award of Lab, Professor N. Sen Award, and I invite ma'am for the keynote speech. Ma'am, please. A big round of applause for ma'am, please.
A very good afternoon to all of you and to the August gathering. And I can't see very many people. I think they are yet to come. But without wasting any time, because I can see that there's a paucity of time, I'll start on with the topic. But I would like to say that it's indeed a pleasure to be there in front of the audience, which includes people from different generations. So, ma'am and sir, I may be from your generation, that is Generation X. Some are there from the other generation, that is the millennials, and most of them are the Gen Z. So, when Kalpana ma'am asked me to deliver a speech, a keynote address over here, I thought that rather than talking about my institute, of course, which I'll be telling in the last slide, I thought why not address this issue of Gen Z, which is again a very, very important issue, which is there, which has to be taken into consideration and pointed out by the armed forces also. So, for the people who are there belonging to the Gen X, their wisdom is there present in this hall. And for the millennials, they are the ones who are there in the present, and the Gen Z who are the power of the nation, I would say. And we have got, I won't be criticizing the Gen Z over here because I really appreciate, and they are a challenge to us. So whether they are managing or we are managing this challenge, let's see. And when it comes to the battlefield, I would say, just to recapitulate about the battlefield, because we are the ones, the military psychologists. So I have got my colleagues also over here who have come from DIPR, and we are applying the same psychological principles when it comes to the armed forces. And you heard in the morning the keynote address of DGFMS. So we are interacting with her on a regular basis. And this is one area, again, that we are concentrating upon. So the battlefields for some may be the freedom from struggle. And For others, they may be the jungles of the Northeast. And for some, they may be the heights of the snow peaked mountains of the Kargil. But for the Gen Z, what is the battlefield? I was just thinking. So, the battlefield for the Gen Z is both visible as well as invisible when we talk of the Gen Z. And I think all of you will agree with that. And why did I say so? Is it the fact that it is both visible and the invisible? They are the ones who are the natives of the digital era, all of us. No. And they are the ones who are, I would say, very courageous, very compassionate, and very cooperative. But at the same time, because every time when there's a strength involved with that, there are certain other aspects also involved with that, and that is they are chronically tired, I would say. So there lies something, the strengths are there, but at the same time, some challenges also associated with them. And all of us know that these are some of the problems that are being faced, or these are some of the characteristics of the Gen Z. But just imagine all these characteristics of the Gen Z soldier, the soldier who's there in the uniform, and at the same time, he is also having all these characteristics. He is also having all these problems, facing all these problems, and at the same time, he is responsible for saving our nation. He is also the one who is having anxiety about the uncertainty that is there looming large. But he is responsible to manage all these issues while he is serving the nation, while he is on a mission, and the mission for saving the nation. And the nature of warfare, as we all know, that has changed. So it is no more the battlefields that we are going to win. Again, something that was pointed out by DGFMS in her keynote address in the morning. So the battlefield is going to be there in the minds. So what we are going to win is not a territory, but we are going to win the minds of the adversary. And that is all what I'll be talking about today. So it is not the fact when we talk about the armed forces that we are only talking about the physical problems. And as mentioned out by DGFMS, they are also having a host of mental problems that are there. But they are not regarded as mental problems. I would rather say they are regarded as the resilience that they have to face. And there is nothing like a stigma which is associated when they say that they are having mental health issues. So now the Z factor. Let's come on to the Z factor. What is this Z factor all about? And I think most of the college students who are present over here are very much aware of the fact that those who are born between 1997 and 2012 belong to this category. So we have kids who are belonging to this category. My daughter belongs to this category. I can associate, and all the college students, I would say, belong to this category. So now, but it is not one trait when we're talking about Gen Z. Gen Z are having a host of characteristics, and that is what make them unique. So what are those unique factors? First, let's go through. They are digitally connected. So you will find them continuously online. They are tech savvy, I would say, but at the same time, they are longing for authentic human connections. Second one, a very important characteristic is their open-mindedness and the diversity that they accept, whether it is related with different cultures or identities. They are dreamers, they want to make an impact, but at the same time, they want stability and security. And as I said, they are digital natives, so they are tech savvy, they are continuously active on the net, they are there. in their daily life, but then it has its adverse impact as well in generation of anxiety, or in making them distractive, or in making them overstimulated at times. Another characteristic is they are purpose driven. So these are all, you can say, these are all positive characteristics that we are talking about. So they align themselves with those organizations that are working for the social cause or the environmental cause. They are not only learning in the classrooms, they learn for themselves. So a lot of self learning is happening, be it on the YouTube, be it on the media. That learning is for their own self. So that is happening and for enhancement of their skills. Now, when it comes to the mental health consciousness part, one very good characteristic as compared to the other generations about Gen Z is that they acknowledge that they are having emotional problems. They acknowledge the well being. They love to undergo therapies. So they are not hiding themselves that they are having any mental health issues. So they are working as a part of the team, but at the same time, they want their personal freedom. They want their freedom of expression as well. So now, with this brief characteristics of Gen Z, how is the Gen Z affecting the armed forces? So, as mentioned by Dr. Silva Murthy sir also, and by DGFMS, DIPR is responsible for making of selection tests, constructing tests for the armed forces, and for their selection as well. So, what needs to be looked into? The Gen Z who are coming through various entries, whether it is the NDA entry or the CDSC entry, they are belonging in this age group. So, do we need to change the tests? Do we need to dilute our criteria, or the qualities that we are looking for, the 15 officer like qualities? I'll have a slide on that as well. Are they also evolving? Are the shades also evolving? Is the assessment also evolving and it needs a change? So we are deliberating on that also, and all that is in the context of Gen Z that it's happening. And you can see that the entry of Gen Z that is transforming the psychological, social, and the operational DNA of the armed forces. So they are a new generation of soldiers that we are having, and you must be aware of the Agniveers also who are joining, and the Agniveeranganas also who have started joining. So it has become a challenge for us. What sort of tests do we need to make in order to select the Gen Z who are coming to us? So now the social media, as I said, they are all tech savvy, and there's a lot of digital connectivity when we talk of the social media, and the same goes there for the Gen Z. But at the same time, as I said, there's a lot of disconnection from inside that we all experience, and similar is the case for Gen Z that is being experienced by them, and that is also being reported for our soldiers. And let me just share a very small information with you, is that the sort of problems which were not reported before, the problems of online gambling that have started very new, that has also resulted to such an extent that they have started resorting to suicidal attempts and suicides. So it is all because of constant online engagement. And you may ask as to when they are engaging themselves in this online engagement, that is only at night that they are doing, because during the daytime it's just not possible. So whatever time they have, if you imagine that they are spending on online gambling, and the hours that they are spending, how it must be affecting their operational effectiveness the other day, and how it is affecting their family also, because they are under huge debts, and it is affecting their family. And overall, it is affecting the cohesion, the motivation, and the morale of the units that they are serving. So I would like to share a very small research that was conducted by our interns at DIPR. I may not be able to share certain other significant researches because they are restricted in nature, they are confidential in nature. So one research that was conducted by the interns on the Gen Z, I would like to share. And it was in a sample of around 1,200 Gen Z. So, what qualities do you look for in a preferred workplace? So, that was the question that was asked. So, there were certain open ended questions that were asked from the Gen Z. And on the basis of the qualitative analysis that was done and the quantitative analysis, it was found that around 44.1% of them spelled out the values at work to be one of the most important values that they look for in the workplace. Second was the work atmosphere, followed by the work relationships, then the environmental features, the work outcomes, and the nature of work. So let's see what are those values like. The human developmental values, as I said, those include respect, honesty, integrity, discipline, moral etiquettes, gratitude, hard work, loyalty. So all these are the values that we also look for. So they are also very much value driven. And then was the value of democracy that they were talking about. That is equal right for every citizen of the society. Then came the value for community or the togetherness, helpfulness, harmony, respect for elders, goodwill, including empathy and compassion. And last was the cultural values. So you will find that they are looking for these as well. And how has innovation influenced the way you live and connect with others? That was the second question that was asked. And they said that innovation has resulted in favorable outcomes. It has resulted in more of accessibility to communication. It has resulted on impact on relationships. And there are others. So let's see what it all means. Favorable outcomes means convenience, connectivity, better quality of life, enhanced learning, increased efficiency, and advanced productivity. By accessibility is meant faster and accessible means of communication, access to opportunities, quicker access to information, and the impact on relationship was easier interpersonal connections. And certain other detrimental factors also they mentioned was of social withdrawal and deterioration of environment. So when they were asked, how do you describe your generation? So see what they have described, 33.3% they have described their generation to be assertive, which we all would agree. They are tech savvy, but at the same time they wrote they are lacking in discipline, unfocused, and hybrid identity. So what does that mean, hybrid identity? I was trying to find out. So it means there's a lot of fluidity that is there, a lot of freedom and adaptability that they are talking about because they are well connected, they are aware of what is happening in the global scenario and they adapt themselves accordingly. What are the core values that guide your life? That was another question that was asked from the Gen Z. And the values that they spelled out, the most important one was that of transparency in relationships specifically, supportiveness by the seniors, ownership, or you are owning responsibility for the action that you are taking or the decision that you are making, remaining committed, and of course, open mindedness. So now, let's look at the modern military landscape as I was talking about. So now no more we are going to talk about the traditional battlefields or the conventional warfare. And as you saw what happened very recently, the Operation Sindoor that was there, it was not a battle, it was not a warfare that was related to the battlefield, it was more so with the mind also. And you all must be going through the social media, the sort of messages that were sent across, it was more of an information warfare that was there. So now there's a shift from conventional warfare to warfare that is hybrid in nature, and we're talking about cyberspace, we are talking about information warfare, we are talking about cognitive warfare. We have taken up a project on cognitive warfare, the psychological constituents of cognitive warfare, wherein we are talking about perception management, how you are going to manage the perception of the adversaries. And here comes the role of us clinical psychologists or military psychologists, because we are clinical psychologists, but we are working for the armed forces. So now you will find that continuous operations are there, but at the same time, you will find a lot of asymmetric threats by, you can say, the terrorists or the guerrilla warfare that is there. That is a part. So it is now no more the traditional warfare is there. It is being a lot many times you will find this attacks are there by the terrorists, and our army is there at the forefront. Now, our DGFMS ma'am, she talked about moral injury. So, this concept of moral injury is being felt by our soldiers, the Gen Z specifically. Why? Because the sort of values that they have, which may not be the same that is being demanded by the military front, by the war front. So that results in the concept of moral injury, and emotional fatigue has started setting in. A lot of information overload is there, and they are being trained also now with, now the armed forces have also started accepting lot of infusion of technology. Even the AI has crept in, and the drones and the cyber security and all that is there in place right now. And with the 24/7 connectivity and surveillance, of course, it is going to bring a lot of emotional fatigue to them. Now, if you are trying to understand the Gen Z soldiers, as I was talking about the generational psychology, talking about the Gen X, the Y, and how are the differences there between the three generations. A lot many studies have been conducted on that also. So, as you all are clear that the Gen Z, they are born in the digital era. They are the digital natives, you can say. They are connected, hyper connected, because they are continuously connected. On the net, they are continuously connected, and they are socially aware, because globally what is happening in the world around them, that makes them aware, and they are tech savvy. And as I said, it may have its own pros and cons, which may result in anxiety, burnout, not exactly because of the technology, but some bit of it, the studies have proved that it has resulted in anxiety and burnout, and a stress that is related with the identity. Who am I? If at all they are scrolling through maybe 10,000 faces, where are they exactly? They are aware of what is happening globally in and around them, but where are they? This question is always there. Where are they in this noise that is there? So that sort of feeling they are experiencing. And of course, this social connectedness makes them compare with what is happening with others of similar generation around them. And if they start comparing their own job profile with those of other civilians, it creates a problem for them. And the leadership, I have a slide on leadership also. And accordingly, as I said, maybe it is a challenge for selection, for construction of tests, and at the same time for the leaders also. They have to change their leadership style. It cannot be the same authoritarian style of leadership which demands hierarchy, because this Gen Z is not at all, it doesn't like this hierarchy or this autocracy that is there. So, even for the aspirants also who are applying for the armed forces, you will find the generational shift being there. And we've covered all these qualities for the Gen Z, which are being noticed, and accordingly, we are making corrections at our front. So, I was talking about the officer like quality. So, whenever we are doing any selection for the armed forces, we are looking for 15 OLQs or officer like qualities. And they are assessed on those 15 officer like qualities through three techniques. So, one is the psychological technique, another one is the interviewing technique, and the third one is the group testing technique. So, I have given an example of three officer like qualities. So, how are they assessed? There are certain shades that are there for shade if they are going to be rated as 1, 2, 3, 4 on a scale of 1 to 10. So, accordingly, we have been working on the shade card also, which has changed. So, a lot of challenges are there for the assessors, for the military psychologists who are looking after the selection. So, one such officer like quality is that of social adaptability. So, social adaptability now doesn't mean only fitting in a society. No, it doesn't mean that. It means adapting to realities that may be of various forms. It may involve value based adaptation or psychological safety that these Gen Z are looking for as a precondition. And there is a shade for emotionally transparent adaptation also. So, accordingly, we have started looking into these shades when we are assessing social adaptability. Another important officer like quality that is being assessed is that of courage. So, now it is no more physical courage that we are talking about. We were talking about mental courage also, or moral courage also at that point of time. Now, there are certain other courage that is there: courage to be authentic, courage to speak up, courage to feel, courage to fail and try again, courage to question, courage to disconnect, and courage to collaborate. So, it can be any shade of courage that we are assessing when it comes to the Gen Z. Now, the sense of responsibility or the personal duty that one is supposed to perform, that also the shades will be more in nature now. It may include personal accountability, social and digital responsibility, environmental responsibility, relational and professional responsibility, and civic and global responsibility. The sense of responsibility includes all these various sorts of responsibility that need to be assessed when we are assessing the Gen Z. So now these challenges, as I said, the military environment is also changing, and for the Gen Z, it's all ever changing. So, as I said, it is a difficult part for them to adapt to the hierarchical structure which is still there being followed in the armed forces. That has not changed at all. So, it's a challenge for the armed forces as well as for the Gen Z. And since they are connected continuously on the social media, when they start comparing their jobs, now they are aware as to what are the jobs that their civilian counterparts are into, which are more luring as compared to the jobs that they are into. That is one challenge, and that may affect the number of people who apply for military as a career. And the mental health awareness, as I said initially, they are very well aware of the mental health issues that are there, but that may also serve as a challenge because they know of the mental and physical stressors that are there that they have to face once they will become selected. So that may affect again their motivational level in applying for the job. And there's a lot of job hopping that may happen. So these are some of the issues and challenges while recruiting Gen Z. And the key psychological challenges, again, it was very nicely covered by DGFMS ma'am in the morning. We all know that our soldiers are continuously fighting at the operational fronts, be it in the field areas or in the peace areas. And because of the continuous stress that is there, they are facing a lot of operational stress, and a lot was talked about PTSD and trauma. There are so many traumatic conditions that they have to, or situations that they have to undergo, which may result in their bodies not being there and they having the survivor guilt. So the survivor guilt problem is being noticed. And there's a there's the issue of transitional stress. What may happen is once they come back, once they leave the armed forces and come back into the civilian life, it is a great problem for them to reintegrate back into the civilian life, because now they start feeling that what is their identity life. The civilian life is entirely different to what it was. So that is one issue that is again a challenge. And of course, moral injury that we talked about in the previous slide, the conflict between the personal ethics and that the ethics that the war demands. So that may result in moral injury. So the mental health challenges you'll find more or less are the same that are being faced by the civilian counterparts. They are experiencing anxiety, but at the same time, they know that they are continuously being evaluated. And with the media being there, they know that they are under continuous evaluation and scrutiny by their peers who are there as civilians. So that is happening on a regular basis. And of course, as I said, that they are into lot of, they are tech savvy. And if at all this problem is there, it may result in sleep disturbances due to digital dependence, and it affects the circadian rhythms also. And once they come back, again, the same identity negotiation between civilian individuality, once they come back into the civilian life, their identity needs to be changed and integrated in a different manner. So they have to adjust entirely in a different manner altogether. And again, the moral stress that we talked about. So the strengths are in plenty, as I said. They have got exceptional comfort with technology, and that is the need of the hour, because the conventional warfare is not there. It is the information warfare that is going to be there, and a battle of the minds that is going to be there, and that they are very good at assimilating a lot of information, a lot of multitasking is done by them. They are situationally aware because they are globally aware, they are connected, and they can thrive in the network-centric operations. So now again, that study, I am quoting it in different segments. So now in that same study, the Gen Z, it was for the 3 generations, and then they were asked as to the sort of career preference, whether the sort of careers that they would opt for are stable in nature vis-a-vis careers that are mobile in nature. And you will find that the Gen X, which of course is from the ancient, not very ancient, I would say the old times, they are the ones who prefer very structured jobs that are stable in nature. They prefer to be in the same place as compared to the Gen Z, who are willing to go anywhere and keep on changing their professions also. Similar goes the case for the daily routine. For the Gen X, you'll find they prefer more of structured and organized routine as compared to the millennials and the Gen Z, which is very flexible in nature. Now, the challenges when they were asked, what are the challenges that they foresee in the armed forces? So again, the same challenges that we all face, that is the risk to life, followed by mental and physical stress and the rigid rules, staying away from family and the adjustment issues. One important, the FOMO, fear of missing out as to what is there happening at the civilian front. The civilian experiences was one such challenge that was pointed out by the Gen Z. So the leadership, as I was saying, the leadership cannot be of a command type or the authoritarian leadership. It has to be more so inspirational in nature. So, firstly, the leader has to be a very empathetic communicator who not only listens, who is able to be with them at the same time, he is not judgmental in nature. And he is empathetic also. He can appreciate the problems or the mental health issues that the soldiers are going through. He should be psychologically literate also. He should be aware about the stresses and strains that the soldiers are undergoing and how to manage that. And the feedback style, it has to be a constructive feedback style. And digital literacy, now, of course, our leaders in the armed forces, they are strategic leaders. But along with being strategic in nature, the leadership also has to be one that involves digital literacy. So the leader also has to be an expert in the digital field. And the same thing, I will not spend time on this. This has already been covered. So now the initiatives by DIPR. So all of you must be thinking, so this is only one initiative that I would like to mention, that is in the area of well-being for the armed forces. And DIPR has been working extensively in this area also. A major mandate being of selection and placement for the armed forces. So when it comes to the armed forces, the mental health of the armed forces, we have worked in field and peace areas for soldiers and officers also. So we have looked into their routine challenges, the combat stress that they are experiencing. We also have studies related with military morale. A lot has been done in the area of suicides, fratricides, and I have personally worked in this area. And the recommendations that DIPR gives, whether or not that recommendations have been implemented on ground and what has been the impact of those recommendations, studies have been there in that as well. And you can see the field manuals, one or two pics that I have put in over here. One is on the field manual for suicides and fratricides that was meant for the men as well as for the officers. Again, that was bilingual in nature, and pocket books so that they can keep in their pockets and they can refer whenever they have any problems. Then another is on the combat stress behavior. We have also come up with a short film which I was mentioning to Jamuna ma'am. And yes, Nimhans is working a lot, I came to know. So we also need to speeden up. And we have again a counseling book also that we have come up. And we are running counseling courses. Presently also a counseling course is on training of service officers in counseling. We have already trained 486 officers who are manning the field, and 37 again are being trained. We have come up with a combat app, which is a mobile app, which is being used by the soldiers and the officers. And of course, stress management workshops are being organized in plenty for the units as well as at DIPR level. And all the tests that are being used by the armed forces, just to brief you, none of them would be available outside. They are all made by our psychologists, whether it's the military resilience inventory or the combat stress behavior inventory, the suicide risk assessment test, or the vulnerability assessment inventory, or the positive trait inventory. All these inventories, to name a few, have been made by DIPR. So when it comes to the Gen Z, I would like to quote Swami Vivekananda's message for the young generation. He says, "My faith is in the younger generation. The modern generation, out of them will come my workers. They will work out the whole problem like lions." So this is what, at that point of time, Swami Vivekananda had spoken about the youngsters, or now the same is applicable for the Gen Z. And I would like to end my talk by saying that when the mind and the mission, they move in harmony, the modern military, it becomes unstoppable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A big round of applause for ma'am, please. And I would now like to request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav, ma'am, to please come and felicitate Nishi, ma'am. Ma'am has taken out time from her busy schedule, and we thank her for being here. A big round of applause, please. A token of gratitude from the conference seat. Thank you. We're going to be beginning with the next session. We are running a bit late, but we are going to try and make up time. So we're going to just be beginning with the next session. Please, I invite Dr. Bhavna Mukund ma'am to introduce for the next session.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Presentation. So, very good afternoon. And now, as an distinguished for the plenary sessions, we have our distinguished speaker, Dr. Victoria Talwar, ma'am, here. Please welcome her. Ma'am has come from Canada. I just want to tell something about her. That she has been a Canadian Research Chair, Tier 1, and Director of the Gold Center of Early Childhood Development, McGill University. And her area of research interest lies in child and adolescent psychology, forensic psychology, children's adaptive and maladaptive developments. And she has been currently working for the development of children's lie telling, promotions of children's honesty, interview practices for their accurate and honest reports. And she has been awarded with very distinguished awards and recognitions. She has been given King Charles III Coronation Medal, Fellow of Royal Society of Canada, Association for Psychological Sciences, and American Psychological Association. She has been awarded from Society for Research in Child Development Early Career Research Contributions to Child Development Award, which is given by Northeastern Association of Graduate Schools. She has also received Graduate Teaching Award at her postdoctoral level, and she has received David Thomason Award for supervision and teaching by the McGill University. So I warmly welcome Dr. Victoria Talwar, ma'am, to please grace the occasion, please. You're most welcome. And the talk that she's going to give for the plenary session, the title is From Little Fibs to Big Whoopers, Developmental Profiles of Children's Lying. For her plenary sessions, I would also like to invite the chairperson, Professor Jamna Rajeshwaran, ma'am. And ma'am is professor and head at the Department of Clinical Psychology. Please give her a warm welcome. And yeah, and she's the currently president, Clinical Psychology Society of India. The area of interest for ma'am's research is clinical neuropsychology, assessment, research, and neurofeedback therapy. And she has received many awards and recognitions just to name a few. She has been a visiting faculty fellowship in Mauritius. She has been an editor book published by Elsevier on neuropsychological rehabilitation. And she has received Mano Vidyapati Samman Reward, eminent in psychological sciences by UGC. We welcome you, ma'am. And the second chairperson is Dr. Sudeepta Roy, ma'am. And ma'am is affiliated to PsycLens Center in Surat, and she is an adjunct professor. She has also been the general secretary of IAHP and in the editorial committee of IJCP and IAPS. Her area of interest also lies in child and adolescent mental health, neurodivergence, psychodiagnostic assessment, and psychodermatology. And she has been 3 times a recipient of Best Paper Award in national conferences and twice a recipient of National Merit Scholarship. We welcome you, ma'am. Please. Ma'am, please.
Hello. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank very much the organizers for inviting me to come from Canada to speak to you today. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about children's lie-telling behavior. So if you ever hang out with children in any way, you may have thought about this topic. And hopefully today you'll think about it a little bit more. So lying is an interesting behavior because there's a bit of a paradox with it. We don't like lying. We don't like people to lie to us. In fact, it harms our social relationships. People that consider us a liar, they don't like us. It harms our credibility. And if we lie to our loved ones, our friends, our family, it's seen as a violation of trust. So this is a global value. Across all cultures, honesty is valued. Yet the paradox is that humans still tell lies. And we often tell it as a social strategy. In fact, sometimes to smooth relationships, and in fact, sometimes lies can even be told for pro-social reasons. You think about lying and the reasons we do it, it kind of lies on a continuum. On one side, we have very self-serving lies that are lies really told for our own personal gain or to get out of trouble. So these are lies that are told to protect or enhance the liar psychologically or the liar's interests. But the other end of that spectrum are lies that are told for more pro-social reasons. These are lies told to protect or enhance another person psychologically or their interests. So you can imagine getting a gift from somebody that you don't necessarily particularly like the gift, but you are, you politely say, yes, I like it. Thank you very much. Because you don't want to harm the feelings of, your auntie who's just giving you something. We can even tell them for altruistic reasons, where there may actually be a cost to ourselves, but by lying, it will help the other person's interests. So sometimes lies are not always self-interested. So I'm going to talk and maybe rush through some of these slides because I know we're short on time. But essentially, I'm going to talk a little bit about how lying first emerges in children and how then some develop to grow into socialized, honest people who just tell occasional lies, and how for others it's a problem behavior. And what might be the social cognitive mechanisms that influence this adaptive and maladaptive development? So very quickly, do children tell lies? Well, it's interesting because it's a hard behavior to study. Because if you think about it, it's a private concealed behavior. When I lie to you, I don't say, oh, by the way, that was just a lie. I don't announce it. In fact, if I do it successfully, I totally get away with it without anyone else observing it. So I can't just go to the playground and observe children lying, for instance. So you have to create situations where you can observe it and it's verifiable, that you know what ground truth is. It also, if I just ask you, there's that game, tell me two truths and a lie. Well, the fact is that's a fun game, but it's not how we normally lie. We don't normally announce to people that we're about to lie to them. We do it in a way that's spontaneous but concealed. So we need to create situations where we can look at children's spontaneous, naturalistic lying. And of course, we always have to do it within the framework of, ethical bounds, right? We don't want to cause any stress or lasting impact. So one of the things that we've done in my lab with my students is we've looked at trying to find different experimental ways to look at different types of lies. And you see there, we've looked at a range of different types of lies. I don't have time to talk about them all today, but if you're curious and want to know more, please come and see me at another point in the conference to talk about it. I'm just going to tell you one sort of main way that we first started looking at it. I started this way back when I was a graduate student, and we took we modified a temptation resistance paradigm. And in the standard paradigm with younger children, we play a game where there are different toys in a bag, and we pull out the toys, and all of these toys make a noise. If you squeeze them, in this case, the baby cries forever, and the children get to guess what it is. But we make sure the bag has loads of different toys with a whole range, for different ages, different characters that are really popular at the time in the media. And we play this game, and it's exciting because they all make noises, and the child back is to the toy, and they have to guess what it is. So here's the setup in the lab. As you see, the child is across from the experimenter with the back to the experimenter. And in this particular case, we have Elmo from Sesame Street, which is very popular with young children in North America. And Elmo makes very characteristic noises. When we squeeze him, he giggles, and they always know it's Elmo. And so they get to play that game. The experimenter says, what do you think it is? And the child's all excited because it's Elmo, and they get to play with the toy. And then for the last time we play it, the target episode, a toy is put up on the table, but this time the audio clue does not tell them anything about the toy. So in this case, in this example I have on here, it's Mickey Mouse, but the sound has nothing to do with Mickey Mouse. So you really couldn't guess it was Mickey Mouse based on the sound. And the experimenter says, I have to go and get something from the other room. I'm going to play the last toy for you, and you have to guess what it is, but don't peek at the toy. And the experimenter then leaves the room for about a minute. And while they're gone, there's a hidden camera in the room that captures what the child actually does, because we need to know what ground truth is. And then the researcher comes back in the room and asks them, did you turn around and look at the toy? What do you think the toy is? And why do you think it's whatever they say it is? To see if they will deny peeking at it, if they have peeked, and are they good at maintaining that lie then in these follow-up questions. So hopefully this video will play, but you'll see a little boy in this situation, and you're going to hear at the beginning, if the audio works, which it may not because I don't know if I'm hooked up here, is you're going to hear a click of the door as the experimenter goes out of the room, and you'll see what the child does. So as you see, within a few seconds of that door clicking, that child turned around and peeked. So this is a 5-year-old, and we found that this is very typical. Most children at this age peek within about 10 seconds of the door clicking. So we found that the majority of children peeked, which was good for us, because if you're going to study whether they're going to lie about a transgression, you need them to actually transgress. And when we asked them, did you peek? What we found was the majority of children 4 and above years of age lied. But you see, there was significantly less children when we at 3 years of age. So by about 4 years of age, they were much more likely to lie. And I'll come back to that 3-year-old in a moment. But what about their lie telling skills? It's one thing to deny, did you eat that cookie? But it's another thing to be able to maintain that lie and to make sure that you do not give anything away that may arouse suspicion. And for that, we look at both nonverbal, sort of facial expressions and body cues, but we also look at verbal content. Are you able to make sure that all your subsequent verbal statements match your original lie? So what about this little boy? Well, you're going to see the researcher's back in the room and is taking the toy away, and he's going to ask the child the critical questions. This child's so excited that he blurts out what he thinks it is right away at the beginning. So I'll play this for you.
It's a dog. So when I was out of the room, did you turn around and look at the toy? No. And you guys think it's a dog? Why do you think it's a dog?
Imagine that I saw that I saw that in my mind that I saw this husband's tail.
Okay.
All right. So you see, he's like, it's a dog. Why is it a dog? Because I saw. Oh no, I'm not supposed to say I saw in my mind that there was a puppy dog's tail. So he does a pretty good job for a 4-year-old trying to realize that he shouldn't be able to say I saw, because that's going to give his way. So you see here, this is the child trying to maintain his lie. So when we showed this to parents and to undergraduates, we actually found that they weren't good at detecting the children's lies. They were actually at chance. And that's because we're not very good at detecting lies. But so we thought, okay, parents, undergrads, they weren't very good, but maybe they're still displaying some sort of behavior. So we coded their nonverbal behavior for about 36 different behaviors. And we only found a few differences. We found that liars in this particular situation had big smiles. Paul Ekman calls that drooping delight. Did you peek at the toy? No. So they would show that way. But what we have found as a general rule is that it's hard to detect children. And that's just because, as the general rule, we are poor at detecting people's lies. But when we look at their verbal behavior, we're actually much better at detecting them on their verbal behavior than their nonverbal behavior, because young children are not skilled lie tellers. You can see in their ability to maintain sort of their verbal reports beyond the lie, the children kind of under 8 are not very good. So young children have real difficulties maintaining their lies when asked follow-up questions. So they're not as sophisticated lie tellers as, say, older children and adults are. And this we have found is a global pattern. So beyond my original research that I did in Canada, I and other researchers now have done this in North America, in the United Kingdom. We did this in West Africa. It's been done in East Asia. And also there are 2 studies now in India. So you see that this is a global pattern in that it emerges and develops lie telling in these preschool years. And I'll get at why that is in a moment. I just want to briefly mention prosocial lies, telling a lie to be polite. So in this particular case, what would you rather have? Would you rather have a nice, colorful slinky that you can play with, or a bar of soap? And it's not any soap, it's not some beautiful, smelly soap, it's laundry soap. So which would you rather have? Well, I'm hoping you would rather have the slinky than the laundry soap, unless you have a lot of stinky laundry to do. But that's an adult concern because children love slinkies. And so we did tasks with them, and then they could get a gift at the end. And we gave them, the red is the undesirable. So that's getting a soap, whereas the green was getting like a slinky. And you see here the reaction bar when they got the soap. You can see this little girl, they'd be like, they'd be on their own. So the gift giver wasn't there when they were left alone to look at it. And they're like, I got soap? Ooh, I didn't get soap. And then the gift giver would come back in the room and say, oh, do you like it? You know, because they've unwrapped it while the gift giver's out of the room. And suddenly we see the red bar shoots up in terms of positive affect and suddenly go, yes, thank you. So they would tell these polite lies. And we find that as children get older, they're more likely to tell these lies. So this study was done in China, and we see here red is blunt truth tellers, where they're like, no, I don't like it. And you see 7-year-olds are much more likely to be blunt truth tellers. The blue bars are where they would tell a lie, but when we asked them later, well, why did you lie and say you like it? They gave non-pro-social answers. I thought she'd be angry with me. So they were more concerned about, you know, the repercussions on themselves. The green bars were for truly pro-social reasons. Oh, I thought she'd feel bad if I said I didn't like it. And you can see by 11 years of age, more children are giving pro-social lies where they're concerned about the feelings of others. In this other study, my graduate student, Mina Popliker, did a part of her dissertation where she knitted socks. And so children would play a game and they would receive a desirable prize from this prize bag. They'd unwrap it. It was something fun, a game or something. And then they would receive the undesirable gift after another one, which was these pair of knitted socks. And she'd really lay it on. She said, I made these myself. I hope you really like them, before she presented the wrapped gift to them. And they were in a high cost where they could condition where they could only keep one gift. So if they said they liked the socks, then they were stuck with the socks and they didn't get to keep the game. And the low cost condition, they could keep both. So they don't have to say they like it. They don't have to worry about rather taking just the game home. And so we wanted to see if there would be a difference there, where their own interests were sort of crossed with the idea, the need to be polite. And you can see in the light gray bar, the preschoolers, they are in the low cost condition, they would tell a lie. But when their own self-interests were potentially harmed, very few of them told pro-social lies. But when you see by the late elementary, the majority of kids will, in the high cost condition, even when their own self-interests are harmed, would tell a pro-social lie. So you can see with age, children are more likely to tell lies for pro-social reasons, and where they're taking into consideration other people's feelings. So what are the mechanisms with this? So I'm going to go through this very, very fast so we can get to the next section. But essentially, myself and Kong Lee suggested that this was related to theory of mind development. So if you remember that 3-year-old, the yellow bar pointing to the 3-year-olds, what we find in samples across globally is that children are less likely to lie at 2 and 3 years of age, partly because of their verbal skills, but also partly because they are developing theory of mind understanding. So these very early lies that they're telling in those years are very rudimentary types of lies. And this has been found to be related to precursors to theory of mind understanding. By about 4 years of age, most children, except for those that have some cognitive delays, will be telling lies. And this seems to be related to their first order belief understanding. And by the time they get to 7 to 8 years of age, they're better liars in that they're becoming better at maintaining their semantic leakage control, being able to maintain their verbal lies. This is related to second order meta-representational understanding. So it seems that lying is very closely tied to developing theory of mind capabilities. And if you think about it, theory of mind requires you to understand that you have to instill a false belief in others. So lying is essentially theory of mind in action. Also related to lying abilities are executive functioning, including research has found that inhibitory control, being able to suppress the proponent response, suppress, your expressive behaviors, working memory, being able to remember what you said and make sure everything you said afterwards is congruent with your initial statement. Planning, the better able you are to plan, you'll be able to give a better, more plausible lie. And cognitive flexibility, the ability to sort of switch between what really happened and what your sort of made up story is and adapt as people ask you questions. All of these are related to lie telling ability. Also, we found that cognitive abilities, cognitive empathy also seems to be related to altruistic lie telling behavior. So the paradox of lying is that it appears to be related to a normative part of children's development. I often like to say to parents when they first go, "Oh, my child lied to me," it's okay. That's normal because it's part of these things that you want children to develop. You want them to develop their theory of mind skills, their executive functioning abilities, their cognitive empathy abilities, right? These are really key skills for their successful development and success in school and interacting with their peers and social relationships. So almost like a byproduct of these positive developments in children is now also the understanding that you can lie and create false belief in others. So lying sort of is a byproduct that emerges out of these developing social cognitive abilities. But of course, it's not just that. We don't want, as I started off at the beginning of the talk, we don't want children to lie. We want them to learn to be honest. So the role of the social environment plays a big role in how then these abilities, once they're developed, how they're expressed. How much does the child lie? A little, a lot? Now the social environment plays a big role in whether they become sort of liars or like hopefully most people, only occasional liars. So the family environment plays a big role. And so there's been a number of research that looked at the socialization of lying. And research has found there's the sort of whole area of research called parent by lying, that parents can actually, they'll often teach children the importance of honesty, but they don't always do that in their behavior. So parents sometimes lie to their children for behavioral control. Like if you don't, we can't go down that aisle of the supermarket where the chips or candy is or something because it's closed. They lie to prevent their kid from doing that. Or if you're naughty, the police are going to come and arrest you, kind of thing. Or a common one in families in North America that practice the Santa Claus tradition is, if you don't behave well, Santa Claus is not going to bring you any gifts, right? So to exercise behavioral control. So they're taught that lying is not good, but then their parents are sort of often lying to them, or they're observing parents lie to others, for instance. So parents can also model lying. Research has followed parenting styles can, in fact, parents who are more authoritarian may lead to more lie-telling behavior by their children. And also, we found that younger children will lie earlier when they have an older sibling, often because they may be observing their older sibling lying, or because they're sort of competing for resources and the younger child learns this is a way to maybe get that toy. So in one experiment that we did, this was done in West Africa, we actually showed how the environment can shape lying. So in this particular case, there were two schools. They were both the same sort of demographic, social demographic, but one used a very a corporal punishment, quite a punitive style for children could be beaten for acting out, or they could get in trouble, slapped, pinched, etc. And another school was a non-corporal punishment school. So they used more like, similar to what we have mandated in Canada, time outs, if the child's acting out, or they could be sent out of the classroom for detention or to see the principal, things like that. So we had young children, 3 to 6 years of age, and what we found was that in the punitive environment, these children were much more likely to lie. So in the red bar, you can see here, and these are young children, so they're not 3 to 6. So even young children were lying at a high rate in the temptation resistance paradigm. But not only that, they were better liars. So what this suggests is that, you know, if you're in an environment where you get very harsh punitive discipline, even for very minor infractions, you might learn to lie as a way to cope with that environment. And in that way, it's adaptive in that you're trying to deal with this very maybe harsh, maybe unjust climate that you're in. And you might as well, in that setting, you're going to get in so much trouble, you might as well try to lie and go for broke, and you better do it well though, to sort of mitigate some of those negative impacts on you. So you can see how in some environments where children may be learn to lie as a way to deal with the environment that they're in. So lying may actually develop as this adaptive strategy in very harsh punitive environments to mitigate consequences of antisocial behavior. So if they're engaging in a lot of antisocial behavior, they might start adopting lying to try and get out of some of those negative consequences. So what are some of the different developmental trajectories? How is it that, you know, children, how do some develop into sort of little fibbers into these really big liars? Well, first of all, I want to tell you what adults do. So Sirota and Levine and colleagues did this study in 2010. And they just asked adults in the last 24 hours, how many lies did you tell? And what you'll see is, if I draw your attention to the bar on the left here, with the lines, what you can see is about 60% of adults said they hadn't told a lie in the last 24 hours, whereas 40% did, okay? And so you can see then this graph on this side is of the 40% that did, how many lies did you tell? And you see most of them are telling 1 or 2 lies, right? So only a very small percentage are telling a lot of lies. You know, 15, 16, 17, 20, not very many people. And so this is now being replicated over and over again and across different countries. And as a general rule, what you see is that people do lie, but they lie very occasionally. So this was 24 hours, if you drew it out over, you know, a few weeks, most people will have told maybe 1, maybe 2 lies, but not a lot of lies. A small percentage of adults tell a lot of lies, and they're interesting. Why are they lying? And my proposal is that they're not actually lying all for the same reasons, these frequent liars. Some of them are prolific liars, but of those prolific liars, so they're lying a lot, what are they? Some might be quite Machiavellian. They're doing it for their self-interest to try and manipulate others. But there's also this concept of pathological liars, which is now starting to be studied, which is people who kind of almost can't stop themselves. They're kind of compulsive liars, and they're often lying in social situations to other people. And it may be to just enhance their identity and make people think better of them. There also may be situational liars, which I call are people who generally are like everyone else. They don't lie too often. And then a certain situation arises where they cope with that new situation by trying to lie with. So, for instance, a child whose parents are getting divorced and it's very acrimonious, and they just decide to start lying because they're trying to manage this landscape that they don't know how to deal with. So they realize they can lie to both parents and play them off because the parents aren't communicating. Or, you know, something happens at work, a person goes under stress and they start lying about it to try and to maladaptively deal with their stress, for instance. And then there's most people which fits under these occasional liars. And then I also propose that there may be, just like there are prolific liars, there may be prolific truth tellers, people who tell the truth all the time, that may be even blunt in their honesty, but really adhere to sort of honesty all the time. That can lead to two outcomes. That can lead to maybe difficult social awkward situations if you're blunt all the time. Or for those that are very socially skilled, those people who are honest and very socially skilled, they actually may be people that are highly valued because you know you can go to them for the honest truth, but said to you in a kind way. But they're probably very rare. So just to give you some data that is suggesting, that's sort of showing, supporting this, we have this one study where we actually had parents keep diaries of their children's lie over 2 weeks. And we found that children fell into sort of three categories. The majority, about 50%, were occasional liars. So overall in our sample, they told the fewest lies, and the lies that were most commonly told were those to protect others and to be polite. Then we had instrumental liars. They told a lot of the lies that they told were for personal gain, or impression management, like I'm the best kid at karate in my class. They're trying to make themselves look good, and playful lies of trickery. And they sort of had a moderate frequency across other types. These children were predominantly younger in our sample. So this might be a sort of phase that some younger children go through where they tell these instrumental lies, with most of them being socialized not to lies and becoming occasional liars as they get older. And then the very small percentage, 7%, which is very similar to what we see with the prolific liars in the adult sample, the serotonin, very similar percentage. We found that these children told the highest frequency of lies to avoid punishment, to blame others, and to protect themselves. And they were least likely to tell any types of pro-social lies. Furthermore, when we looked at these liars that were in their early adolescence, so like 11 to 14 years of age, we found basically what this graph is showing you, that occasional liars, those that told very low frequency lies, occasional lies, they had higher theory of mind scores. So whereas those that were antisocial liars had significantly lower theory of mind scores. And then basically it dropped to 0% with children with the highest levels. So children who were low on theory of mind were antisocial liars, and children who were high on theory of mind were occasional liars. In another study where we looked at instrumental lies for personal gain. So we did these two different studies. One was with the US sample where they had children diagnosed with disruptive behavior diagnosis, and another one in Canada with children with and without externalizing problems. They played this game where it's called, it's moving on its own, Rock Band. And they have to play the game. And the way the game was they always ended up in fourth place. But they were told that if they got place 1, 2, or 3, they'd get a prize. So when they got fourth place, they were like, oh no, I don't get a prize. And then they had to put their name on the board about where they are. And you can see what their prizes were, if they were 1, 2, or 3, or 4. And then they were asked by the researcher later, like, oh, how did you do on the game? And we wanted to see if they would lie about it or they tell the truth. And what we found was that in both samples, we see a similar thing. About a third of children who had disruptive behavior disorder or externalizing problems lied and said that they did better on the game. So in this game, they're not only lying to get something, but they're also depriving another kid because it means bumping somebody else off that position 1, 2, and 3. So not every kid, it's only a third of kids, but a third of those kids did lie. Whereas you see the red is the children who don't have externalizing or disruptive behavior disorder. So no diagnosis. And it's a very low frequency in that sample. We're looking at like between 11 and 14%. So it's a very uncommon lie, which you see is increases when you have children who are have more externalizing problem behaviors. Furthermore, when we looked at their diaries of lies told over 2 weeks, we found that children who lied in that Rock Band game, they were had higher lying at home as well. So it seems to be indicative of lying telling behavior, and they had lower theory of mind scores as well. So I'm just going to skip over this, but basically what we're finding is that low theory of mind is predicting more problematic lying with development. And we're finding research that finds that early adolescents with higher theory of mind actually endorse more disclosure. So they realize that being honest with your friends is important, and that, you know, also with your parents too, reluctantly so, but yes, is important for your relationship. So we're starting to see that this relationship with cognitive, the social cognition is changing. Another piece of evidence is some recent research we did on pathological lying in adolescence. So Curtis and Hart have recently suggested, in 2020, they suggested that pathological lying should be actually, they're hoping to get it incorporated in the DSM because they think of it as a separate diagnosis. They define it as a persistent, pervasive, and often compulsive pattern of excessive lying behavior leading to clinically significant impairment of functioning in social, occupational, other areas. It causes, the person feels bad about it. They have marked distress. They don't want to be lying, but they just can't stop themselves. And it poses a risk to themselves and others, and it occurs for more than 6 months. So these are people who feel bad about their lying and often will show up clinically as a problem, but they just can't seem to stop themselves. And it was also, this actually starts in adolescence. So I worked with Curtis and Hart on a study where we looked at adolescents, 10 to 17 years of age, and we got their parent reports of lie frequency. And what you'll see here is essentially that those with pathological lying were telling a lot more lies. So they were telling 9.8 on average lies a day compared to the 2.2 in the non-pathological lying group. So they lie a lot more. And also when we looked at their executive functioning, so this is on the Dellis report of executive functioning, you can see that above 60 on this, on the Dellis means that it's of clinical concern. And so you can see executive functioning, they were significantly different from the non-pathological group, and they were above that 60 threshold on there. And if you look at the subdomains, the two particulars, they're different on all the domains compared to the non-pathological sample, but the two that they're above threshold of 60 is attention working memory and activity level in impulse control. So again, we see that pathological lying, problematic lying may be related to problems with executive functioning, in particular working memory and impulse control. So what you saw at the beginning of my talk is that to be able to develop lying, you need to have developed theory of mind, executive functioning skills. This leads to this development of lying. It's a byproduct of these positive developments. But with age, these cognitive abilities actually aid us to be more honest. And most children are socialized to be at least occasionally honest. But with age, having poor social cognitive abilities may be associated with problematic lying. So with age, greater social cognitive abilities is associated with less dishonesty. It's actually associated with more honesty. Do you see how it changes with age? And I'm going to wrap up now with another one last study, which is we looked at developmental profiles of lie telling across the lifespan. So we got people, except for very young children, where their parents recorded their lies, but for all the other age groups, they recorded their lies for over 2 weeks. So this is from 3 to 64 years of age. So group 1 was 3 to 6 year olds, group 2 is 7 to 12 year olds, group 3 is 13 to 17 year olds, group 4 is 18 to 35, so that early kind of emerging adulthood, and 5 is 36 to 50, kind of middle, getting to middle age, and 6 is 51 to 64. And we also asked them, gave them a Machiavellian scale and a moral internalization subscale. So you can see here the total number of lies across groups. And what you see is that actually the younger children, group 1 and 2, so that's between 3 and 12 years of age, they're significantly less than the adolescents and adults, actually, in the number of lies they tell. When we break it down into antisocial lies, so these are lies for self-interest, what you see is that younger adults had the highest antisocial lies, so the most told lies for personal reasons. And so you see that in adolescence and sort of early adulthood. It peaks up and then it drops down. And then in terms of the mean number of pro-social lies across age groups, what we find is that older adults tell more pro-social lies, with a notable blip up for adolescents. And then we did a latent profile analysis, and we found that there were a number of different profiles. We found that, not surprisingly, the largest group, 61% of the sample, were occasional liars. They tell a few lies across all categories, and there was a high proportion distributed across all ages. So we found them across all ages. Where they were slightly less was in adolescence and the first half of adulthood. The second group are avoidance liars. 12% of the sample were avoidance liars, and they told lies mostly to avoid punishment, avoid sort of any negative consequences to themselves. But they told very few instrumental lies or lies to protect oneself, and they were very low on polite lies. And these reflected mainly seemed to be a developmental profile of childhood and adolescence. They were the predominant group that told these lies. Manipulative lies, liars, we found that they were the highest in our sample in terms of telling instrumental lies. So lies for personal gain. They told identity lies, so lies about their identity. They told lies to hurt others. They also told polite lies and playful lies. And they were, their highest representation was in early adulthood and middle age, sort of adulthood. They were also, we found, high on Machiavellianism. So it suggests that this profile of liar has a disposition to lie for socially manipulative purposes. So they're really trying to lie for their own personal gain and to manipulate others as part of that. We had also relational liars. They were about 8%, and their highest frequency of lies to protect another person. They were also moderately high in polite lies and to protect oneself lies. And their highest representation was in early adulthood, with a sort of moderate representation in sort of the rest of adulthood and adolescence. We didn't see them in children. And it suggests that they're telling lies for relational purposes. They're using it as a crutch to smooth over their social interactions. And the final group was defensive liars. And these liars told the highest amount of liars to protect oneself, their own self-interest, and they were moderately high in lies told to protect another. So it suggests that, and they also told very few lies to avoid punishment. They weren't telling lies to enhance their identity, and they weren't telling lies in play. And so they also were highly represented in middle age, and they were high on Machiavellianism. So this type of liar may use lies as a defensive shield to keep one's own and other people's information potentially private. So just to conclude, what we're seeing is lying normal or a problem behavior? Well, the fact is, for many, lying is a relatively occasional normative behavior and not a problem behavior. But, and many people use this strategy of lying differently across the lifespan. So young children may be using it, to get out of trouble for doing something they weren't supposed to do. But as we get older, most children are socialized, they learn not to lie. But for a few, they may be lying at a higher frequency or in a more problematic way. So this small percentage may be lying maladaptively and part of a profile of problem behaviors that may be related to aggression, externalizing behaviors, and may be related to internalizing and social anxiety behaviors, or just problems socially, like pathological liars. And they may be doing it in ways that are manipulative towards others. So to conclude, the emergence and development of children's lie telling is related to the developing social cognition. It develops out of a positive development in children. But with age, social cognitive abilities actually may be related to greater honesty. And this may interplay with social environmental influences. That children who have better social cognitive abilities and are socialized and receive appropriate socialization and teaching about the importance of honesty, develop to become, predominantly honest. But different lying trajectories of lying may be associated with different profiles of adaptive and maladaptive development. And there may actually be this dynamic transactional process that shapes lie-telling behavior over the lifespan. And so for many, it will not be a problem, but for some, it develops in a problem. And it may be that that problem emerges fairly early in childhood or adolescence, but for others, it may pop up during adulthood as they deal with different social contexts as they throughout adulthood. So at that point, I just stop. Thank all the many people. I don't do this work alone. I work with a lot of brilliant, intelligent, and creative people. And so I just want to thank all the people that I work with, and of course the children and parents who participate in all our studies. There.
At the outset, Dr. Victoria, I really would like to thank you for accepting our invitation and sharing your expertise. All of us know about the pros and cons of lies, but adding a scientific flavor to the whole study, including the psychosocial as well as the cognitive components, it's truly appreciated and has brought us a lot of understanding. I think due to the paucity of time, we may take one or two questions at the most. So if anybody has a question, please raise your hand and introduce yourself.
Victoria, you'd like to sit down?
Okay.
Yeah.
If there are no questions, I would like to ask Dr. Victoria a question. What is the contribution of nature and nurture in this lying?
Is this on? It's an excellent question. Basically at this point, we have no good evidence to show that there is any nature aspect to it, but there may be temperamental. It's just that the research has not caught up to that. But a lot of it is nurture. So that really, like, the most important message to give to parents, to educators, to psychologists is that children will lie, but it is really through the influence of the people, the adults around them, that they learn not to lie, right? So that's a really big part of it.
Reinforcing white lies, can it become pathological?
Do you mean, I don't use the term white lies because sometimes people mean it as small lies and some people mean it as pro-social lies. Do you mean pro-social lies? Yeah. That's a good question. I think that it sends mixed messages to children, but then also sometimes pro-social lies are very those are the lies that are most, so we don't like liars across the globe, but the lies that we find more acceptable change from culture to culture. And sometimes we actually teach children to tell those lies because it's culturally expected. So we have to be careful to negotiate that with children because it can lead them to get confused about when to lie and not to lie. But at the same time, you don't want your child to be rude or going outside the bounds of expectations within the social cultural context. So, yeah.
Well,
thank you.
One reaction from us. It was a nice paper, but unfortunately, I was not in the first half of the presentation. So I didn't hear about your research methodology because the lying, whether he's a lying or he's not lying, she's not lying, is very, very subjective. And unless you have used some physiological lie detectors things, where physiological changes and all these things, and how far the person who is saying that verification of whether she is lying or not was objectified, because socially approved response, socially desirable response is the reality of any communication. To the extent that so precisely that you said she lies only once in a day.
Yeah,
And to this extent, how you could design this thing.
Absolutely. And that's at the early part of the talk, I was explaining we look at it experimentally. So we create situations where children have the option to lie, but we don't tell them to lie. And then we see if they naturally lie. But we create situations where we know ground truth. So if they lie, we know that they've lied without them having to reveal it to us. And then we're able to measure their behavior in various ways and to manipulate the conditions to see if they were less likely or more likely to lie. So this is what my life's work's been, is how to do this experimentally. I will say that physiological measures are not necessarily good measures, because people can fake physiological measures. So they're actually very controversial. And that is why in the court systems, physiological measures in many court systems are not actually admissible, because they are actually quite controversial. There's a lot of work being done on that and coming along, so that may change with time. But at the moment, they are still not yet at the stage of being admissible in a lot of courts because of it.
Thank you very much.
I'll ask my co-chair to end the session.
Now, it's been lovely listening to the lecture, Victoria, very interesting. And I find your experimental paradigm, the way it has been examined, I think it's a very nice way, and it can be really extended. So we've been, when you studied according to the theory of mind and you use the experimental paradigm and you're looking at young children, I feel that there's a capacity to take this work forward across the lifespan and study it more experimentally, even in other age groups. And there's a need, I feel, in India to look into it longitudinally, especially since conduct disorder is such a big thing right now. And even with the onset of so much of digital use and gambling and these gaming and everything. So lying has taken a very complex turn. And I think there's a need to study that also experimentally. So when you were discussing your work, these are some of the thoughts that came to my mind. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to extend my heartfelt thank you to the speaker and the chairperson for gracing the occasion. And now I would request Dr. B.L. Dubey, sir, Professor, to please come and facilitate our speaker, Victoria, ma'am. And yeah. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Professor Manju Mehta, ma'am, to please come and facilitate our distinguished chairperson, sir, Professor Jamla Rajeshwaran, ma'am, and Professor Sudipta Roy, ma'am. Please. Now I would request the audience, the dignitaries, to please proceed for the lunch, and post lunch we'll resume the sessions. Thank you. Another 20 minutes. We'll start because we are running late. So post 20 minutes. I would like to see you all here. Thank you. According to 2:35, please make sure that you're here by 2:35. Thank you.
Ma'am. Now, I would like to call our chairperson, Dr. Bibha Sharma. She is the professor and head clinical psychology, IBHAS Delhi. She has 28 years of experience in teaching, training, and research. Her areas of interest in neuropsychology, spiritual and Indian psychology, and women mental health. She has received on an average 5 awards, and she has 100 plus publication, and she is the resource person in various programs. Please, ma'am, come to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's quite a big pleasure for me to be here in this afternoon and sitting in a session with an eminent professor, scholar, and a very good orator, Professor Purnima Bhola. Her work we all know in the area of psychotherapy, especially about the processes of psychotherapy and different newer kind of therapies she is working on, newer tools she is developing. We all are aware of. So we are eager to hear you, ma'am. Please, we invite you for your talk. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Um, I'd like to say that I'm absolutely delighted to be here today because of the theme of the conference. It highlights issues of diversity and complex layers of thinking, which perhaps we don't focus on enough as much as we should. I'm just going to wait for them to sort out some tech issues here because I can't see my slides on the laptop. But I did want to say that today's session, I don't think I have any ready-made gyan to give anyone. This is a space for a reflective conversation, a space for us to share and think together. So perhaps what I'm looking forward to a lot is what we discuss after my presentation. I'd love to hear your experiences, different things that you might be doing in your therapy practice, in your supervision, in your training, so that we all have an opportunity to learn together. Yeah. I think it's frozen. All right, and I think that's it's all right to happen in when we're talking about reflective practice, because after all, reflection involves a pause. It involves some uncertainty, and it involves a certain discomfort within us and outside us before we can actually move forward. So I won't waste time because I know we're already running late. Um, but I did want to draw attention to issues of power in the therapy room. When we begin training, we say that it's an equitable, collaborative relationship, and maybe we like to believe that it's so. But I do think, along with the myth of neutrality, there's a myth related to equality in the therapy room.
I think let's just admit that there are differences between the person in the therapist chair and the client who sits. When we enter the room, there is a designated chair for the client. The client doesn't get to choose, like, I'll sit in this chair or that chair. So I think just at the outset, we have decided where our client sits, and that itself tells us something about what is happening with power, in the therapy room. Linking this with reflection, let's just think, the client is in need, seeking help. The therapist has status in terms of expertise, in terms of knowledge. Our client is expected to sort of reveal deeply personal, sometimes dreams, vulnerabilities, fears, vulnerabilities, and the therapist relatively does not. We make a choice and we may do it selectively, but we don't. So there are many, many other power differences that reflect in the therapy room. That's not to say that power is a bad thing. We can choose to use power and our own power as therapists in a meaningful way. But I just wanted to bring some attention to how this is layered, and just saying that, it's an equitable collaborative relationship doesn't capture all the complexity about how things are in the room. Okay. All right. So, looking at reflection, I think it's good if we begin with a reflective sort of exercise. Maybe for all of us to sit and reflect on a time in our lives that we felt quite powerful, perhaps in our personal life, perhaps as a therapist in the therapy room, and to think about what did it feel like to hold that power. And then, of course, there have been times in our lives that we have felt quite powerless, in our personal lives and definitely in the therapy room, whether we have articulated it or not. And sorry. So I think this makes it apparent that we really need to think more deeply. What do we typically feel? What do we experience, particularly when we feel powerless? So as therapists, it would be important for us to reflect on our own triggers, our own personal histories and experiences. There are times where we ourselves are feeling powerless, and sometimes when our clients evoke that in us. You may be asked. I remember one of my clients recently, like, commenting on the cell phone that I had and how that's not the coolest thing, and somewhere that says something about me. Or talking about something about like some economic policies or something like that, and then kind of saying that you wouldn't really get that. Not quite so apparent, but maybe we know how to judge that subtext when it comes there. So I think sometimes our clients will, like, quite definitely make us feel that way. But I think that there are many times we hold power also. We have the power deciding, do we choose to share the diagnosis or not, or how, or when. So these are like very sort of very simple ways that we know that we have a lot of power. So I think that we're going to have experiences of power and powerlessness, but how do we respond to that? How do we recognize that? How do we acknowledge it so that it doesn't interfere with our client's power? And how do we wield this power that we hold in an ethical way? Even feelings of powerlessness are power in itself. So if you get in touch with this and you recognize it, maybe it helps us to connect more deeply with our client's experience. And really, so in that sense, it's a sort of power that we might hold. And the reason why I'm talking about power a lot today is because across the intersections of society, power is held in different ways. And even if we are trained in the recent and the most top form of therapy that is doing the rounds, no matter what we are doing, these experiences of power, powerlessness within us and our clients are going to be at play all the time. And I do think that our training doesn't always equip us to keep that eye open. So, of course, we love to say that therapy is a safe space. That is what we want to create, and we want our clients also to see it as something that's a safe space. But I think true safety might mean that what can everyone's experiences of sameness and difference and power inequalities, how do they exist in this space? And that also contributes to safety, not just talking about confidentiality, and we don't judge what you say, and the different ways that we may either say it explicitly or imply it. It sort of goes much beyond that. So perhaps questioning that or thinking about it is important the next time we say that this therapy room is a safe space. Is it truly that safe, or what are the things we are doing to create that sense of safety? And in keeping with today's theme, what I wanted to say is that the world outside is inside the therapy room. So even if we say, okay, we've got this cozy, safe, secure space inside the therapy room, it is not insulated from what is happening in the world. So factors such as political and social instability, war, conflict, displacement, urbanization, climate change, these are all complex realities. And of course, there are many more that significantly impact mental health. So I think this is always inside the therapy room, even if we feel, and I don't think that therapy has to be neutral and keep these out, because they're also inside our client and inside ourselves. So it's there is really what I wanted to speak about. So then if you're going to recognize these issues of power and these complex and layered things, then what is the lens that we can look through? There are many, but I mean, today what I've chosen to do is to talk about how can we look through and reflect through an intersectional lens. I will say that one of the major concerns I have about psychology and psychotherapy as it is today is that we have moved so far from our connections with other disciplines. So, I mean, even if you look at anthropology, sociology, so many other disciplines that were part of the interlocking field of psychology. Like psychology didn't suddenly appear in one day out of nowhere. And while, of course, the biomedical field is also an important field, it is among the different knowledge systems. But I think that we have moved sort of away, and which is why frameworks like intersectionality, which didn't come just from psychology, so to speak, we have not sort of embraced it adequately. So I think intersectionality really highlights, I mean, of course, many of you will know, so I'm not going to go into details, but it highlights how social categories and locations such as class, gender, sexuality, religion, language, disability, region, all of these things, how they interlock to shape lived experience both of clients and therapists as well. And of course, when we do choose to look at these things, we look at it in terms of, okay, like diversity informed work or something. But often we do it in not, I don't think we understand the impact of all of these different social locations. And when they start intersecting and interacting, then what does that mean? Perhaps not so much. And we do it maybe a little bit more for the client and a little less for ourselves, even when we do begin to think about these issues. It's as though it's important for us to recognize it in the client, but not really look within to see what's happening within us and then in the field, which is between us and the client. So maybe this is the value of reflective practice. So as I said, it's an activity in which you recapture your experience, you think about it, you pause, you mull over it, and you allow for the swirling uncertainty for some time. And there is often no one right answer that you're really looking for. But it's an intentional practice. I mean, all of us reflect, of course, but what I'm making a case for is something much more intentional, where you say, I'm going to do it, I'm going to keep this time for it, or I'm going to do it maybe alone, maybe with other people, maybe in different forums. and I'm going to engage a lot with my own personal reactions, my biases, beliefs, blind spots, and I mean, not only from a negative lens, but all other aspects. So within and also outside, what's happening in the world outside. So and over time we develop different tools and methods of doing it. So for example, we are here today. This itself, I hope, is a reflective space. It doesn't mean everything gets sorted one time that you're together. Sometimes some seeds are sown, and then you go back and you think about it further, and then you learn from your practice and you bring it back. So it is kind of like it goes along in a loop. You have an experience, you reflect on the experience, you say, okay, what does that mean? Do I do more of the same? Do I do something different? I'll try it out. Then you reflect again. So it sort of goes together. And I think that too often we think as reflection as that, the one solitary thinker who's just going to, the apple is going to fall on the head and then like insight will happen. But I think what is much more powerful is that when we do it together, and when we are open enough to share our vulnerabilities also, or to share like when we got stuck or when we were uncertain or when we might have just made some mistake, so to speak. So that vulnerability, if you have, I think there's huge strength in groups, and I would really sort of urge for that if we are looking at reflecting. And I have spoken about this before, but I think there's no, this should be spoken about more and more. So I think this tool, which is developed by the Listeners Collective, is a very, very powerful tool. I'm sorry that, I don't know if you can read all of the things, but it's available freely online. Please don't Google it now, but you can definitely do so later. So what I really like about it is so each of us is situated in overlapping systems of power, privilege, and oppression. And in this framework, people at the center or locations towards the center hold more power. And as you move towards the periphery, you are truly on the margins. What is interesting about this framework is that it talks about certain social locations that are a little bit more typical to our setting. For example, caste. So it talks about the different layers and what power is typically held or not held. It also talks about things like body appearance. So the color of your skin, any deformities, any bodies that are not the typical bodies, that is on the margins, and how it goes like that. So I find this is very, very useful, and urge all of you, please take a closer look at this framework. And so if you're going to be engaging in reflective practice informed by intersectionality, so we have to be constantly aware of our own positionality. So a great exercise is to locate ourselves on this wheel. So put your little dots and then see, what emerges. And then to also think of the same when it comes to our clients. And as you can imagine, the number of permutations and combinations are just endless when it comes to that. Okay? So there's gender, neurodiversity and ability, body appearance, language. So this is interesting. Like in India, whether you speak English, Hindi, state language, do you speak, are you monolingual? Are you bilingual? Are you or do you speak certain indigenous language only, which is restricted to a smaller group? This also impacts how much power you might hold in society. Age, caste, geography and citizenship, relationship status, religion, economic position. So all of these wonderful frameworks. And I think, of course, it may well be that as you're here in the audience, you might think, oh, but they've left out this or that. And that's fine, because it's an evolving framework. There could be some other social locations that you feel are particularly important, and those could always be sort of incorporated into this. So I remember somewhere when I was speaking about this, people said, if you're married and you have not had a child by X age, or what is the gender of your child? And so there are many complexities with that. So that doesn't have a place here. So I think it's an evolving framework that you can think about. Yeah. So what's perhaps most important to see is that it's the combination of all our identity markers together. That's a very unique social location of each person. Some social identities can change over time. So today I'm single, tomorrow I'm married. It kind of shifts along the thing. Certain things come into sharp focus depending on where I'm living. So let's say my ethnicity is whatever, I don't think about it. But when I migrate to another country, then suddenly that becomes a big deal, which I have not been so aware of or not thought of. So I think the advantage of using this framework is it's a visual representation. It's very clear. It has everything together in one place. And I think that this perhaps should be like a training exercise that when I have used, at least, has been a very powerful sort of training exercise. Okay. So, of course, mapping our own social locations is sort of critical. Locating our clients as well. And I will say this, sometimes we think it's important to do for clients who come from, marginalized or what we consider minority groups. But I would say it's important to do for all clients, because whether you're on the margins or whether you have, and then there's conflict, right? In certain position, you hold a lot of power, but in another one, the minus becomes so much that, the whole equation shifts. Also, when we look at this wheel, please remember that it is not that even if we may belong to a privileged group in some of the areas, you may not necessarily be aware of a conscious intention to oppress anyone. So it's not like an immediate label, you belong here, therefore I'm going to call you an oppressor. But there's like a history of things. And so we need to see what our position. So it involves a lot of honesty and courage, I think, to do this exercise sometimes. And of course, reflecting on the convergence and divergence between the therapist and client can inform the therapy process. So recently, my trans client said, who's on the, started taking hormonal therapy, and so there are changes. She asked me, so how do you think I'm looking on a scale of 1 to 10? Like, would I pass? So I was a bit taken aback because I don't want to rate somebody on a scale of 1 to 10. So I think that my first reaction was like, I don't want to do that. And what is that? How can I say you've got 7 on 10 or you've got like 10? How am I going to do that? So while I was still thinking about how to respond, my client said, but of course, this rating would be most meaningful if it came from a heterosexual woman. And looked at me like almost like, first you tell me, na, are you fitting that category? Then I'll tell you whether. So sometimes it's very explicit like that, and sometimes you have to infer like, why am I being asked this or that, and what can it feel like, and so it's a bit of imagination that may be involved sometimes. Yeah. So as we reflect, I think these are some of the things that we can think about when we locate ourselves. What are the identities we think about most often? Say someone says, tell me about yourself. And I say, I'm a therapist, I'm a something, I'm a woman, maybe like those are the ones that come to me like quite readily. Maybe some identities I think about not so often, or I don't like to name. There may be some identity, someone asks me any one particular thing, and then I'm like, oh, I've not thought about that quite so deeply. So maybe there are some identities I would like to know like a little bit more about. Some things are very salient to me. Some things I'm more conscious, like how other people are viewing me. So I think there are so many different sort of levels and layers for us to think about our identities and how this comes together. So a lot of time people will say that, I never really thought about, I don't know, I'm just picking any, I never thought of caste or religion or sexual orientation or whatever it might be. I never thought of it so much when it came to myself. But now in this context or in this situation, this is how I feel about it, or this is how I'm trying not to think about it. So I think, these questions are quite helpful, I think, for us to begin that process of reflection. As therapists, I think these are some questions that can be helpful for us. to think about what cues do we use to gauge the social locations of our client. We may not always be right. We have certain assumptions. Okay, if someone dresses like this, it means XYZ. May not always be like that. And some identity markers are quite evident. Huh? We take for those of us who work like in a, let's say, a hospital setting where there are a lot of documentation requirements. So you have all your social demographic and you feel, acha, I've marked out some things. But clearly that doesn't cover all of the stuff on the power wheel. And sometimes people are forced to document or slot them in certain categories because that's the only thing that's allowed or available. So I think that's another aspect. And sometimes to really think in which ways we become aware of the similarities or disparities between us and our clients. So sometimes it's an emotional reaction. So one of my colleagues was telling me that, my client was busy. She used the word like bragging about all his recent financial acquisitions and his various successes. And she said, internally, I could just feel so much discomfort. And that's when I started to think about what does that mean about how I locate my client, and does it contradict with how I locate myself? What is happening? What is going on? So I think just that initial sense of discomfort sometimes can be helpful. And also, does this an awareness of the difference, does it change our use of language or approach? But we have to be very careful now. Once I decide, okay, this person belongs to X spot on that wheel, then I can't assume that everyone located in that category, I have to talk to them in the same way or I have to respond to them in the same way. So there is a danger of overgeneralization as well. So as you can see, it's complicated, so to speak. Okay? So I think, just to leave you with some of these questions, and perhaps what I have found challenging is if, when, and how to start opening discussions about our own identities or any differences between ours and the clients. You wait for your client to bring it up, or you kind of have some hints it's important. So how do you introduce it? So I think this is perhaps an ongoing challenge for many of us as therapists. So yes, I'm going to end by saying this power wheel, I think it's a lot of potential. And while we don't use it to make assumptions about our clients' inner lives or outer realities, I think it's a great starting point for us to use if we're trying to cultivate an intersectional lens. Okay. So I think it's more like these conversations are an opening, and sometimes it brings issues of oppression and resilience more directly into the therapy space. It also brings an awareness of the implicit and explicit power dynamics between therapist and client. So actually, beyond what the client comes with in terms of the so-called presenting problems, it can really expand and deepen the focus. And it's sometimes we need to invite this rather than give the responsibility to the client. Then I'm going to talk a little bit before ending about the power of language. So I think language has a huge role to play in conveying various things. We see it in our day-to-day practice, and it can perpetuate power structures in society in terms of all of the intersection, but it can also challenge power structures. So I think language has this very important role to play. So I'll just give you a few examples, and I'm sure you all have many, many more to share. So one is, depending on the words we use, we may actually recognize identities or we may erase them. So all of us know that if you're seeing people with different orientations and identities, like along the entire range, then you have to be careful to check using correct pronouns, cultural names, identity markers. Sometimes we don't know and we have to ask. Because in your reading, you might have thought, oh, person first language is the way to go. You want to say person diagnosed with schizophrenia. You don't want to say a schizophrenic person. So we may know that. But you also know that within the neurodivergent community, sometimes for some people, they will say, no, I want an identity first language. I want you to say autistic person. This is who I am. I also have space in the world, and this is how I'd like to identify myself. So I think that conversation is important with no assumptions, because it's also saying that, okay, I'm ready to hear what makes you comfortable, and I'm not making an assumption as the therapist or even a well-read therapist to decide what's okay. Uh, then I think intersectional listening and talking. So, what I mean by that is we may say something like safety, family, freedom, but depending on where the person is located, it might mean many, many different things. So, freedom for me, I may have had access to certain freedoms or less freedoms than my client. And so it doesn't mean the same thing. So, I would need to be careful when I use this language. And then thinking about norms are embedded in like neutral questions. So, suppose you ask somebody, are you married? Like this is a very simple thing. Just to ask that, you're already assuming there's like a norm of what is okay and what is not okay. And I've shared this example before, so forgive me if any of you have heard it before. But when we have psychological assessment unit reports in our unit, I noticed that if the, let's say it's an 18, 19-year-old woman, and so they would write single. But by the time the person got to, like, let's say close to 30, the thing would say unmarried. Okay. So that is like an assumption you've made, right? That by this time she's become unmarried. Before that, she could be single. So it is reflecting a certain norm that really we would not have been aware of. So, yeah. So I kind of look at that section in the assessment report all the time and then have a discussion with the trainees about that. And they're also sometimes like, oh, we didn't think about that. And I always tell them, I also wouldn't have thought about it at some point. And there are other things that I wouldn't be thinking about, and you can tell me as well. But talking about language, one other example I wanted to give. For example, if you ask your queer client, you're thinking coming out is very important. So you say, but when will you tell your parents? Okay, that you're assuming that disclosure is a universal good. Okay, but there may be certain realities of safety, family pressures, in certain situations, legal risks, all of these things. So I think we have to be really careful that we're the way that we frame our language and what it might mean. Silence is also language. As we all know, the value of silence is in the therapy session. We've all like been introduced to that. So silence sometimes about caste, trauma, sexuality, we may actually sometimes say that, okay, we're not like actively bringing it into the therapy room right now because we are from the point of view of protecting the client, we may maybe feel the person, it's too early or it's too whatever it might be. But sometimes that silence also may be that you're not allowing for the space for someone to speak or share. So are you even allowing for that knock on the door, or are you just assuming it's too unsafe? Or so I think, and even our clients' silence, sometimes we have to respect it. I may think so. For one of my clients, I know that for her, belonging to a particular religion has been a difficult experience for her. How I know it? Through a small little example that she'd share that we're in college, then, my classmates just laughed and they said this. And then she just moved swiftly to the next topic. And if I ask some question also, she's closing the door very quickly. So this happened like 2-3 times. And I found that I had to respect her silence because somewhere, so I kind of indicated to her that this door is open for us to speak about, but also I can't keep banging on the door if she's not ready at that moment. So it's a delicate balance to respect the silence, but also mark to the person that you heard what they were saying and that might have meaning, and we can always come back to that whenever she's ready. Also, finally, the colonial histories of language. So I think who has access to English therapy discourse, who is excluded when psychotherapy is practiced only in English, how do we recognize the local idioms of distress? So I think something like this, I was just talking to one of my colleagues yesterday that if we have to say borderline personality disorder in some other Indian language, how exactly do we
say it, or what sense does it make? So, because we were trying to write something together and then we imagined how would it be to write it like not in English? What would it mean? So I think this gives us some time to maybe think about reflections on theories and therapies, perhaps from an intersectional lens. So I've just picked a few things, but there are many. So we read a lot of research on attachment and parenting, and like what is overprotection, what is whatever it might be. Does it really look the same across cultures and across intersections? What is like parenting that is considered normative? What is the one that's flagged as problematic based on where you're looking from? I think that's important. So you might say that children need their own space or something like that, but people are living in small spaces where physical space only is not there. So how are you going to impose that framework of parenting on them? And then I think, and I do think this is true, our theories often tend to situate the problem within the individual. And if we do that, then all our therapies are also very individual focused, and we are not recognizing and responding to the socio-structural determinants of distress also. So, for example, if a child is getting bullied, am I teaching them coping skills and blah, blah, blah? Or am I trying to see what's happening in that system in school and what do we need to do? Or if there is some policy that the government is trying to evolve, then am I going to participate in that so that there is structural and systemic change as well? I think that's important. I just have a few minutes, so I'm going to close quickly. Diagnosis and its discontents. I think we know the language of diagnosis has changed over time. I've just flagged gender identity disorder as an example, and several mental health organizations, including those in India, such as CPSI, etc., have actually talked about what forms of therapy that were earlier considered okay are not okay anymore, and what language is all right and not okay. So I think we need to move along with that. Sometimes we've done wonderful things, and sometimes we have a little more way to go. I also wonder sometimes when the entire society or the environment is traumogenic, then how do we say somebody has PTSD? Because first of all, the post part has not happened, right? You're in an ongoing conflictual situation. So I think these are some of the things to think about. And also, I think these has if you read India's new suicide prevention policy, I think that really is a progressive document because it talks about changes that have to happen in systems and not only saying, how to work therapeutically with the individual. So I think we're doing some good things as well. It's not bleak and pessimistic at all. But I think maybe we need to create much more space for this. So I think in psychotherapy training, assessment and case formulation, integrate this intersectional lens really clearly. You revamp curriculum so that they are much more progressive and they look at these effectively. Then sometimes in the therapy process, we may need to very actively address mistrust from our clients based on previous discriminatory encounters they may have had with other systems and therapists. So I think that we really can do a lot in terms of policy as well if we engage in this way. I'm going to leave this for further discussions and suggestions from all of you. And finally, we can decide, are we just going to be therapists in the therapy room? Or are we going to speak up? Are we going to influence policies? Are we going to stand up for oppression? It starts with if a colleague of yours is speaking in a way that seems discriminatory towards a particular group, are you going to be silent? Are you going to say anything? So from somewhere that's small, of course, within ourselves and within the systems, negotiate with systems on our clients' behalf. I think that's really important as well. Okay. I'll just end with a quote that I really like. So it's from Sufi poet Shah Abdul Latif Pitai. It says, the English translation says, one palace, 1 million doors, countless windows in between. From wherever I look, the beloved is before me. Now, the reason why I chose this is that this talks about the fact that,
you may have different perspectives, but there is still possibility of having a shared understanding, no matter which door you're entering from, exiting from, or which window. And I think that's what psychotherapy is about. It's about the negotiation of sameness and difference. So I would not think that we have to look for sameness. There's value in the difference as well. So I think that's really the message that I want to keep in mind. It's not possible to have diversity training that you learn about different cultures and then you become better equipped. No, the training is to become accepting and recognizing and working with diversity. That would be the training that would be much more effective. So just going to leave you all with thoughts. I just like this image, so I put it in because I think it sort of makes you think of the uh, various things you have to swirl through and how it's challenging but also beautiful. And finally, I wanted to just say that we have a new book out with Chetna Duggal and Ratna Isaac, my two co-authors. And a lot of these kind of ideas we have poured into the book. And so if there's a way that those of who belong to institutions can have access to that book, we'd be delighted to hear back from you as well. So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Purnima, for such delightful talk. Please, here. I think you have covered very important areas related to therapy, which we all face in our day-to-day practice. So, if time permits, just one or two questions, quick. Professor Jamna is the one you can ask, please, ma'am. Have a mic, please. Yes.
Thank you for that wonderful talk, Dr. Purnima, because though we work in the same institution, we don't get to hear each other's work so much as when we come out. Now, what I would like to just bring is, you say in psychotherapy that these things has to be followed. But in my opinion, it's where I see a lot of people with injury and brain lesions, I think this kind of a reflective practice should be every day of, because you just gave an example of a person who's 30 and said unmarried. In fact, there was a big argument in the unit because this person had a mild head injury and she saw the student writing as unmarried, 35-year-old lady. And then she said, why are you writing as unmarried? Marriage doesn't define me. These are some things which you rightly brought it out, and I think even especially in the neurological and neurosurgical cases where they have enough insight and these kind of practices. I wish I'd listened to you many more times, dear, so that though I did not listen to you, and of course I went through your books, but these small things that when we incorporate, the patient has so much of trust on us. So I think thank you for sharing all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jamna. Yes, please. Mike, please, Snegha. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Purnima, for the lecture. It was really enlightening. I'm Megha Jain, clinical psychologist at IBHAS. A very humble attempt at making a comment and also seeking your reflection on it. When you were presenting the power of language part, where you spoke about how person first or identity first or I was just thinking, especially the stark difference between autism and schizophrenia. I feel in relation to the power of wheel, one segment that I thought of was as hard as we try to avoid that scenario, but I feel what I've seen in my practice, even disorders have a social standing, and even that creates a power of in that wheel. So if it's autism, it'll attract more empathy. If it's schizophrenia, it'll attract more sympathy, and that is a whole another power scenario that we want to avoid, but it comes up. So, thank you.
Thank you so much for raising that. It's just such an excellent observation because I think we do see that people are more ready. We've seen so many people in the public domain also speak about their experiences of depression or anxiety because that is easier to speak about, and other diagnosis not as much. I think it's also reflected in when we have to do psychoeducation, so to speak, which ones we hesitate to do or we're not sure how to put words to. So I think it's a wonderful point that you brought up, and I'm really definitely going to think on it much more about the power held within the diagnosis itself. Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Janvi, please.
Thank you, Dr. Bola, for that lovely presentation. I'm Dr. Janhavi Devdutt. I am currently working as a psychologist in Saudi Arabia. So one of your last sentence, in fact, what you said about that you cannot teach diversity. It is something that you learn with practice. And that is something that completely resonated with me because I practice at an international university currently where there are students from all over the world. And of course, because it is located in Saudi Arabia, of course, there are a lot of Arabic students as well that we see. And one of the questions that I often get asked when I tell people where I work is that how do you understand their culture? And does it not create differences or problems in you being empathetic or understanding their struggles? And fortunately for me, it has never been a struggle because if you approach it with an openness, then you can use that space to learn and understand and know more about their socio-cultural environment and how that contributes to their problem. So I just wanted to make that acknowledge that comment that was that was spot on. That you can't teach diversity. And even this cross-cultural psychotherapy. It's just something that you learn in while you practice it. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. I'd love to have more of a conversation with you later. And I do think it's the reason why I don't agree with that statement which says unity in diversity. Because I think diversity in diversity is okay as long as we can embrace all of those aspects. That's it. Thank you.
So thank you. I think we can talk outside the room after, like during tea or some, because we have to, I think, ma'am, we have to keep the time also. So it was a lovely talk, and the key messages I thought we got that therapy room is really safe. We all have to reflect actually for the client as when we sit in the therapist chair. And of course, we should be consciously engaged in reflective practices as a therapist. And therapist has to be aware of her or his own identity. I think that was one good message which I took, that all of us should be aware of our own identities also before we try to enter into the identity or try to understand the identities of our client. Identities is not just the name or the whereabouts, it's all about the person's background and everything. And I think what we learn from our clients. And just to end on a very I think a note of a joke kind of a thing. Sometimes the kind of reflections some clients give you. I remember very jokingly that one of my female client, had some issues like might be some BPD traits. And one day her husband came and said, "Ma'am, you yourself earn and you are in a good position. Still, your clothes are not that much expensive as my wife's is." So that, please, the kind of money she spends on the clothes and makeup, ma'am, tell her you are not spending that much on your clothes and makeup. So that also sometimes is a very awkward situation, how you talk to them, what you tell to them. So I think sitting in a therapist chair is giving you many type of opportunities to reflect on different aspects. So we have to be very reflective. Thank you once again, Professor Purnima. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Just be seated, ma'am, for some time. Thank you for this wonderful session. I would like to ask Dr. Bibha ma'am to felicitate Dr. Purnima ma'am. Now, I would like to call Dr. Kaptan Singh Sengar sir to felicitate Dr. Bibha ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We will shortly begin with our next session. Hello, everyone. Now we will begin with our CRE session, listening to voices left behind, community driven solutions to mental health inequity. I would like to call Dr. SPK Jena, sir. He is the former senior professor, Department of Applied Psychology, South Campus, and former head of the Department of Psychology, University of Delhi. He is a former director, Gujarat Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. He is trained and registered clinical psychologist with MA in Psychology from Center of Advanced Study in Psychology, Bhubaneswar, MPhil in Medical and Social Psychology from NIMHANS, Bangalore, and PhD in Clinical Psychology from CIP Ranchi. He is the editor of Indian Journal of Clinical Psychology. His major work have been published in 4 books: Perspective in Mental Retardation, Learning Disability Theory to Practice, and Homelessness. He has about 100 research publications in Indian and international peer reviewed journals, including chapters, book reviews, and features in newspapers. He has also conducted more than 30 workshops for a wide range of participants, ranging from parents of children with disabilities to paramilitary forces. Professor Jaina is the recipient of Dr. H. N. Murthy Oration Award of Indian Association of Clinical Psychologists and first Dr. V. Kumarai Award from NIMHANS, Bangalore for his outstanding contribution to the field of cognitive behavior therapy and behavioral medicines, and also 10th Amity Excellence Award for his contribution to clinical psychology and mental health. Apart from this, he has been felicitated by several universities for his work in the field of disability. I welcome you, sir. Please, round of applause for the sir. Now, I would like to call our chairperson, Professor Zaidi. He is the director and head of the department, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Science, Lucknow.
Sir has completed her MA and MPhil. His areas of interest in behavioral medicine, clinical intervention, and disability and assessment and intervention. I welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call our chairperson, Dr. Professor Manju Mehta. She is formerly Professor of Clinical Psychology in the Department of Psychiatry and Head of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Divisions at AIMS, New Delhi, India. She has completed her MPhil from NIMHANS and PhD from PGIMR Chandigarh, India. She is credited with starting the regular PhD program since 2000 and has supervised 18 PhD theses in clinical psychology, 45 MD theses in psychiatry, pediatrics, and many other medical and surgical specialties. She has published 4 books and 320 papers in scientific journals. She is the recipient of prestigious Dr. M.V. Govindaswamy Memorial Gold Medal from NIMHANS and C.S. Kang Oration Award in recognition of her contribution to the discipline of clinical psychology. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope that the person sitting absolutely back is a part of the conference and not just relaxing. I know that it's very difficult for a speaker and the chairperson to make you awake after lunch, and particularly if the lunch is of such a delicious. But still, it is for particularly for students and PG and all these things a lifetime experience to listen such an excellent presentation and senior professors speaking at a time. Dr. Jaina is a known person for his contribution in disability sector in addition to many other things. And this first slide, which is reflecting, it's speaking the entire subject and entire lifetime contribution of this. He has been working day and night with the community and community based. He took long leave to work in his village in Odisha for learning disability children, identifying and for early intervention. And I happen to be his very close personal friend, and we have been interacting. And it is just another issue that I think this is the third time or fourth time I am chairing his conference, his presentation in a series. And every time, Dr. Sahab, I have to say, your time is over. But now I think I am sitting in Delhi, and which is your area. So I would not dare to say that lots of time is over, so now you wind up. But still, we have to see the time frame and the students there. Over to Professor Jaina. Would like to say something? Yeah.
Thank you, Professor JD and Madam Manju Mehta. It's a pleasure to be here in presence of such an enlightened audience. हमारा कहानी बहुत लंबी है और समय बहुत कम है. Our story is very long, but the time is very short. I try to compromise the time and the effort that we have put into it. You might have heard the last speaker talking about therapies. Clinical psychologists are facing different kind of challenges in the society beyond the therapy rooms. Community invites us, wants us to be there to serve millions, to serve people who are in need of mental health services, who cannot afford. Therefore, we are talking today about listening to voices left behind, community-driven solutions to the mental health inequity. Many solutions come from this head for a psychotherapist, for a clinical psychologist to show ways out from their depression, for their difficulties, from their problems. But now we have to find out the solution in the community. We talk about the bottom-up and top-down process. Largely, the major literature is focused on the top-down process of therapies, and very little being told about the bottom-up process, which starts from the scratch, from the grassroots level, from the sufferers who have never been heard. And their paradigm of disease, disorder, and the way of life is different than what I think as a qualified clinical psychologist. We have to go to that level to find out what life is, how the life can be made better through their eyes, through their lenses. Then only things will change. Well-being is perceived differently by different people, and we have to step into that situation where they live, where they work, and where they interact with other people. When we talk about mental health today, we are not talking in terms of health alone. We are talking in terms of human resource development. People are coming from the underprivileged families, who are coming from the slums, who are coming from this kind of situations. They are human resources. We have to transform these resources into productivity and creativity. And every client that you are dealing with is one who needs to develop his human resource so that he will be resourceful not only for himself but for others. They should take the lead in the community, not the clinical psychologists sitting in the rooms, confined rooms. They are the ones. So there is a need for communitizing the services. Services should be given where it is needed most. And these are the people who do not have money to spend to go to a psychiatrist, a clinical psychologist. They need you to be there to respond to their needs. And that is how probably clinical psychology will have its peak experience. It will have the best kind of understanding. Community will understand much better if we go to the community and talk to these people and work with them. So this is a promise. This is a kind of situation which you have to tackle with. Most of our institutions are not equipped with this kind of approach to the community. The universities do not do anything. Universities, I belong to a university. I have been in universities and I have been in mental health institutions. People do not go to the community to find out the reality. Our work is being done by other professionals. We lose our profession. We remain confined. We have much to do in the community. So this is our experience in the community. We do not look for hospitalization. Very few people need hospitalization. And sometimes the hospitalization increases our disability. Being hospitalized decreases the skills that people can have in their normal life, in their day-to-day life. Therefore, we have to go away, do away with hospitalization. Very few words should be there, but we keep on increasing the number of beds without thinking of community. The same kind of intervention is not there in the community. We think of increasing the beds. In a populous country like ours, we need a different approach, different dynamics to look into their problems. Now, mental health is a very important component which is connected with UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. If we go by the UN's requirement, we can perform better, we get more grants, we perform much better than what we have been doing, aligning ourselves to health alone. Here I have pointed out different important issues which is being dealt by the Sustainable Development Goals. The first is no poverty. Clinical psychologists have to do a lot to reduce poverty, whereas you have left it to economists, we have left it to others. When this mind is not free to earn, free to skill itself, poverty will remain, will continue to remain. Mental health should be such that it can give you a job. When you have a job, you are free from mental health, many of these mental health problems. So skilling is very important. And clinical psychologists have understood how to skill a person. They can go deep into it to find out how a person can be skilled in the area in which he has some kind of expertise. Health and well-being, of course, is the major area. I don't have to speak about this. A lot of things have been spoken about this. Next is education for all. Education has to be spread. Education gives you ideas. It gives creativity. It brings you out from darkness. And that is how you come out from a lot of mental health issues. People who are more educated, they are much lesser troubled by mental health problems. People who are less educated, they have difficulties. They fail to deal with their real situations. Gender equality, support the marginalized and disadvantaged, and stand up for the human rights is very important. Human right must be respected if one has to be mentally healthy. When there is no human rights, mental health cannot be thought of. So we have to work as crusaders for change in the community. That is an important role, an additional role for the clinical psychologists to play, instead of just confining ourselves to our laboratories, to our clinical settings and other settings. We have a role to play in education, special education, and other areas. These are the areas in which we have hardly any input. Go through the syllabus that we have, training clinical psychologists. We have very little inputs. There is a need for reviving, need for change in our approach. Now, we are talking about preventive measures. US Institute of Medicine has spoken about in 1994, given a report. In this report, they have classified the preventive measures. The first preventive measure is universal preventive measure. The universal preventive measures are those measures which are being done for the primary prevention. Primary prevention is universal in the sense that it is required for everybody to get rid of mental health issues, mental health problems, enhancing their capabilities. It is designed to be offered to everyone in the community. So this is very important, and we are focusing mostly on this aspect when you go to the community. The next is the selective prevention measures. For people at the above average risk, this is required. There are some people who are not mentally ill, but they are above average. They have a need for responding to the treatment which is to be given. Preventive measures are to be out of indicated preventive measures when people are at high risk. These are not mentally ill people. In community psychology or community mental health, we have to look into these needs, which are very important for people. We have to understand this. And our job in the community is not to look into mental health issues as such, but these preventive measures which are to be taken before a person falls sick, ill, and become mentally ill. That is very important, and we need to look into this aspect. I have already told you about the bottom-up and the top-down process. The bottom-up process originates at the grassroots level, reflects initiative by ordinary people. What people think, what people talk about, that becomes more important than what you think as a clinical psychologist. Whereas in a top-down process, we have to design preventive measures on our own. This is a kind of armchair approach. We think, we read books, we design, and we implement on people and try to find out how best it is working. Now, this approach has to be reversed, has to be changed, and one has to focus more on this bottom-up process so that the community can get benefited most in this approach. Our main focus is the community, a larger community, not a single patient, few patients that you see and get satisfied. I have cured this patient. When he goes out of the therapy room, right? He may not be in a position to respond to the needs of the day-to-day life. Again, he comes back to the therapist. That is why we have to take the individual to the community to find out how well he is adjusting to the community. It is beyond speaking. Journal of Applied Behavior Analysis some time back brought out a wonderful article. The article is about saying and doing. It was a review article. We keep on saying but doing very little. That doing part has to be focused, should be seen to see that people get the services best. Now we have in mental health consultation, we have a triadic model. The consultant, the mediator, and the target. The targets are often the individuals who need services. In a crisis intervention model, we don't need the mediator. The mental health professional goes directly to the individual to deliver the services so that the individual gets benefited out of this. But in a community mental health model, we have to have the mediators. And this is not a linear model. This is a multilinear model There is connectivity between the consultant, the mediator, and the target. And there are feedback system which operates between all of them. How well the therapy works, that can be calculated, that can be calibrated at each level. The consultant gets a feedback through the mediator and from the target itself. So he has got two ways of getting feedback. So it is a complete loop that gives you best understanding of how the therapy works. Until unless we have such understanding of the community intervention, the intervention cannot be successful. So this is how we have to approach for this. Now, promotion of mental health, well-being, and liberation. Liberation is a very important issue. People get liberated from their difficulties, from their problems. The problems of day-to-day life. The problems how to get water, even is a problem which is behavioral in nature. How to get good quality water, that is also a problem which clinical psychologist has a role to play, because we look into the people's empowerment. How to empower these people, how to liberate them from their narrow vision of themselves is also very important. It is not simply liberating oneself from the self, from the kind of constitution they have. In reality, what goes wrong? Sometime back, I found two boys committed suicide in a community. We tried to find out the reason. The reason was that the door which used to close the place where they committed suicide was open throughout, and there was nobody, no doorman, there was no lock on that. And these students, these children, they went up to the top of the terrace and committed suicide. And that place was having a tank, water tank. They climbed the water tank and committed suicide. Now, the cause of suicide is not depression. The cause of the suicide is curiosity. The child has gone through the staircase, goes to the up, and tries to find out how he can jump from there. And there was some sand at the on the ground level. So jumping on the sand is always a good experience, but this child doesn't have that experience, that understanding that if he jumps from that height, he will die. Depression is not the reason. And what we found is that these children are sometimes addicted. That is why their understanding of reality gets affected. So always we do not have a mental health problem with all these children, all these people who are not performing well. We have to find out what are the real issues which are involved in this. People fight at home because of poverty. People do not have job. That is why they fight. It is not because of the fact that they have got aggression as a clinical entity. We need to look into those issues. Then we can come closer to the reality. So the first step is pre-concept contemplation. Explore the sources. The second is the contemplation. Refine and define the areas of work. Prepare yourself how to go about it. Then you take action. Experiment on this. No action is a final action. It has to be experimented number of times. Then only you can specialize, you can work better to bring better solutions. Then when you act, there is a need for maintenance. You teach the parents, conduct hundreds of workshops, the parents are not going to implement it because there is no reinforcement. There is nobody to appreciate. Even you do not talk to them after the training is over. Simply, a mobile phone can help you to sustain this effort that you have spent, you have made to train them. So training goes waste after the seminars and conferences are over. How many of us check after the training is over that our training is effective? It is not simply writing on a paper pre-post assessment which will give you the real account of the success of the training. We have to go beyond this, how long it continues, like any study that you conduct in psychotherapy. So this is a very important issue. Then you have to do evaluation. Evaluation is very important. All evaluations are done by us. In doctoral thesis, in real situations when we give therapy, we do the evaluation. The child has performed very good. We pat at the back, बहुत बढ़िया रहा, ये बहुत बढ़िया हुआ, 100% cured. ऐसा नहीं होता है. You try to find out what happens in the community when a person goes to the community. Take the readings of other people. How is he performing? Are you helping him? Take the community members into account and try to tell them how to sustain this effect, how to sustain the therapeutic effect in the community. So this is the very, very important aspect of our training to people who are working in the community. Anyway, the patient is going to the community. It must, the behavioral gains, the skills must sustain in the community, but in the environment, you can call it a hostile environment of the community, doesn't stay, doesn't continue, doesn't sustain. So sustainability is a very important issue. Nowadays, everybody talks about sustainability. Sustainability of the environment, sustainability of behavior change also we are talking about nowadays. Clinical psychologists must today talk about sustainability of behavior change. This can bring a revolution in the community, and community will grow. They will not grow out of mental health problems. They will grow out of their own constrictions of thinking. They will think loud. They will think much better, and they will be creative people to contribute to the society best. So our job is not specific to individuals. Our job is dedicated to people who do not get anything so that they do something for them. Time is very short. I'll be winding up this discussion, then finally follow up. When you make a follow up, try to use all your means to find out how best the model sustains in the environment. And these are some of our experiences. In 4 slums we worked using this model called community university model. University students go to the community along with us. The teacher carries takes the students and try to expose them to the community. And exposure creates a kind of comfort zone for them. We are not comfortable in the community. Ganda hai. It smells foul. We don't feel comfortable. Our girls feel very uncomfortable in that situation. If there are 4 or 5 people, they don't feel that discomfort. If you ask them to go and work alone, naturally there is a sense of discomfort. But if there is a group, they work very well. And you will not imagine how much of help you get from the community itself. They come and help you because nobody comes to the community. They offer you a cup of tea. They will say, come to our house, and you talk to them. We have a TV monitor, you can use that. And somebody says, we have a computer also. My son has brought a computer, you can play that also. So this kind of help you get, you feel enlightened. This is the community which you are considering to be so impoverished. They are not impoverished. You give little chance, they will grow. They will blossom like flowers. They will give you all support to continue the services. You get reinforced, enriched, you feel good. That feel good when you get, that is a kind of kick that an addict gets. You get addicted to the community, you feel good. You miss your class and go to the community to find out how much you can do for the community. So the model has to be developed. In a country like ours, this model has to come up. Universities should be transformed into this kind of action models. They should take up this kind of university community models so that we spend less time in our classrooms and go more of the time to the community and work with them. And that will be the best service for the country, best service to the country. And making our heads big, learning theory and not applying it for the community will be a sin for us. In a country where resources are so less, our resources must be utilized for the people. It is not for ourselves. We are selfish in reading and enriching us, not sharing our knowledge with the community. This is what is important, and a community waits for you for your services. So we tried with this. I didn't address to the depression and anxiety. I addressed to the basic problems, learning how to sustain themselves. That will make you disappear. The individual forgets about the mental health issues, the depression, anxiety, and all these. We taught these homeless women how to stitch, how to use the sewing machine to stitch few things. They didn't do so well, stitching so well, but they learned. They had a lot of interest to learn, and we purchased few sewing machine in our laboratory and trained. We got another person, underprivileged person, to train. She also has experience of being underprivileged, who was sitting in front of a shop and stitching. And she was wonderful, and she demonstrated, and every demonstration we recorded, and we designed how to train these people. From her, we learned. And these are some of the visuals that I can show you. And finally, they could learn how to take the measurement, how to stitch and do better. We got encouraged by this experience. Then we went for another experiment in which we made them teach how to make paper bags. Making paper bags, although is a very small task, but it gives you a lot of earning because every shop requires paper bags. Initially, we collected all from all the hostels, the newspaper, old newspaper, and started doing this. Then we went to the market to purchase this kind of rolls where they can work, and all of them are working in a midwinter, sitting near the windows which are warm enough. Initially, we found that they have been spending a lot of time gossiping to each other. Then I went to the literature whether gossiping is good for this kind of activities, organizational behavior. A lot of literature, you believe me, say that gossiping is good. If they gossip, there will be ventilation. And in fact, we found that these women, when they gossip among themselves, they do better work. While gossiping, they do better work than not gossiping. And they did wonderful work. I appreciate their work. And these are our students who helped. They came out, I didn't call them, they came out, they wanted to join with me to work with them. And now we started developing techniques, better techniques to give them the raw materials so that they can perform well. And these are some of the snaps. And finally, the women who are never coming out of their slums, we took them. I used my car, this thing with other students, and took them to the shop and taught them how to speak to the shopkeepers to sell their products. So it is a complete process. The process starts with making paper bags and going to the community and sharing and telling them, look, we are here. Initially, we found that they are not being sold so much. We put our stamp, university stamp, it was being sold like hotcakes because they are coming from the university. And if anything happens in Amity, you put your stamp, you take it to the community, that will be more appreciable than if I take or anybody takes without a stamp. Stamp matters a lot. So we learned through experience. Nobody has taught us how to do it, but we learned because of our failures. We learned from our bad experiences that it is not being sold. So these are some of the things. Now laboratories, we are confined to university laboratories, spending a lot of money. Take your car, take your vehicle and make mobile laboratories. Assess them there itself. Because people should not be assessed in laboratories, air-conditioned laboratories, they should be assessed in real situations where a lot of noise is there, where there is a lot of disturbance is there, but still you can assess how people use their skills in a noisy situation. That is a realistic situation. And a child from a slum will never get an air-conditioned lab to be tested out. It is not testing the blood. It is not testing the biological things. It is testing of an individual's performance in a real situation. So they all tried all these sitting in and I think if it runs, I can show you. Time is short, but you can just have a look at it. This girl is drawing. Tell me what is the difficulty with this girl. Just watch carefully. No clinical psychology book will teach you this. By observing this child, you will learn. You know this design, all of you, very familiar. Which design is this? Bender Gestalt test. All of you know that. The way the child is looking at this is one design, Bender Gestalt test. She just looks at the design and immediately draws it as if a great artist. She looks at it and never looks back if you can look at it. So attention is a problem. It is not a problem as such. If you teach them how to attend, they can perform much better. Because they have never been focused on anything in this slum. सुबह पढ़ने के लिए बैठता है तो उसको भेज देते हैं पानी लेके आओ. So this is a day-to-day practice. They cannot focus. That is why they have learned not to focus. And this is how it is reflected in the drawings. So when we ask that you focus on this, the performance is much better. We learn by doing, and doing. So, and these are some of the difficulties they have. If you look at the way they hold the pencil, the way they hold the materials, writing materials, you can find out the answer in that. And what we do is, we took a close-up view of this on a video camera. In the video camera, what I found is that, to my astonishment, I took my picture also when I write. The difference was that when we write, we keep on changing the way we hold a pen or pencil, whereas the child who has got writing difficulty may not be changing the posture of the hand, the grip of the hand. That is one of the reasons for which the child feels tired and doesn't write well. A hand becomes stiff. So many of these these are some of the drawings. You see clear pathology in these drawings, and maybe that you can improve the drawings so that the pathology can disappear. Instead of calling them suffering from mental retardation, saying that suffering from schizophrenia, improve their drawings, a lot of things will change. And that can be done objectively. Then you go for clinical intervention when you find that there is time, there is a resource, and you have sufficient time to intervene. But improving the performance itself is important. The behavior, changing the behavior is important. Had he been drawing this well, he would not have thought of like this. If I teach him how to draw, the child can draw very well. How to make a circle, how to make eyes, how to make legs, you can do that. You can use a video. A number of videos are available. They can watch and do that. And this facility is not available. We can create this facility now with students in our universities so that they learn. We do not give this opportunity because they are not taxpayers. We do not have good affinity with them. We never go to the mud. Go to the mud, find out these beautiful lilies, beautiful flowers blossoming there in the mud. There's a need for looking into their needs. They will be wonderful citizens of tomorrow. If you are not doing this, you are making pathological, insane individuals in the community who will kill, who will tell lies, who will do all sorts of nonsense. And it is a threat for the community development. So better we should prevent by bringing to the creativity, the stream of creativity. Human resource development is the core of the mental health movement. I call it a movement. This movement starts from here, from the basics. And this is our classroom where even the PhD students take them and work with them, and all of them see three observers sitting at the end to report how the children are performing. Am I audible? Okay, sorry. So this is the design I found, a design which is being used, the card, the toy which is being used by ordinary children for, as a game. This game was being used to teach them mathematics. Toy is not used for the sake of a toy, but this is used for how to learn mathematics. These games, these toys cannot be assembled the way you want. It has a particular manner of assembly. If you take out the bush, which is inside thing, take out these wheels will never be fitted. So we taught them how to do it. And when there is a mistake, somebody else comes to find out what is the mistake, how to correct it. So the entire class, which is called cooperative learning, learn from here, then transfer to mathematics. Step 1, step 2, step 3. So they enjoy learning from how to do this. This is one of our sessions on the street. Our students can join with us. They can go to this situation to serve the people. There are people. There are own people, own citizens who can benefit from us. So there should not be any hesitation. You should get rid of the hesitation and kind of distance. That distancing spoils the mental health service delivery. So be comfortable with them. They will also be comfortable with you. They are not comfortable with you because you speak high language. Speak their language, talk to them, they will be much more comfortable. And out of this, sometimes we publish to share our experience so that others also learn, try out how to do this. This is the one way of doing it. You can do in many other ways to try out your ways of getting the best out of them. This may not be the only way of doing it. And now the parents have been used as mediators who learn. You see, the parent is using, this is mother-assisted modeling, right? Manual use of prompts for handwriting. So many of these peers also keep learning from each other. They sit together, they learn from each other, and you can go ahead with this. So empowerment evaluation is very important. You must evaluate to what extent the individual is empowered to look after his or her problems. They should be self-sufficient, should not be dependent on a psychotherapist, on a clinical psychologist. Therefore, an evaluation approach that aims to increase the probability of achieving the program success by number one, providing program stakeholders with tools for assessing the planning, implementation, and self-evaluation of their program. Self-evaluation is a very important component. How have I done is important. Next is mainstreaming evaluation as a part of planning. Mainstreaming evaluation is a different kind of evaluation. Evaluation which is done by the community members who will tell you how good was the service, how well you have trained this child to perform these activities in the community. And here are some of the references. I know you have a lot of questions, and as I said, we have a lot of things to share, but I think time is short. We'll make it concise. And this photograph I took from a slum. I was, in fact, hypnotized by the smiles of these two kids. So well, in spite of all these difficulties, they smile so well. They take life so easily. But the future is gloomy. Future is dark. We get baptized, we get mesmerized by their smiles. They enjoy life, and we feel envious to see their happiness. And when we think about the future, we feel quite unhappy. Some of them may be criminals, some of them may have all these. We need not have a bad dreams about them. We can always have a positive dream. Help them to come out, maintain the same smile throughout their life. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Jana. In the era of artificial intelligence, where anything could be created and shown and projected in your bedroom itself, you are showing the photograph of the real life, a real community, a remote community where you have worked very intensively. Dr. Jana has given you number of guidelines, tips. We will discuss it later, but before that, I will invite questions, and I'm sure that many of you would have some queries and clarifications to ask. Dr. Jana is here to reply you, and he would be very happy to reply you. Anyone, please raise your hand and give your brief introduction and ask the question. Anyone from backside, front side? Well, before I request Professor Manju Mehta to wind up the session, just few points which I thought that needs a reminder. Dr. Jana has mentioned that before others take over your responsibility of community care, you show proactive behavior. You show proactive you must utilize your training, your skill in taking care of community, because unless you make the community as a part of the treatment process, evaluation process, you cannot serve the society. He has also mentioned that, which is also the recently the Supreme Court has verdict that the mental health is the right of a human being, and you cannot ignore it anymore. And once we talk about mental health as a right, few institutes, few hospitals, few professionals cannot protect their right. For them, the community has to be involved. And that is why all the equity, the topic of this thing is equity, means the resources which is available. That should be for everyone, even on the remotest person. These two kids who are sitting over there, they are equal rights on equity of the resources, and that for that we have to ensure. Then he talked about the consultant tried, and no action is final action for students particularly. He has given you a very big message that no action is final action. You have to develop yourself, you have to increase yourself, You have to try it out. That life is a dynamic. What is correct today may not be correct tomorrow. So the system, the approach, the strategy which you have developed today may not survive tomorrow. So no action is the final action. You have to keep on. And at the last, wonderful suggestion that which we are all doing in our PhDs levels, that pre and post evaluation is done by us. No. Let's see that what community, what the stakeholders, the third stakeholders are evaluating your intervention. You go to the community, you give your intervention and go to the community and see that the target which you have been trying to achieve, which you are claiming to be achieved, is really achieved or not. Is there any modification? Is there any difference in the approach? And if it is done, then perhaps your work is original and contributory. With this, I'll request Professor Manju Mehta to conclude the session.
Actually, Dr. Jena has said about community, and community is very important role to play in mental health. There is also a community psychology branch which is given role in mental health. So we have to take care of the community, and lots of solutions can come from the from the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful session. I would like to call Dr. Manju ma'am to felicitate SPK Jena sir. Now I would like to request Dr. SPK Jena sir to felicitate both of our chairperson. Please have some round of applause. All the participants' CRE questions are being sent to the group, WhatsApp group. Kindly fill it up. That link I sent already. Due to shortage of time, we are unable to give you breaks. So I would like to call our Professor Director Ma'am, Dr. Kalpana Srivastav Ma'am, for our next CRE presentation. Ma'am, please come. And also, I would like to call our chairperson, Dr. SPK Jena, sir.
Professor Kalpana Srivastav is a very well-known figure in the field of mental health, and she has been working very hard in the defense sector, and also is a director here in the IBAS, and she has enormous contribution to the field of mental health. And today's topic is on technology. Technology has brought a lot of change in the field of mental health. It is in both the ways. It has reduced, it has affected our mental health, and also technology has helped to improve the mental health. So today, I request Professor Kalpana Srivastav to talk about incognito technology interface and mental health innovation and regulation. It's a very important topic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Very good evening. I know everybody looks tired and they are looking at when the session is going to get complete and will push off for a cup of tea, etc. I'm not going to talk theory. We'll touch upon the practical aspects because everybody has had an experience about the technology. People have read about mental health aspects of technology. It is not new in that town and everybody knows about it. But we need to talk about it because our practice engages into technology interface with mental health, whether it is a consequence or whether it is a platform of intervention. Both way, as a mental health professional, we are party to this. So let's talk about this. You must be wondering, why did I put incognito? The word incognito I conceptualize as that some of the aspects which are not known to us exist as a mental health interface between a technology use and the psychological correlates. Some of the things we talk about, which are well known. Some of the things which we do not even know that it would be affecting our emotional, intellectual, cognitive processing in what ways and how. That is why this term incognito I chose to use. Now, you all know that when technology came, there was a big appreciation and applaud that we are using it because there's a mental health professionals gap. 75 to 85% mental health treatment gap implies that there should be importance to it. It is deliverable, reachable to the masses, and we are able to do what we could not do in terms of distance, in terms of practice, in terms of availability, in terms of reaching out as a part of awareness tool. So this emphasized and everybody was gaga about it. We are still gaga about it, but what is the underpinning behind this? The underpinning behind this is that the use of technology and the regulatory aspects, which will come through my process of my conversation around this. We use technology when we talk about for monitoring and self-management. You have Siri, you heard of technology. What is the weather in Delhi? Should I carry a sweater or not? Yes. Chat GPT, tell me I'm feeling bloated. What is the solution? Which doctor should I go? You give your whole symptoms and Chat GPT diagnoses you and tells you, no, you should go to a liver specialist, not a heart specialist. That is how the youngsters today practice the technology in the day-to-day life. What is required to be understood is that, in fact, the couple of dimensions of it are not even explored. I'm sure, please raise your hand because we are talking about a topic which is known to us. I want to understand how many times all of us, including me, for one or the other time have asked the chat GPT some questions. Have we not? Yes, that's survey. Yes, I agree. I quite agree. I can also raise my hand. So when we ask this question, what is the one thing which camouflages your answer? The answer is based on machine learning. You put one item there in ChatGPT, you tell to rewrite, and if your colleague does that, and if your machine, means your phone, is using that paraphrase of that paragraph, now repeatedly, you will get the same kind of rewrite and rephrase. Have you done that? So what happens? If you put 2 or 3 times, your paraphrasing is going to be the same. Whereas when you sit and write the paragraph, based on the input you have, every time you can change the thought process. The damage, you're not realizing what it has done. It has already controlled your thinking. That you think this way, this suits better. Where was the time when you were thinking this way? So there is an aspect which is useful and there's an aspect which you need to have a caution for. So you know that when you write a book or a textbook or an article, they say it has to be cleaned. from AI, it has to be cleaned from AI write-ups. Now, if you write a proposal, they say that cleaning is required. Plagiarism cleaning, AI cleaning is required, that you have not used the AI assistant to write the paper. So we have gone to the second level of cleaning. Earlier, the plagiarism was that you copy paste. Now the cleaning is that what you have written, have you taken the help of an assistant? So look at the layers. So is it brief time you have to give a speech? You give the occasion, event, and it'll write a speech to you. But afterwards, that speech, if there are three people, I had the messages. Now I'll share a live example. There was a WhatsApp group where the message was coming for some kind of compliments for some purpose to a known person. I realized that this paragraph, put, line, gap, hash is all chat GPT. I was so surprised, even to compliment a friend, you take the help of ChatGPT. Well, I realized this is coming very systematic. One cannot be writing emotions so systematically. And that is where I put the same thing. I realized complete copy paste of ChatGPT. So it is controlling your emotions. You're not able to express. Supposing I want to say that I really love the idea of being here, I will say, no, it should be rephrased. Then it will rephrase something. And that is how you will be artificial sometime and maybe working to be formal, but it's not what you really wanted to convey at an emotional level. So abstract thinking, emotions, cognitions, lot of tempering is happening without realizing that the originality is getting compromised. So what happens in mental health scenario when you are taking the help of a chat GPT? I'm sure we have used this in our system when you have a symptom. How many of you have the smartware watches, Apple watches? There's so many watches available. All of us count our steps based on the watches. You know that how many we have done or something. But all these watches are related with the system. Your iPhone or any Android phone, it will be downloading on the system. It will be storing all your data into one system. Now, this data which is personalized is just not that your heart rate variability, blood pressure, your walks, your sleep data, your movement data, and the location data. Now, everything is in the open market. Now, there's nothing which is a part of your personal or private life. Now, sometimes it may misguide a person who is having a particular problem, health problem, that this is enough for me to get better. Now, what point I'm coming to here is when it comes to that diagnostic measurement, the accuracy might not be so good because this is an experience which is quoted by the cardiologist that 10,000 steps on your monitor and 10,000 actual steps are different. So, what you're quoting as you have achieved, you have actually not achieved. So, basically, what is happening is symptom tracking or some interventions which you're planning to do based on that, the accuracy might not be there. Having said that, efficacy, accuracy, and also the reliability, some of the measures are based on this very variable on certain aspects. Tomorrow is the time when all of us would be using AI in our day-to-day practice. Whether it is working in a scenario, like for example, chatbots, this is going to be handy tool with us. But as a mental health professionals, what we need to do is we need to understand that what could be the repercussions when you are talking about a practice on adolescents, what are the impact it has on young mind, how much growth, how much evolution, how much of the individual's creative thinking, the progress is happening or getting compromised. That is where the question comes. That is why we say control use and so many other things. So, what are the some pluses are there? Like it promotes global networking, enables unprecedented access to knowledge and education material. Today, we are able to connect with each one of you through technology only. Let's not forget that. And also, we have instant interpersonal communication. Why Dr. Victoria is sitting in this audience, in this auditorium, is because of the technology. I could talk to her, I could reach out to her, I could mail her. But this is something which was used for the efficacy purpose. Now, when you use it for the purpose of gaming, for the purpose of recreation or excretion or writing some kind of aspects, there are many aspects of it. Suppose I'm angry today, I would try to write abusive. Now, there is something which is known as excreting in the public domain. You will write abusive and a foul language, your likes, dislikes, even communication where you don't like a person conveying on a public domain. in social media. Your right to expression is ends there when others' right of dignity starts. You cannot express and impinge the dignity of another person. So, quoting the right of expression does not mean you can have a kind of intention where you cross the boundaries of the dignity in communication with others. Social media, public media releases does that. It's a constant damage. Now, I'll say again, technology, what it does is that various Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, that's fine if you're using for academic purpose, but you will find a lot of arguments happen. How many of you heard the cases of suicide, cases of self-harm, live streaming of suicide, having a compact of suicide, and this is done because of technology. There was even the AI assistant where the person was told that the question was asked that how do I feel? Do I feel good? Do you think I'm fine? So the answer was no, you're not fine. So should I die? Yes, you should die. And the person committed suicide. This was a newspaper, very much published in item. So the vulnerable mind who is not able to get the relational thinking, who is not able to have the understanding of what is happening around him or her, if asked that like machine learning component, what should be the repercussions that gives the learned aspect as an outcome? It's not analyzing your emotional nuances. It's not analyzing your contextual and situational experiences. As a result, many a times the damage occurs as a consequence of the use of the technology in a wrong way. I have a less time, so I'll say that in India, we have witnessed the perfect use of technology in terms of lot of aspects. Let's say Pay, GPay, Payphone, everywhere. Even if you go to the vendor, the smallest level in the village and community, you'll find they have that. That's plus aspect. But the minus aspect is in terms of the mood and smartphone used for the tracking of the emotions of the individual. These kind of tracking is leading to some kind of a misconceptions, misconstrued perceptions about the self, where people do not take advice and go into face-to-face therapy and bank on a lot of reassurance, validation. Have you heard this? I think many a times you must have heard it. The validation which is done by the chat GPT or AI assistant is, you're too good, you're fine, you're looking for the validation. Now, this validation makes you feel happy. Your therapist or your friend might not say this is all right, but the AI assistant will always say, this is perfectly fine, you're doing good, not to worry. So we look for the validation which pampers sometimes a negative thought network and which leads to negative consequences. So I wanted to emphasize this on a many aspects. I've covered this. I'll move on because of the paucity of time. But there's kind of a silver lining of digital mental health platforms. That is, the effectiveness has been used in terms of couple of studies in India also. They have found for the identification of the mild level of anxiety, depression, and some of the aspects where you can teach them this, especially the learning disorders, learning disabilities. The technology has come little handy. There have been evidence for this, and there's a lot of platforms which have evidence based. We have a telemental health platform in the country which is doing very good, I think, across the networks of the 40 cities in the states. They have a calls, and also now they have facilitated the online consultation on that platform. One good initiative by the in MIS, of course, in collaboration with other institutes, is doing very well in the country. Manas, which was launched, which I was party to, had to sustain on a long-term basis at an IC level. They could not support it, but we had developed a lot of modules. Their mindfulness, social connectedness was appreciated, and it was used widely by the people. So sometimes AI-driven assessment may not be reliable. Algorithms are based on the machine learning domains, so they might not give you the actual picture, and they may not actually touch upon the culture, affect, and other emotional nuances of individual nature, of human nature. So there's some kind of a checklist we should use when you're talking about the media and mental health protocols. The existing, for example, you will have to have the draft of social media anti-cyber bullying component. Cyber bullying is another aspect which is happening. Then designated gatekeepers in mental health training or digital literacy, that how much you can bank on it, how much it is required to be given the value of. Then there should be some kind of pilot mental health screening using PHQ-9 tools, where especially when you're talking about the media use has been done, which is being exponentially growth is seen among the adolescents and the adults, that has requires little curtailment because it is leading to loneliness, isolation, withdrawal, and asking for the support on some of the technology savvy chatbots and the gaming, various kind of disorders as we are finding on as a new behavioral addiction issues aspects. I cannot give certain disclosure, but financial gambling has led to such deficit that people have come to suicide. I'm talking about a certain aspect. The studies were published and they found that it was a financial gambling which led to the various kinds of negative consequences, even amounting to the self-harm and suicide. So there should be predictions are something which is false positive we have to worry about, and likewise a false negative. So it is a double-edged sword. You can't say this will be fine. You have to have the control of a lot of mechanisms. Now we have many apps. Now, if you today Google, you'll find now one aspect which all of us have to be very much particular about. There are actually thousands and thousands of apps, mental health apps, which are available. Some commercially, some non-commercially. This became a fad, like making a commercial platform and developing an app. You'll find everybody has developed one or the other app. But the problem is that these apps are not regulated. And you would agree that there is always an aspect, excuse me. You'll agree with me that there's always, when you look at the regulation, even a psychotherapy may have certain side effects. So that's why training and supervision is required. So the app use indiscriminately may not lead to the right way of outcome. So that is why they talk about regulation, they talk about surveillance infrastructures, where a lot of things should be taken care of in terms of apps. But in data privacy, how many of you have downloaded Digi Yatra on your phones? Many. We do it because of this smooth way of operating on it. But Digi Yatra was debated widely on the social media for the data of personal data of your biometric data is available. Now, this particular aspect is a confidentiality and data privacy of human existence. So, digital health technologies can really undermine human rights. That what we feel, how we feel, what we give information, that's very much public. There is always a phenotyping of your digital signature and your phenotyping of your emotions. It has already happened. If tomorrow you say that your phone is listening, when you talk of certain things, the pop-up will come up pertaining to that aspect. You search one item, then we link, so there's a technology which is listening to you. So you have to disable going onto the app that it should not be active. And there are 10 aspects which have to be disabled. Otherwise, all information is public. When you're talking, using, everything goes into the storage. So this is one aspect. So there's an empirical evidence that if you use more than 3 hours a day on social media, 60% high risk of anxiety or depression. Smartphone notifications, inattention, inactivity. If you're driving, again, you will look at the aspect, you will find that some of us check on mobile what has popped up. And this happens with the more of impulsivity in a younger generation. Then there could be some of the dopamine driven design fostering behavioral addiction may happen because it is a rush behavior, adrenaline rush, feel good factor. This may lead to disrupted cycles because it's all awakened state throughout. Your mind is not at peace and there's no rejuvenation which is happening. You're using it till 12 o'clock. And there's a lot of social comparison which happens with this Instagram and various other reels people make. This has become a total commercial business. Now let's come to the fact, because I think I should conclude in another 5 minutes. So I will not try to talk about this. Let's come to the fact. Now there is a 30,000 chats which have revealed emotional manipulation and parasocial bonds, often among young males. Now the bond happens through the AI with the chatbots, and in fact there was a movie also where they have shown that how the person dies, suicide occurs, and after that it becomes very maddening situation. You don't know who's real, who's not real. that kind of implication happens. So, though it is true that it is handy, but it cannot replace the human connection. And there are a lot of amplification of vulnerability which happens. And this could be emerging public health actually issue and a mental health concern. So when you are talking about validation, when you are taking AI assistant help, when you are thinking of there's something out there has given you 10 likes, 30 likes, 40 likes comparison, we have to be aware and we have to make our clients to be aware of this. And that is where the reporting some of the depression, anxiety in the youngsters when they come at the age of adolescence. We'll have to explore the cyberbullying. We have to explore what have been the media used, how often have they used the media, and what has been the recent trigger based on certain experiences they have gone through. So this awareness, like for example, we used to take a history of sexual abuse. Likewise, we have to take a history of media, how much media has been used and how it has affected the mental health concerns of the adolescents, adults, and anyone else. So it means that if there's an emotional regulation, it is actually this concept which is promoted as cognitive resilience, that your vulnerability to seek attention increases. So that cognitive resilience, again and again, you go back on checking the same items. Of course, these are all terms, so I would not like to dwell on much. Should I think I'm getting glances from my organizing committee to conclude it. So I would say that about the various kinds of dimensions of digital mental health, the main issue which we have is that we don't have regulation. Like FD approved, only one app which was there FD approved, and some of the countries, I think Australia have got a new app or some app, the mood tracker, which has been approved by the government. Likewise, we have government approved one or two apps only, which are being used. But more or less, we have to think of having the various devices where there's a kind of basically regulation of using this app. The release, it's like pharmacological interventions. It should not be like that you are having a individual app use and this will not lead to side effects. Because the regulated use will tell you regulation means this particular app can be used by a certain group of people. It will not lead to side effects. That is how it has to be used, which will take some decades. I'm talking of today. Some of you will be standing on the podium somewhere in the conferences will be discussing that it will take, if not less than a decade, to get to the regulation. They're still trying to make voice around it. So that is very important for us to dwell upon. And why we need regulation is because they have impact on mental health, and we need a global standards which will have the basic impact, which will not lead to negative consequences, and unsafe proliferation will be controlled. Everybody will not be flaunting one app into the market as a part of anxiety, depression intervention, therapeutic health app. So we need a balanced, human-centered approach combining innovation with ethical accountability essential for safe integration into clinical practice. This has been used, this word tequila has been used in one of the journals. I thought I'll just give the abbreviation. The trust, evidence, quality, and usability, interest, accreditation, all these principles are part of this tequila. This is what has been planted. That means when we are talking about that, we should have all this component into an app when you talk about regulation. So there are a lot of vulnerable groups where we need to have the control of this through this technology, and we should have the professional competence. Ethical boundaries are required to be there. Self-disclosure compromised, digital literacy, as we talked about, and online boundaries where we share less and we are not creating any kind of a confusion. So some of the ecosystem aspects are the platforms, law enforcement, parents, teachers, government helplines. These are some of the enforcement agencies. So we have existing guidelines like telepsychotherapy by NEMHANS. And for mental health services, we need actually the competency, design, and accountability. Regulation is a very important component. I've given some of the aspects which have been regulated here by the name of that. So looking ahead, digital health literacy is very much required. Professional training development should be engaged in. Regulation is required for safety and efficacy of digital technology interventions. And research is required for effectiveness. I'm sorry for rushing it through. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Kalpana, for such a wonderful talk. I'm sure that this must have illuminated all the audience, and I'm sure that you may be having few questions to Dr. Kalpana. This is such a illuminating topic, and all of us get acquainted with this kind of technology every day in and day out. So I'm sure you have questions on this. Please introduce yourself.
You're audible, but others. Yeah, please go on.
Should put limitation on what kind of interventions or assistance in case they are tech driven, and what will be the check further which a person needs to be referred to a therapist.
See, your question is about the employee assessment program, which is being given on the online platform.
Exactly.
And but see, all the therapy, if it is a therapeutic interventions, it is being actually wisely advised once or twice offline in meeting should happen with a client or understanding the emotional aspects if possible. But as a result, today the platforms of online interventions are very popular and people are using it day in and day. Some of the checks are that whenever you find the severity of depression or anxiety, there should be escalation metrics. It should not be undermined. That today the person has expressed that I will not be able to withhold this, I want to die. I want to commit suicide. Now, howsoever you try to address that on the online platform, severity, intensity, you would know only when either you have seen it or you will say you consult the doctor if you are seeing someone. Have physical help available. This escalation matrix in online platform therapy is very much required. In fact, the contract should be signed that there should be somebody nearby if required. If you're handling mental health issues, that you can go and you can approach them. That is what we always recommend.
One more thing, ma'am, that these assessments, that like pre-session assessment, are done online. Most of them are done online. How much valid and authenticated they are? How do you suggest it work?
Yeah, that's fine, but you know that there's a lot of thing like whether the individual is doing so. The video assessments are done because that you send an online assessment link and the person is doing it. Then who's filling in place of the person we don't know. Mostly people will not do that. But if I want to hide my information, I'm not okay to give my. I mean, I want somebody else to fill up my information. I may fake the responses that come at a cost. So it's important to have the video level assessment systems.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other question? Any other question? Thank you, Professor Kalpana, for such a wonderful talk. Technology always has both the sides, positive and negative sides. And we are the ones to find out which is good, which is bad. Sometimes the control comes from the outside, law and other things control you. And sometimes control comes from here. And perhaps as clinical psychologists, we need to control this much more than being controlled by external controls. So there is a need for training, need for controlling individuals how to self-regulate. And that is why technology can be used best. And perhaps this has been spoken very well by Professor Kalpana Srivastav. And I hope that this is a challenge for all clinical psychologists to think. It is in fact a challenging area to develop new ways of controlling self while using technology. While using technology, your mind also evolves. With technology, mind also evolves. It gets conditioned to the technology. Oxytocin is released much more by watching at the television or watching at the computer than by talking to people wonderfully well. People don't get that enjoyment as they get from talking to the computer. So the release of toxin this element, the happy kind of feelings that happens in a manner that conditions us. So conditioning becomes a very important issue in technology use as well. Thank you, Professor Srivastava. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now we are doing our felicitation for Professor Kalpana ma'am and Dr. S.P.K. Jaina sir. I would request sir to felicitate ma'am. Now I would like to request Dr. Bibha ma'am to felicitate Dr. S.P.K. Jaina sir. Yes, ma'am. Please. Our today in this hall, our last CRE will be presented by Professor Dr. Bibha Sharma. The topic is the role of spiritual dimensions in clinical psychology. Please, ma'am, come. And I would like to invite our chairperson, Professor Dr. Purnima Bola, ma'am. Is she there? Yes, ma'am. Please come.
Uh, Good evening. Coming from directly from technology to spirituality, this must be a big change for everyone. And before tea, I think that is required. So first of all, I take the opportunity to thank the organizers, especially Professor Kalpana ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to be here and to speak on one topic which I like from my heart. There are certain areas of interest, but some are like close to my brain and some are close to my heart. So this is the one area which is close to my heart and close to my spirit, to my soul. So spiritual dimension in psychology, I started having an interest in spirituality since childhood, from the kind of family, from the kind of parents and the teachers I got in my growing years. So that interest I shifted towards when I became a student of psychology, how when I saw the sufferings, when I started the practice, especially after joining the IBHAS, I saw many patients and especially the family members of the patients asking, why me? Or why us? Why our family has a patient who is being diagnosed with such or such disease? Or why my child is having this kind of an intellectual disability or other disability? Because your therapies can answer many problems. You can give therapy to a person with OCD, diagnosed with OCD or depression or any other disorder. But why is not being answered through any CBT? You can tell about some cognitive schema or other things, but and how then the person knowing that, okay, this is the suffering, then how to deal with it, how to grow out of it was a concern. And having that kind of background probably led me towards the spiritual, looking into the spiritual dimensions. I'm still at a student level, I can say, regarding this dimension. So, going quickly, just talking about some of the aspects of spirituality, mainly about spiritual intelligence,
and how, like in clinical psychology, how some of the topics or some of the terms can be utilized, some of the frameworks can be utilized in our day-to-day clinical psychology practice. So we all know what spirituality is. It is a like guiding beliefs, principles, morals, values, sense of meaning and purpose in life, finding self-love, hope and balance, inner peace and a sense of belonging, and of course mindfulness, loving relationships and connectedness. So everything which is quite positive, which has some meaning, growth, is what spirituality is. So it has certain dimensions, becoming. So one person may feel like becoming independent, being oneself. Spirituality leads the person towards the personal growth, autonomy, choice. It also gives meaning towards the transcendence. Person tries to go to search for a higher meaning in life, to be ultimate earning of happiness and inner freedom. Then being connected, connectedness, having profound good relationships with all in the life, and of course connectedness with ultimate or with the universe. Understanding that I am a part of this big universe. I am very, very tiny, not even a tip of a needle. If I say I am here in this today at this place, standing in this hall on this podium, I am not even tiniest of the tiniest object if you compare yourself with the universe, but still I am connected with the universe. So feeling of that connection with the universe, what is happening is not happening to me alone. It is something which is happening in the connection with the universe. Then having centeredness, having inner stability, and I am the nucleus of my own being. So there is a universe, but there is a universe inside me also. So having that understanding that there is an outside universe and there is an inside universe, especially what we see in our Indian philosophy and Indian literature. And of course, be creative, being intuitive, insightful, learning new things and developing devotion. And finally, finding a meaning and sense of purpose and meaning in life, and having an intrinsic journey, an internal journey in one's life. So these are the different dimensions of spirituality. So we can define spirituality. It derives, in English, it derives from the word spiritus, meaning breath of life. It is a way of being and experiencing that comes through awareness of a transcendent dimension, and that is characterized by certain identifiable values regarding self, others, nature, life, and whatever one considers to be ultimate. It is a state where an individual seeks the deeper meaning, purpose of life and its direction, practices pro social behavior, is able to visualize well being, can utilize his or her creativity to make mundane work interesting, and can connect to a higher cosmic consciousness. As I was talking about dimensions of spirituality, if we see from a scientific point of view, there might be like some other dimensions also. We can see spirituality may be objective, like what we are doing, which is shown through outcomes or outcomes in the behavior, like being maintaining good physical and mental health, having better coping, better resilience, helping others, how one perceives having a good quality of life, which can be shown through virtuous behaviors, having high virtues like tolerance, charity, forgiveness, gratitude. All these are things which can be shown, which can be like visible from outside. So that is objective spirituality. Then there is a spiritual intelligence, which depends on the capabilities and abilities of the person, like an ability of a person to act virtuously, or capacity to experience higher states of consciousness, ability to use spiritual resources for problem solving, etc. Then subjective spirituality, which is very subjective to oneself, which determines the goals and motivation of a person in life. When the person searches the meaning of life or ultimate answers for the about the life, how he or she is searching for those meanings, what are the goals and purposes, that is the inner journey or subjective spirituality. Is having a spiritual worldview. A spiritual person looks at the world with the perception and intuition and beliefs which are spiritual in nature. So always thinking good about others, having life is having an ultimate purpose. It's not that, okay, just an earning is not my purpose.
Just having a good car is not my purpose. Just having a big house is not the purpose. What is the ultimate purpose of life? So determining that kind of purpose is how I think about world, what I can do for the world, for my fellow beings. That is kind of and having positive beliefs towards others is a spiritual worldview. Then ontology of spirituality is based on reality. It is still not very much like we can say we can explain or settle. It is like because of cultural conditioning, or there are neurological explanations also, or theory of God. As we see in all religions, there is a theory of God, but spirituality is beyond God and beyond religions. So there is like not one established ontology for spirituality. So always whenever we talk about spirituality, it comes whether it is same as religion or it is different from religion. So as people define it, or as one understands this, when one takes the journey of spirituality, it comes out that it is something different from religion. Spirituality is basically a personal quest, a personal experience for understanding answers to ultimate questions about life, about meaning, and about relationship to sacred or transcendent, which may or may not lead to or arise from the development of religious rituals and the formation of community. Religion, on the other hand, is an organized system of beliefs. If you see, religion is what we live with, what is in our practice, what we learned since our childhood, or what, but it is basically a kind of lifestyle with what we live, how to pray, how to eat, how to do other things. So these are the ritualistic things, while spirituality is to provide meaning. It can be, it can grow out of the religion, or for someone, it may be totally different from the religion. So there may be some God which is leading towards spirituality, or there may not be. Anyone can take path. So that's how we see even in our Indian philosophy and Indian saints, different kind of persons. You know, we yesterday only we had Guru Nanak's birthday. He was not praying to a particular God. Now we talk about Kabir. He was not talking to a particular God. While we had Tulsidas, we had Surdas, or any other like so many other, like we have our literature which is full of stories of Ram or Krishna, different gods. We have so many gods in our Indian literature. Same is in like different other religions. While we talk about different practices, but anyone can practice spirituality beyond religion also. There is now there are like so much quest into the research of spirituality, and there are so many centers across the globe which are doing researches in the area of spirituality. I have just listed a few. At some other places in Delhi itself, there are some centers like Institute of Science and Spirituality, Ramakrishna Mission, the Tibetan House, Indian Institute of Spirituality, Chinmay Mission, Brahmkumari, so many centers. To understand why we need to talk about spirituality in the like while we talk about health, well-being, or especially about the mental health, why we need to understand this dimension is because the dimension of health is one of the dimension is also spiritual well-being. It's not that only physical well-being, mental well-being. Now we say, okay, financial well-being is also very important dimension. Same is the spiritual well-being, which is an important dimension. And during disease, it is determined by spiritual coping. When we talk to the persons who are having, as I said, severe mental illnesses, which we know are treatable but are not curable, or the persons who are living with kind of chronic illnesses, physical ailments, terminal illnesses. So they have to develop, or the families develop, a kind of spiritual coping. And that's why, like, I remember we did a small study on persons living with ALS. ALS is a terminal illness, motor neuron illness. And in countries outside India or in Western countries, most of the people apply for euthanasia who are suffering with ALS, because it is a very painful end of life. And but here what we found, because of the spiritual coping among the persons in India, the kind of spiritual built up and the family support, most of the people express that they don't want to die out of time. Whatever comes to them, whenever the time will come, they will die.
So they were not in a hurry to end their life. They want to experience that suffering which has been given to them by the God or whatever you call it. So it is like kind of spiritual coping also, which is important. And when there is a suffering, spiritual support also works. In some cases, it may have to encompass spiritual therapies, which we'll talk about. This approach also opens a space to study spiritual phenomena in different aspects of life and wellness. I wanted just to talk about spiritual intelligence because as we know that there are different aspects, now we talk about multiple types of intelligences. Spiritual intelligence has also have come and now Encyclopedia of Social Science in 2025 only has defined spiritual intelligence, though some people were talking about it for last 1.5 decades. But a formal definition has been provided now. It is like spiritual intelligence is defined as unique form of hermeneutic relational intelligence that enables individuals to integrate cognitive, emotional, and symbolic dimensions to guide their thoughts and actions with reflection, aiming for existential coherence rooted in transcendent system of meaning. So, in psychological sense, we can understand that it functions as a metacognitive framework that unites affective, cognitive, and symbolic levels in dialogue with a sense of meaning that is considered sacred or transcendent, where sacred is the in this context refers inclusively to any symbolic reference or value that a person or culture perceives as inviolable, fundamental, or orienting. It can derive from religious traditions, but also from ethical, philosophical, or civil visions from any culture, from any society. So, not talking much about spiritual intelligence, it is just like because it has deep roots in long standing history of experiential and reflective practices. As we also heard today only from Professor Purnima about reflective practices in psychotherapy, spirituality is one dimension which provides you that kind of reflective experiences. You can learn reflectivity through spiritual experiences. So that's how it may help in developing your own skills of reflectivity. And while you encompass the dimension of spirituality in your own practice, that may help further. So this is again, like I can say, spirituality. The concept of spiritual intelligence has been suggested as a possible extension of Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. And Robert Emmons supported the scientific plausibility of this concept. So he was the first who had given this term as spiritual intelligence. And he identified spiritual intelligence as a distinct type of intelligence based on the ability to use spiritual information to solve problems and achieve existential goals. He has identified 5 components of spiritual intelligence. These are the capacity to transcend the physical and material, the ability to experience heightened states of consciousness, the ability to sanctify everyday experiences, the ability to utilize spiritual resources to solve problems, and the capacity to be virtuous. However, mayors criticize that the last component, which refers to ethics and not to spirituality, so it has been removed, and now they have Emmons proposed only 4 components. So there are tools for assessing or measuring spiritual intelligence. There is one major tool which is used popularly is quantitative tool, that is spiritual intelligence self-report inventory. It measures 4 dimensions as reported above, but only quantitative method is not sufficient for knowing or understanding the term like spirituality. So qualitative methods are definitely needed, especially techniques like reflective writing, narrative analysis, and participant observation have been proven effective in capturing spiritual intelligence, interpretive, and relational roles in real world settings. Coming to theoretical reflections of scientific framework of spirituality, we can say spiritual intelligence is recognized as multi-dimensional concept that draws from psychology, neurosciences, education, and ethics. It is viewed as a unifying ability that helps people find meaning, resolve inner conflicts, and align their actions with shared values. It has been associated with increased psychological resilience because of its role in promoting identity, integration, and goal orientation rooted in values and virtues. It helps individuals reinterpret adversity as a chance for growth and uphold ethical clarity even in uncertain or morally complex situations. So, it is used as a moderator of emotional and interpersonal dynamics. And from a developmental perspective, we can say that spiritual intelligence develops over the lifespan. It's not that spiritual intelligence is also developed during the developmental years, like IQ, but it is developed throughout the lifespan. Your difficulties, your challenges in life can also make a person grow spiritually during the lifespan. Neuroscientific research is increasingly supporting the idea that spiritual practices such as prayer and meditation influence brain function, particularly in areas related to emotional regulation and executive control, mainly the prefrontal cortex. So there are studies which are offering this, and spirituality and mental health is associated with better health outcomes, including greater longevity, coping skills, and health related quality of life, even during terminal illnesses, as I quoted, and also with less anxiety, depression, and suicide. Neuroimaging findings have also supported, like PET studies on PET studies on yoga, tantric yoga, and yoga nidra, etc. MRI studies on Kundalini yoga and single photon emission, SPECT studies on Tibetan meditation point to prefrontal activation, transient hypofrontality, increased frontal lobe and decreased parietal lobe activity, and also to a deaffernation of the posterior superior parietal lobule. So these are the areas of the brain which were found involved while a person is practicing spirituality or a kind of meditation or deep relaxation kind of states. Temporal lobe has been found quite linked with the studies of spirituality. While we talk about neurochemistry of spirituality, dopaminergic system via the basal ganglia is involved in cortical subcortical interactions. There is also an increase in the serotonin levels during meditation, especially via lateral hypothalamic stimulation of the dorsal raphe. There is also an increase in the levels of amino acid neurotransmitters, namely glutamate and GABA, during meditation. These are also quite established facts through researches. And we know that about psychiatric disorders, there are neural correlates of anxiety. Meditation due to neurochemical changes can produce an anxiolytic effect. So meditation produces the similar effects as an anti-anxiety medicine provides to the brain. In depression also, spiritual practices have a considerable antidepressant effects due to associated increase in serotonin and dopamine. Psychotherapy, especially, there is a latest book, if anyone is interested, can see, by Sneha Sharma and Urvashi Sahu in 2025 only. Spirituality in Psychotherapy, a Hidden Dimension. So, this is a chapter in the book in Positive Psychology Across Indian and Western Spiritual Paradigms. There is a always established relationship between spirituality and psychotherapy. I think for last 2 to 3 decades, people are writing about it. And I found many studies and especially some stalwarts in India writing about it. So key aspect of this relationship is the role of spirituality in fostering forgiveness, flourishing, and resilience. Forgiveness in particular has been identified as a critical component of spiritual and psychological healing, as it can help individuals overcome past hurts and move towards a more positive and fulfilling life. And there are other researches. And we have seen that there is a increasing interest in these kind of researches. And seeing all those kind of researches, and especially as I expressed my own interest, I also tried to develop at IBHAS a small module, which I'm going to share. And it was, I was motivated by an article of late Professor Anil Kapoor, where he said that ever since man appeared on earth, he has indulged in 2 major activities: to understand the external world, as well as to examine the inner world of thoughts, feelings, and consciousness.
Eastern civilizations have paid attention to both these worlds, have far excellence in exploration of the inner world. So, being an Indian, we should, I think, look towards the inner world also while finding solutions for our mental health problems and issues. So, what we tried, like both to amalgamate both Western and Eastern methods. While the Western and Eastern methods talk of relief from suffering, the aims and the methods of reaching the aim are totally different. Aim is same, but the methods are relatively different. Several yoga and meditation techniques do help to bring peace of mind. So the Western techniques of CBT also. What makes them wonderfully different is the context in which they are used. We find lots of literature using these techniques, but the presenter wishes to highlight the understanding of context and then the use of appropriate methods from Eastern philosophy to provide relief from suffering. So, why and how? Spirituality, as I said already, I don't think I would like to repeat. So, based on the findings of previous researches, a module of like used by them, some modules used in the even spiritually augmented CBT in Australian researches. An attempt has been made by the presenter to develop a module for Indian population, which includes the element of spirituality based on our Indian philosophy and cultural practices in a CBT framework and to put it for empirical testing through small studies till date to establish its effectiveness in the Indian context. Basis of this model is actually based on the events. It says that the events of our lives, while sometimes painful and traumatic, hold within them a powerful energy. We know either an event is a positive event or negative event. It creates lots of energy, either positive or negative, as well as important information that can help us discover our inner self and our true life purpose. We have the choice to use this energy constructively or remain stuck in the never ending cycle of pain and discomfort. So, whatever the negative situations may be in life, the kind of energy which is being produced, either we can use it, we can get stuck into it, we can use in negative way towards the destruction, or we can use it constructively for growth, for our own growth, for society's growth, or for community's growth. So that was the basis of this model. The powerful energy of traumatic events or stress creates a gap, while CBT helps in narrowing this gap by cognitive restructuring, like reframing the kind of cognitive schemas person is having, but it is based on logic, and sometimes the client can't find justification for changing those kind of thoughts and schema. As I said, they ask why. Why should I change my thinking process? Why me? Why this is happening to only me? Others are also like me. Why they are not having the same kind of sufferings? So on the other hand, the spiritual viewpoint diverts the stress constructively, gives an understanding in painful events with new light, and leads to positive thinking and meaningful life, and finally to overall well-being. So this kind of module which we have proposed is based on literature and as I said, with discussion with experts. So it has three sets. Set one is says appointment with self or self-awareness. This set prepares the individual. So first of all, we talk about the self-awareness. Person is being indulged into the activities of self-awareness, self-talk, journaling, revisiting the past experiences with new light and new meaning, and prayer in any form is encouraged. It's not that you have to pray in a particular religious method. Whatever method you like, is basically to connect yourself with some universe or with transcendence, that's to transcend oneself and to develop a sense of devotion towards a higher self. That too is experiencing nature. In like daily hustles of life, we do not appreciate nature. We just do not sit with nature. We do not enjoy the nature which is present here, especially while living in the city. So we encourage the persons to sit silently and practice diaphragmatic breathing and just be with oneself, experience well-being, and also that one is being taken care for. Nature is there to take your care. So that is the sense which is being. So if there is no one, nature is there, universe is there to take your care. Then introducing the visualizations. like as we do in other therapies after deep practice of deep relaxation, exercises of visualization are introduced, and images like having a sense of guardian angel or inner sanctuary healing mist. So persons who are severely ill, especially as in terminal illnesses or other illnesses, can visualize having a kind of guardian angel or a mist which is covering them, which is helping them to grow better, to have a better sense of well-being, to develop some kind of happiness or a meaning, and finding a way towards getting out of that kind of pain. And it definitely relieves pain. Practice of values, that is very important, and this, especially this part, we generally practice with the young generation very frequently in all kind of therapies with adolescents and young adults. Practice of values, having non-critical, non-judgmental attitude towards oneself and towards others, learning altruism, having a sense of helping others, seeking pleasure through helping others, and having, knowing this feeling that how you feel, that when you help others, you feel good when you buy something for you, but how do you feel? Have you ever experienced when you give something to others, when there is someone you don't know, especially not just to a friend, so you see that other person will also gift me something. It is to a stranger, to someone who is in help. So developing that sense of altruism, sense of gratitude, that one should start from one's own family, one's own teachers, one's own friends, whoever you find who are doing anything in your life, even the sanitation worker who is cleaning your toilets, the worker who is cleaning the roads, or your teacher, or someone else, who, your mother who is cooking for you, your father, anyone in your life, you should have a sense of gratitude, and to ultimately nature or the supreme being. When you get up every day, just see that you have got all the things in life. You have air to breathe in, you have food to eat, you have no, you have nature to take care of you, you have water, you have rain. So there are so many things to say thank you to everyone. So developing that sense of gratitude. Then there is a need of constant movement or removing stagnation of the energy. What we were talking about, the stagnation of energy that is created by any event, positive or negative. So what we want to receive for oneself, we start giving to others. Now that ultimately drops down your negative behaviors, your like aggression or other negative behaviors, because we don't want to receive that aggression. We don't want to receive the negative behaviors from others, but we direct it to others. So this making the people understand that this is a cycle. What you will give to others will come back to you. So if you are in this cycle, give your best to others, so the best will come to you also. So making people understand about this constant movement of energy. Then fourth set is action potential or positive reaffirmations, providing positive reaffirmations to oneself, learning like our mind is a conditioned reflex, is made of conditioned reflexes, we know, and we can make conscious choices and thus can navigate the journey of life. So we know that we are creator or of our own choices. So having better choices in life, having positive choices in life, and of course, other the last part is indulging in creativity, having some or other creative pursuit in life. So to help to grow positively, to have not having empty time or indulging in negative thoughts, rather doing something creatively. It may be anything which one may love. So this module was tested in small studies, like on patients with depression, on elderly patients, on caregivers of persons with epilepsy, on as I said, with patients with terminal illness, the caregivers of persons, and there are just, I said that this is a growing research. So thank you. Time is over. Thank you all. And thanks once again to the organizers.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we have some discussion?
Thank you, Professor Vibha, for really excellent. I wouldn't even say it's an overview of this area. It was quite in depth, and perhaps really helping us understand how spirituality can help us map the terrain between like personal and existential.
So that was very interesting, and particularly your module I was fascinated by. So really looking forward to some more updates on that as you use it more often. Just open the floor for a few questions, and maybe someone can pass the mic around.
Dr. Vivat, extremely good presentation and very, very much indigenous, having the reference of Dr. R.L. Kapoor, who have been to this system of Indian therapies and all this in Western and Eastern and external and internal. And we have seen the result of this during COVID. I mean, there's so many people could survive, not because of the situation was better, but the resilience and the resilience associated with the spirituality was wonderful. And the determination of well-being, where spirituality was never existing and not on the senior level. Now it is one of the important component of well-being is the spirituality. And I have also taken your photograph of your model, and I'll ask one of my student or two students to work on this, and we'll be sharing our result with you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? I think I too would like to comment that your what you shared, that your own personal history and experiences have informed the way you have conceptualized this model. I thought I found that very interesting. And based on that, do you think that the model you've proposed, would you like to change that in some way or deepen some aspects now that you've had little experience with it? Is there anything? Is it too early to share? I don't know, but if you have some.
Yes, surely, because that was a kind of model basically we developed for the persons with depression and anxiety. But now we find that it needs some modifications, definitely for different age groups with different kind of problems, different set of module for caregivers. Because that was initially we developed, as I said, for anxiety and depression. But now I am thinking of making it more popular among young generation. So, because what we see as we were talking about technology, AI, and everything, our younger generation is somehow what we feel they are very good in many aspects, but going away from some of the spiritual values. And I remember when we were young, when we were in schools, there used to be some classes of moral education, those compulsory kind of social activities where we used to, but like compulsorily from schools and colleges, NSS and other kind of activities. We used to go out, help others, going into the communities, which I find is not now very popular among colleges and universities. So the students or the younger generations are not well connected. They are more into the technology. They are not even well connected with each other. They don't care. The sense of gratitude is not there. Everyone is asking, what is there for me? What my parents are providing to me? Why should I take care of my brother or my sister? Why should like I do this? So everyone is going, the society is going more towards rights based society rather not taking care of others. They are asking more for oneself. So this is the high time I feel for promotion and prevention, especially for promotion of good mental health practices. I'm working of the module, and I try to make it more like kind of a big, which anyone can practice, and it can be popularized among universities and colleges. So to for basically for prevention and promotion of good mental health practices, and that's how probably the mental health problems are also enhancing in younger generations. So probably that may help. That's my hunch. I don't know.
That sounds excellent, very fascinating. And I think I'll just close with maybe the title of another one of Professor R.L. Kapoor's books, which is called Another Way to Live. And I feel like that's really what you're trying to do here. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to ask Dr. Brunima Bhola, ma'am, to felicitate Professor Dr. Bibha Sharma, ma'am. Please, ma'am. Now I would request Professor Dr. Biba ma'am. Okay. Please, sir, come and felicitate our chairperson. Requesting everyone to join the high tea, and thereafter there will be cultural event in this room only. Please join. There will be some technical work here, so I'm requesting all the participants to kindly vacate the room.